I was on Be Easy's live and we were talking about, the David and Bathsheba thing and his wives being punished. And his response was, well, those are earthly things. Like grape is an earth issue. And so we don't need to, that's temporary. And I was like, wow. And so today we were talking about ABs on my live. And um, it was J Rob, but he responded to me and said that, well, we want to protect, all human life. And he said, so if there's some casualties, because we were talking about, the dangers of pregnancy and giving birth and all that. And he was like, well, if there's some casualties, I'm fine with that. And I just think not only is it dangerous, to justify these atrocities, but they also tend to fall on women, and it usually comes from men. And it's things that they'll never go through, and they don't experience on the level that we do, and they just are excusing, we're excusing rape, and we're excusing women dying giving birth to babies that they won't give a damn about after they're born. You're not going to adopt them, you're not going to feed them, you're not going to ever know about or check on these children that are being born. So anyways, I've been encountering it a couple days in a row, and I so when I saw the topic, I was absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with you. Did you see that video that I made responding to a pastor who made a video from his pro life account? He created a scenario saying, what if a man uh, poisoned his girlfriend because he found out that she was having a girl and he wanted a boy and caused her to have an abortion? He said, y'all would be calling for murder then, wouldn't you? And
Yeah.
somebody, another influencer who's another woman, she responded by just clipping his video to show how dangerous of a scenario that was. And he responded back just by calling her a fatherless heathen.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah.
he called her a fatherless heathen and evil. And he was like, the reason why I put that scenario out there is because y'all say that it's not a life. But if he were to do that and cause her to have an abortion without her permission, y'all would then call it murder.
Yeah.
And I pointed out that his scenario isn't actually something he made up, because that literally was the law during the time Jesus would have been alive
Yeah.
in the first century Rome, because the men legally decided whether a child lived or died. And so if the father didn't want a female in his household, he legally could kill it right after it's born, because in Rome, babies were not human until they could eat solid foods and walk. And in ancient Israel, they were stillborn. They were not alive until they were 30 days old. So this modern day life begins at conception isn't biblical at all.
Yeah.
And the way that they be trying to assert that they're doing what God wanted, God gave, like, your God didn't even see this thing as a life back then. Like, if he's an omni God, why is it that he had to grow to see that life began at conception? Because he
Yeah.
sure as hell didn't think that shit during biblical times.
Yeah, I knew about the 30 days thing, but I didn't know that about Rome. Like I didn't know the solid food thing. That's insane. And we kind of got into that. Like this is a parasite, and so then he's arguing me down about the definition of a parasite, and like it's technically not, because you're the same species as the fetus, and like just all of the everything except acknowledging the harm that it could cause, and the nuances of just saying strictly no to something. So anyways, it was a long drawn out conversation, but yeah, I just wanted to say that because I'm getting a little, I don't know, I feel like the older I get, obviously this is, how people are always like, you'll care about politics when you get older, and just seeing the way that people don't care, and especially when it's backed up by this religion, and the way they'll fight tooth and nail for again something they'll never experience. You'll never carry a child, you'll never give birth, but you want to overturn our feelings about it and how we have to actually live through the experience. It's very wild and dangerous. So yeah, I just wanted to give my little two
I
cents. Oh,
agree.
also, I wanted to tell y'all something, if you don't mind, really quickly about the the dream thing. Not necessarily a dream, but it made me think about when I was right before I deconstructed. I kind of started to go the Hebrew Israelite route, and I didn't lean super hard into it, but I just was thinking like, okay, maybe I'm, his name isn't Jesus. Like maybe I'm calling on the wrong name, or maybe I'm not. I literally had the thought because I'm mixed. I was like, maybe I'm not. Like maybe he's not my God. Like maybe I'm not a part of this. Maybe I'm not welcome. But Mr. Nelson, what he was talking about, it made me think about when I started to realize, okay, he's not white. His name isn't Jesus. When I was going through that whole thing, every time I would try to pray or try to think about the God in general, he was always white, and I couldn't get it out of my head. So it's so ingrained and weird. It was interesting to think about. So it just made me think about that when he brought that up.
Me too. Like I when I was a Christian, whenever I closed my eyes, the God was white. I never
Yeah,
saw a black God in my
yeah,
head.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
why he's
mean,
not answering you, because he's not white, and you he knows your heart, and you're still you're still thinking about him as a white man.
I think that was done intentionally because I mean, really, you know, the God or the superior one did not have a face until they painted this picture of Jesus being this white, blue-eyed, I guess, Baywatch dude.
You mean Jared Jesus? That's what I call him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
He
mean
looked like his
that was
name would be
intentional.
Jared today. You know how black people all have a Javion? I think all white people have a Jared. A Jared. There's a Jared somewhere in every white family, just like there's a Javion in every black family down there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's all I wanted. I wanted to speak on number two. Thank y'all for letting me up.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Ariel.
All right, y'all.
What's up, YouTube? How are y'all doing over there? I hope y'all had a great Sunday. We got to see Zena on Truth Wanted today. She was on there with Jimmy.
Hmm.
Um, Sometimes I be thinking that, like, when I see his picture, I be thinking like really quickly that he is Dillahunty, and then in person, I'm like, okay, no, that's not Dillahunty. But on his picture, he does look like Dillahunty a little bit to me. But they were talking about not um, telling people that they're wrong for what they believe in. And I disagree. I think that when people have very harmful beliefs, especially like um, the things that we talk about, I think that sugarfooting around with those very harmful beliefs is what got us into what we're in today. Um, and it's kind of to me telling people, atheists or ichtheists or agnostics or anybody who is not a religious person, that we should go back in the into like protecting the beliefs of those that have beliefs. Like I don't agree with that. I get what he was trying to say as far as how it can be very traumatic for a person, their identity to be cracked, like the foundation of what they believe to be true about their existence and the world around them to be cracked. And we've all had to go through it, and we survived it. But I don't think that that's enough to let these harmful beliefs go. And I'm certainly not willing to pretend like I believe in a God to have a beer with somebody. I do not agree with that at all. But it still was a good show. I think Zena handled that question very well, as she always does. She's a very bright young woman, and I hope that they will have her back so she will get a chance to make some more calls. But we also had fun yesterday on the line. That shit was fucking hilarious. Um, the donkey coat jeans, Jesus riding on two donkeys, raised a lot of money for recovering from religion for both the line and the atheist experience. And if you don't know what recovering from religion is, it is a organization that, the way Lux put it yesterday, we crack the egg, in recovering from religion makes the omelet. And so we have these conversations, it cracks the foundation, and then uh you move on to recovery from religion. So you get connected with secular therapists who can help you recover from any religious trauma you may have, or help you think through your deconstruction process, and build a new foundation. So it was a really good weekend. Thank you to everybody who showed up, who donated, who participated. I appreciate y'all so much. All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Tiffany. Tiffany King. Okay. Zoe, are you in the request box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up.
Let me. I want to ask you something. How do you feel about that when they say that life begins at conception?
What do you mean? How am I about that? What do you mean?
I mean, do you agree with that?
No.
That's the same thing I said too, and I got a lot of people got mad at me because I said, well, if life begins at conception, then why come age doesn't play a part in that? And I never understood that because I never knew nothing that lived that didn't have an age to it.
Right. Yeah. I saw a video where a lady literally counts her time that she was in her mother's womb for her age, and her the woman she was dating was like, "Wait, you told me you were such and such age," and the lady had been doing it so much she forgot how fucking old she is for real. Yeah. Davy.
What's up, thinker?
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing alright. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I think I've fully deconstructed to the point of being an atheist at this point.
Okay. What topic did you come up to discuss?
I mean, one and two to me are basically the same topic. Honestly, I see them as basically just being iterations of the same phrase, I guess. So either one of those, I just want to say I agree with them. I really think that Christians have very anti-human beliefs. Like before you even get into like the main structures of like their scriptures and whatnot, I think that they have underlying premises and foundations to their religions that do not lead them towards being pro-human. From the idea of like the original sin, which I know is not like original canon to the Bible. I think like a Roman bishop wrote that hundreds of years later, but I've never met a Christian that doesn't believe in the original sin, you know? So we're talking about like their culture at this point. Um, but
I
like the
think that's
original
the only
sin,
thing they believe in. They don't read nothing else in this book but that.
right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So like the idea that all people are born inherently deserving of being, it doesn't really matter whether they're annihilationists or whether they actually believe in like a lake of fire. Neither one of those are loving thy neighbor. And I don't know why Christians can't see that those are inherently opposed to their own viewpoint of that they claim out loud, right? Um, I've seen when it comes to Genesis that there's a very real like entitlement to the earth that the idea of Genesis seems to put into them, where they have this idea that all the resources are here for their use rather than like the animals are here with as much right to the land as you do. You have to live in balance with the ecosystem. or else you're bound to create things like climate change, right? Or bound to get up to the kind of behaviors that colonialism got up to and cause all the negative impacts, not just for people, but for the planet itself that those behaviors led into. I've never met a Christian that doesn't agree with the underlying premise of colonialism because of going forth and spreading the gospel, going forth and multiplying, and then the ideas that monotheism present, which is essentially an inherent viewpoint that only their religion has value, and therefore the underlying point behind that is that only their culture has long-term value. So there's a lot of premises that Christianity kind of bakes into the community before you even start getting into their actual scripture that is very anti-human, and I'm not sure that there's a way to rectify that in a way that makes them pro-community in like a non-invasive way.
I agree. And I was thinking about the question that Jimmy proposed today, if atheists could like work arm in arm with believers. And he was saying that if it was a believer that wasn't so nationalistic, and I was thinking to myself, even if they're not nationalistic, they still have a God and they still have loyalty to a God, which will always be put over humanity. That's why they have a God. And so that is still dangerous, because if they believe, or if someone who they believe has contact with this God convinces them that a God wants them to do, I'm sorry, did I call him Jimmy? Jamie. That a God wants them to do something that is otherwise harmful, and in their mind, for the greater good, they would do it because of their fear that they call reverence to this God that they've never seen. And so to me, it just makes it dangerous, and just being indoctrinated into the belief of a sovereign God.
No, I absolutely agree with that. I was actually just in a live just a little bit ago where that was the very first prompt of the live was asking non-believers if they would be okay with the faith if it wasn't tied up with like politics and Christian nationalism. And I disagreed with the very premise of that question because we're socialized into the faith largely and basically across the board. And the faith informs our worldviews, and then the worldviews are are the politics at the end of the day. So I don't think that there is such a thing as a faith that is absent of politics, and absent of this tribalistic sort of viewpoint of a us versus them. Because again, it's baked. I mean, even the question itself, believers versus non-believers, is baked into an us versus them mindset.
Yeah, and I don't know why they think politics is the only problem. I mean, they're like the indoctrination of these beliefs makes them have very superior uh, minded personalities. Like they look down on anyone who doesn't hold a belief, and especially who doesn't hold a belief in their God. So the way they treat family members is affected. Their willingness to excommunicate people based on what they don't believe or believe destroys families. The whole idea of how to rear your children, the whooping children, that is straight abuse to me. And I mean, I was raised getting whoopings, and I started out spanking my children until I realized that the shit didn't do no good for me, because I was fucking bad as fuck as a teenager, and did some of everything despite the whoopings, and so did all my siblings. So I decided to do something different. And my son is doing something different with my grandkids. Like the belief that a God says beat them with a rod and they will not die is very harmful, and it has caused a lot of children to be physically abused. And so like there's a lot more harm that the belief system causes outside of politics. Definitely politics, but also just family dynamics, community. And I think that it is asinine for and I'm black, so I think it's asinine for a black Christian to think that, oh, it's just nationalists. And to me, that's like a black Christian saying we're doing it right. They're the only ones doing it wrong, and that's just not fucking true. There's harm in it all, despite who's doing it, because they're all working towards the same thing, and that is an authoritative God source who put humans in charge to tell other humans how to live and how to run the earth, which is very dangerous and harmful, and has been and continues to be in my eyes. So for me, I don't give a fuck if it's nationalist. I don't give a fuck if it's the black church. I don't give a fuck if it's a native church, a Latino church. I say no. I don't see it.
No, I agree with you. Props to you for like going away from that sort of like rearing technique with your kids, and especially that it sunk in well enough that your own kids are not doing that as well with their children. Very big props to you for that on that. But no, it really, I'm glad you brought that up because it really does come down to every Christian I've ever known equates their God, who is, you know, objectively Israeli war god of the Near East, right? With this idea of like the highest love, as this God is actively saying that like I will absolutely at some point turn my back on a significant portion of my children and either completely annihilate them or toss them into a pit to be burned forever.
Mm-hmm.
And they equate that with love. And then they turn around and say they love thy neighbor. And I'm like, I see what you think love looks like. I don't know if I want your love. And then they turn around and they'll justify, like I said, all sorts of atrocities in the first place. But the way that they'll look back on it and say that these things, that same live I was in, there was a man who was getting teary eyed talking about how his daughter had been born and how that affirmed his like faith and his love and his God and stuff. But I had seen that same man on another live just a few days ago, talking about how he was glad that his indigenous ancestors had been stamped out by colonization, and then repeated, you know, colonizer propaganda about like human sacrifices and things like that. And it's like, okay, I can go through your Bible and find examples of your God either personally targeting children or actively pushing its own followers to target children. So it's crazy to me that you're getting teary-eyed about your kid being born, but you don't care about your ancestors at all. And I question how much you'll love that child if they're not beholden to your God as well.
Exactly. They justify what's happening right now in the Middle East. And we had a conversation with a believer who believes that he's Black Hebrew Israelite, and he at first he was like, God isn't pleased with what's happening over there, blah blah blah. But the moment I asked him, I said, "You think it's supposed to be y'all? You think it's supposed to be y'all doing it?" And he didn't say anything. I said, "You do, don't you?" And I said, "So how do you think that you're supposed to get the land if it's supposed to be you?" He said, "War." I said, "What the fuck is the difference between them doing it with war and you doing it with war? It's still fucking war." But like it's all a cleanse tribe, and then now they've added in race competition for this God and who's supposed to be, you know, the most special on earth and in control, and they can't see that they're willing to sacrifice the lives of other humans to gain that position, right, within this God, and to claim that title. And that believers also, when they justify slavery, when they justify rape, when they justify SA or child abuse in the name of their God, and they cry free will, so that they can hold on to this belief. In my eyes, they're willing to sacrifice those humans that are being harmed by, you know, people believing that a God told them to do these things, and their willingness to just turn a blind eye and cry free will. God has to give humans free will so that they know that God loves them, and God knows that they're freely choosing him. That's the sacrifice that you're willing to make. So I don't want to hear you scream pro-life for shit, because that same life that you're saying needs to live because your God gave it life is the same life that you're willing to sacrifice so that you can have a relationship with that God.
Exactly. That's what I've tried to tell them over the years that it's like like it's like you can say, oh well, I'm not doing that. My God is the one doing that. It's like, okay, but you're getting up and going in and worshiping that God once a week and praying to it on probably a nightly basis. If you consider yourself to be like this true follower that's like super beholden to it,
Mhm.
you're actively consenting to the ideology, to the worldview that you're presenting, where all of your neighbors deserve this from birth, not even having done anything wrong, just because they were born, are inherently deserving of like your God's wrath. And then have the nerve to tell those same neighbors that your God loves them, and they don't seem to, they either don't care about the contradiction between these things, or they genuinely aren't capable of processing it.
I think it's
I don't
both.
know which of the two it is.
I think it's both because I asked a guy today, like somebody asked him what language did the serpents speak in the garden. He was getting mad and was like, "That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter." So I asked him, "Why doesn't it? Why don't you want to know that?" Like if you say that you talk to your God, you're sitting here believing that a serpent talked to a human, and it's pissing you off that we're asking you what language did the serpent speak, because you should logically ask yourself, why am I believing that a snake talked? But you know what his answer was?
Mm.
Donkeys talked too. They don't care. They aren't able to process it, and they don't care. I think it's both.
Well, that story itself obviously has like a lot of context that goes in around it that Christians would love to get off into the weeds trying to count every blade of grass on. But the ultimate message of that story very much comes down to an anti-knowledge sort of viewpoint, in that the acquisition of higher intelligence, the acquisition of higher understanding, of greater comprehension of the world around you is itself something that is to be viewed as inherently evil. And I think that that informs their perspective on learning and questioning in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. That's why they say that you can outthink yourself into hell. I mean, out of heaven. You can outthink yourself out of heaven into hell. They think critical thinking is the fast track to hell. And like I've literally had conversations with believers who say, I don't need a brain, I have God. And I was talking to my daughter about that today because, and my daughter was like, well, don't they think their God gave them a brain? I said, they think their brain is their God. They think the conversations that they're having, their internal dialogue is their God or his spirit speaking to them. So no, anytime I talk to them and I ask them, well, what is the soul? What is the spirit? They're always talking about their brain or the things that their brain does.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
And there's an idealist viewpoint that comes into it too, where there's a materialist viewpoint where we understand that the physical world around us is the real world, and that we have ideas that rise up out of our minds like into the abstract, right? But that it comes from our material minds that are actually here in this world made up from our brains. And then there's a very opposite polarizing viewpoint, which is the idea that the ideal exists first, the abstract exists first, and then it forms these material things. So they genuinely will look at the world and see that their thoughts are more important than what's actually happening around them. So
Yeah.
they'll say that the only good Christian is, blah, 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 blah. Whatever their ideal is for Christianity, or the only real Christian, I should say, is that. But it's like if you look at the real world around you, the historicity of the world around you, and then the world you're currently actively living in now, Christians are not represented by the ideal abstract that they're putting up in place. This idea of like what a real Christian is almost never the Christian you're interacting with, because the kindest, nicest Christian still thinks that all of their neighbors are inherently deserving of hellfire.
Yes, that's why they point fingers at each other and say, "Well, they're not a true Christian." And so I have a co-host who says that there's never two Christians on the earth at the same damn time, because they're always pointing at each other and saying, "You're not a Christian. You're not a Christian," and because they all have different beliefs about what this God wants, and how this God wants them to live. It was something else that I was gonna say about the not no do Chris true Scotsman thing, but damn, it slipped my mind. Shit, I hate when
Be
this
like
happens.
that sometimes.
Oh no 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 yeah. Today I literally had a believer tag me and said, "I want to apologize to you because now I see why you cuss us out." He said, "I've been sitting here listening to the conversations that you have, and they're dishonest, they won't answer. He was like, he said, I want to cuss them out. He said, so I just wanted to apologize. And I was like, well, you finally decided to be honest about what you are uh, watching us experience when we talk to your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I don't know. I'll stop yammering here for a minute, though. I don't know if you want to leave me up or you want to drop me down, but I'll give somebody else a chance to talk. We've been talking for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll drop you down. I only allow one person up at a time. But I thank you so much for coming up. It was a great conversation, and I hope you have a great
Of
rest of the
course.
night.
I appreciate you. I'll give you a follow.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'll follow you back. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Yo.
All right, y'all. It was some people in the guest box. I don't know where y'all went. You saw it, PT. I was like, interesting. Now you see. Now you see what we're going through. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Don't let it get quiet already. We've only been live for 48 minutes because I was late. And if y'all could do what y'all did on Thursday to make sure that we hit the FYP, I am seeing nerd after nerd after nerd. I don't know what y'all did to break that fourth wall, but if y'all can do it again. Ming Sung Lee, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? That guy on Ian's live on was it Wednesday night when I was on there? He was reading the ESV. I can tell he was an ESV reader. Yeah. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to catch it.
Wait, is this not Min Sung? Didn't I say Ming Sung? Ming Sung Lee?
You said Min Sung Lee.
Yeah, not Ming. Min Sung Lee. They're in the request. I was trying to see if they were in there on purpose. Y'all be fucking with me with these names now. I know when I fuck up a name. But I swear I said that name right.
I always apologize first before I even attempt to say the name.
I was talking to somebody on Mama Bash Live today. I kept calling that motherfucker Gene. Well, and his name was Chooks. What the? I forgot who it was, but his name didn't start with a G. I know that damn much. No, what was his name? Xander.
I think I heard you on there
Yeah,
because I listened to Mama Bash Live for a little bit.
yeah. I will fuck up a name in a minute.
Me too. Butcher it down. I apologize for it, but I do.
No, I was already thinking about playing the song, and I think that's why I called him Gene, because I was already thinking about playing the song. Ag, what's up?
Hey, Thinker, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Hey, Nelly, Selena, and nerds.
Hey,
Um,
now.
I wanted to finish our conversation from the other day when I was going through the desert
Yeah,
about.
everybody been waiting on this. But hold on, Selena. Hey, love bug. I didn't even say hi. Are you there? She ain't even there. I don't even know if she knows she's on stage. Go ahead, Ag. I'm sorry. Everybody's been waiting. We've been waiting.
No problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, because my 19-year-old was graduating from the University of Reno. So I was going through the desert and had no reception. But it was talking about that, I call it the Avengers of Deconstruction, where it was you, Bar, Bash, and Be Easy. So I invited the mother of my youngest child because she's a believer. So she listened to it, and she afterwards she hit me and was like, "Hey, very interesting. It was some key things that I never thought about, but I really don't know what to think." So we talked about it a little bit more, and of course, like most believers, she's scared of death. She's scared of the afterlife. So we spoke about that for a little bit. And then I was messing with her. I was like, so is God good all the time? And she was like, yeah, all the time. God is good. The typical cliche things. So then I was asking her, I was like, well, what's your favorite story in the Bible? And like most believers, oh, it was Job. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna challenge you, because what she did like about the show was she thought atheists, of course, like most believers, believe in the devil or want to turn people away. But when she heard, I think it was Bar or Be Easy say, no, just read the Bible. So that she liked, and it turned her, it made her think. So I told her, I said, well, read the story of Job and we'll talk about it later. So after Mother's Day, I think it was on Monday, we spoke about it again. And we talked about the story of Job, and like typical Christians, oh, God gave him back everything. So since I know she's a mother, I was like, well, what about his wife? What about the burying of the 10 kids? What about all the stuff that she went through? And by the time we finished the conversation, she was crying, and she had a whole different perspective of God is good.
Wow.
So yeah, and then today is Sunday, so I mean I call my daughter every day, at least twice a day. So I talked to her mom, and I was like, "Well, did you go to church today?" And she was like, "No." And I
What?
was, yeah, and I was like, "Well, why?" And she was like, "I can't look at it the same now." So I thank you. I mean, you might have saved my daughter.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, just I realized that a lot of these believers are scared of hell. And when I explained to her, I was like, I use one of your things, like if you touch a fire, you burn because it's hot, you have flesh. But how does a spirit burn? And she thought about it for a while. She's like, I don't know. I was like, you got to have nerve endings. You got to have a brain to process it. And you can tell the wheels were turning in her head. And then, of course, like most believers, well, what do you think about what happens when you die? And I was like, that's it, game over. And she was like, well, aren't you like, don't you want like an afterlife? Don't you want to go to heaven? And I was like, no, because when you read the Bible and you find out what heaven's like, I don't want to be a slave to the Israelites. I don't want to just sit and praise all day. And nowhere in the Bible says you're getting a mansion. It says that he's preparing a room in his dad's house. It makes no sense. Who's building the house? Who builds the gates? And she just kept thinking about it. And she was like, wow. Well, again, are you scared? I was like, no, because when you die, that's it. So live for now. Live today. Be happy today. So I think it worked.
That's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah.
WAG's daughter. That's what's up. And AG's daughter's mom.
Hey, yep, exactly.
That's
So
what's up.
that's all.
And WAG. And then you had a
Thank
big
you.
part to do in that too.
Oh yeah, and then Mr. Nelson got one question for you.
Okay.
Um, as a truck driver, how's these prices treating you? These diesel prices?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, because I ended up spending $3,800 last week on fuel.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, I run shorter miles now. I breaks my loads down. I don't do the long distance. I work my way there. I do 500-600 miles, so I can get paid more per mile. That's how I'm doing it. Uh, but yeah, the fuel prices are ridiculous, man. I mean, you're gonna my average cost. I mean, if I run 2,000 miles, I'm gonna spend probably somewhere between 14 close to $1,500 in fuel. I will get the majority of that back. I'll usually get about 900 or $1,000 back in fuel surcharge. But yeah,
Okay.
it's bad, man. I'm thinking about shutting my truck down for a while till this changes because it's cutting into my money too deep.
Mm.
I feel you. I feel you. And that's all I wanted. And nerds rock. So thank you, thinker.
Thank you, AG. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye.
1,500. God damn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Robin? 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 I don't know what Robin was doing. I swear I fucking hate this waitlist shit because What like people today have such short attention spans. Like there's no reason that you need a wait list to request to be on a live unless you see multiple people in the guest request and there's already like a conversation going on stage. I could understand that. But to request wait list when there's like literally two people in the guest request, I don't understand that. Right. Like it doesn't make any sense. Ariel, I want to say congratulations to you as well. I think I heard you say your son is also graduating this year. So congratulations to all of the graduates, to all of the moms who have the last child graduating. Congratulations to you. No more dealing with the school system. If your last one is graduating this year. I'm so fucking excited about that. Yeah. You're welcome, Della. Yeah, W moms, because moms and dads who had something to do with it. Um, Congratulations. It's not a easy thing yelling at them to do their homework and that shit is not easy.
Oh wow.
Congratulations, Nene. Don't be scared. I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to have a conversation with you about the topics from the chat. There's no need for you to come in here and try to answer the topics from the chat when you can request up. Again, if you are deconstructing, um, on Thursday, we had such a really good live because we were able to do live research live. Like we had conversations where we got down to the nitty gritty. Like I like those types of conversations where we're able to learn and apply, turn that learning session into real world issues and things that we should be discussing today. So don't sit back and wait on me to talk to a Christian. I'm gonna keep telling those of you that are deconstructing, this is not a Christian debate live. So please do not sit back and wait on me to talk to Christians that will have us sitting here and possibly shutting down sooner than anybody wants to. Because I really missed y'all. Whenever I'm taking a break, I be counting the hours, so it's time to come back. Hi, the lady. The lady, are you there? All right. Six Pain, are you in the request on purpose on accident? Right now, it does look like it is nerd after nerd after nerd after nerd. I don't know. I think it's just us in here right now. I'm not sure if we're on the FYP or if we're going to need to do a restart. I'm not seeing a lot of random unknowns pop in the room. So if someone can check for me from an account that they have not engaged with this live, like if you've engaged with this live, you telling me that we're on the FYP is not going to help. I need someone to look from an account that has never been in my live, that has never been on my page, and let me know if we're on the FYP. Thank you, Danny. What's up, Six Pain?
Not much. Just kind of woke up a little bit ago. I'm off today, so it's a chill night. What's up, Nelly? Selena, I'm not sure if you're even here anymore.
Hey.
The ghost of Selena. But hi, Nelly. Hope y'all good, man. I wanted to like stir the pot up and see if I can like get the Christians to at least think. I don't know, some of them are in here at least.
Six
So
Pain, y'all cannot keep coming up here trying to get Christians to come up. That is not what my live is about. Every time y'all say that, y'all telling yourselves. Y'all are telling me that you are coming here to watch me talk to Christians.
well,
And that's not
not
what this live is for.
not entirely,
That's you just told on yourself.
It's not entirely the reason, Sometimes I'm glad they don't come up, because it kind of shows that they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Sometimes a little bit. Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Y'all know
just
how much
wanted.
work it is to sit here and nobody come up because y'all wait, Christians to come up. Y'all know damn well
Low
that's
key.
a lot of fucking work. That's too much work that I ain't willing to do.
I mean, I can inspire the non-believers as well. Hey guys, sometimes it's easier to deconstruct faster if you talk this through. Like, come up, ask questions, because you might still be holding on to beliefs that you don't even know that you're holding on to. It helps me at least a little bit. That's why I've been going up on lives and different panels and stuff like that. But I was already like neck deep into atheism, but I'm an anti-theist now. So if you want to
You're an
level up, atheist.
anti-theist. Wow.
Yeah, I'm against. That's why I wanted to target number 2.
When did this
I am
change
like,
happen?
oh man, 2024 to be honest with you, and I've just been thinking about it. Like since I'm at work anyways, I'll just be like pacing back and forth. Sometimes I don't even like go on lives and stuff. So I haven't been in your life as often in 2024. Just kind of been thinking about things, like thinking about the hell. I don't think the hell can exist in the Christian worldview, to be honest with you, if the God is all good and the God is everywhere. I had a little spiel in someone's live when I was saying my little argument for it. Because if the God is everywhere, then he's also in your head and also outside of you at the same time. And so if God is not in heaven, is it heaven? It wouldn't be heaven because all good thing is no longer there. If God is in hell and he's in every inch of hell can't be bad anymore. It'll be good because God is all good.
Right.
So in their own theology, it doesn't work. Hell wouldn't work. So I get why they say, "Oh, Satan this, Satan that," because it kind of makes sense. But if God is everywhere, then He's also through Satan, which makes Satan no longer a bad, because God would be everywhere that a thing exists. So if hell exists, He would be there as well. They can't say He's not there.
Yeah.
God is
Don't the Bible say his feet is in Sheol?
the who? What now?
Doesn't the Bible say that the God's feet is in Sheol?
It says that. Where does it
Yeah,
say
I think
that?
so. Hold on.
I would love to know that one. Hell yeah. His feet? Why his feet? Okay. You guys are going to be in the toenail of Christ.
Hold on, let me find it. There you go. Not his feet. It says Psalms 139, 7 and 8. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, where can I go from your spirit, or where can I flee from your presence? If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, you are there. So it says he's in both places.
Oh, see? So, yeah. So, yeah, my argument would land pretty well. Sheol's not hell, is it? It's not really.
That's what they call it. Yeah. At
Oh,
first, it
oh.
was just death. It was just the grave. But
Right?
Christians have turned Sheol into hell, into Hades.
Matter of fact, let me jot this down, actually, so I can use that in my argument. It'll fit pretty well. Hang on, let me. What's the scripture again? 1 second.
139, 7 through 8.
Yeah.
Awesome. This is gonna do well.
Well, I mean, I don't see it being nothing surprising. I mean, if God is everywhere and he can be in heaven and hell at the same time, else the Bible says Satan was back in heaven again and doing shit too. So I guess they both got the same kind of power.
Yeah, that is true, Nelly. I ain't think of that. Huh.
Well, I never understood why Christians say that the God is good all the time. I never understood that when the Bible clearly tells you he's not good all the damn time. And in
because
Right.
they've
fact,
been
95%
indoctrinated.
of
Because they've been
yeah.
indoctrinated to see anything that he does, even calamity, death,
Oh
doom, and
wow.
destruction, as good. They can't
Yeah.
see evil and call it evil. They have to call it good.
So with that, why don't they see like when bad things happen to them as good? They just see it as, oh, Satan's trying to stop me, or something like that.
But it's also good that Satan's trying to stop them because
What?
God, right? Like it's all for God.
Ah, I guess.
They see
Damn.
that, like, I saw a video the other day of this lady. She had made like this AI thing of her running, and
Mhm.
Satan was coming after her because she's chosen, right? And she sees it as if the devil was not trying
Uh-huh.
to attack her,
Right.
then that means that she wasn't chosen. So they see it, even the things that they believe the devil is doing, it's because they're chosen.
But doesn't that throw away the God is my shepherd, I shall not want, or God will put a a hedge over me and protect me from all evil? Is it? Doesn't that toss that out the window?
Hmm.
You
Oh
think?
my day.
Right. Like they have been, like today there was a believer in the comments saying the battle is already won. Then she, like 2 minutes later, she goes, "We wrestle not against flesh and blood." Uh no, she said we fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and high places. And I'm like, is the battle already won or are your ass still fighting? Like, how do you hold these two contradicting beliefs at the same damn time, 2 minutes apart?
that's that's amazing. Wow.
Then she
And I was
responded to
like
me.
that.
Yeah. She responded to me. She said, the battle is already, no, she said, Satan has already lost, but we still fighting. Well, who the
Fighting
why?
who then? Who the who you fight yourself?
Exactly.
You're like, all right, put him up. Who you fighting again? I don't know, but put him up.
Like,
That's amazing. Wow. Okay. All right. Dang. Okay. I still wanted to tackle number two before I drop off here and let somebody else come up. I'm not sure if anyone's in the thing, but belief just yeah. Right. If their belief is justifying dangerous and immoral things, then it should be tossed out because now it's just teaching people to be okay with injustice,
mhm.
and that injustice would also apply to them, as in like, well, I'm deserving of it, so it doesn't matter. We would lose the sense of justice because they would try to rationalize why it should have happened to you, why you deserve it to have happened to you.
It
All acts.
it only becomes an injustice when you realize it's an injustice. But as long as you don't realize it's an injustice, it's just.
Mm. Oh yeah, you actually kind of cook with that one. I ain't gonna hold you. You kind of cook with that one. Okay, then let's see you. That's why you up here. That makes sense. I see it. Yeah, that's true. Like if your view on what's just is, well, whatever the God does, then nothing is unjust. It's justified. Everything that occurs to you was planned by the God. It was divinely inspired, I guess. I don't know what to call
What
it.
What do you think Black Christians think about what's happening right now with the gerrymandering and many of the Black congressmen losing their congressmen and congresswomen losing their positions in the government? The same thing that happened during Reconstruction. Do you
Right.
think this is a work of the devil or the work of their God?
If they're gonna, in which they never do, if they're gonna follow their theology where everything is ordained by God, God has a plan, this would be a part of God's plan, and they can't say that is unjust that is happening because it would literally be going against their theological lens. And again, they don't follow their theological lens, which is why it's confusing. So to me, I would think that they think it's for a good reason, especially for the MAGA Black supporters. I think they think it's for a good cause, or some of them might think it's not even necessary, or something. Well, maybe they will use the theology like, oh, under God we're all equal, kind of Paul thing.
I think a lot of them think that their God doesn't have anything to do with politics, and they believe that it's always been a separation of church and state. And
Mm.
yeah, I think because they don't necessarily read their Bible or
Mm.
study the history, they don't understand that what exactly what they've been indoctrinated into is a political focused text. Because in ancient Israel, the God was a political system,
Mhm.
and the political system was the God, just like in Rome. And so it's the fact that they don't see how their belief system is embedded with politics and believe that there's actually a separation of church and state is just it's really interesting to me. But I think a lot of them think that this is not a an act of their God because their God doesn't do politics.
Right. But that's weird because all of the stories, war is a part of politics. You can't escape that. The majority of the stories is like, oh, God went to war with Nineveh, or something along those lines, or when Jesus was flipping the tables within the church, it was kind of a political protest against what was going on in the church. Because I'm pretty sure if the God was the political lens, then the church would be like the state house. I don't know how that would work. Okay, in
It
that
feels
sense,
like that their idea is just like comic book, because they focus on the talking snake and Adam eating the fruit
mm,
and Jonah in the well and the flood and the Red Sea, you know.
cartoonish.
Yes, like they focus so much on the supernatural claims in the
Hmm.
book,
Hmm.
and they completely ignore the political aspect of the book. And
Right.
when they say the law, right, the law of
Hmm.
Moses, we couldn't keep the law of Moses. That's like saying I couldn't keep the laws in the United States.
Oh my day.
And they don't they don't realize that, like, when they look at the law of Moses as some
Hmm.
spiritual legal code and
Right.
not necessarily the legal code that governed a actual nation and its
Mm.
citizens. And that's what it was. Like, it's a legal code. Like, it literally
Right.
has separate laws for the criminal justice system and how the judges are to try cases, and how
Right.
the kings are not to get special treatment in the law, which Yahweh broke.
Mm.
um
A lot for King David, yeah.
yeah, and they don't realize that when the Israelites would go and make war with other nations and force those other nations into vassal states, which made
Mhm.
that whole town slaves to Israel, they would force them to adopt the civil laws of the Mosaic law. They were not in
Mm.
covenant, right,
Mhm. Mhm.
with Yahweh, but they had to obey the civil laws, which means they took on Israelite culture, right?
Right.
That's politics. That's colonization.
Right.
And they don't realize that like they look at everything as, oh, it's spiritual, like it's cartoon, it's fairies and magic wands and God open, it's just, I don't
Magical
know,
fish
very
guys.
childish like belief.
Yeah.
And it makes me think about when Jesus says that when you come to him, you must come to him like a child, and a lot of them have very childlike imaginations and understandings when it comes to this book and its history of its people. And they think what's happening over in the Middle East
Uh-huh.
is not what their God would want. And
Oh.
Bash had a conversation with one of them,
Mm.
actually two, and he was reading in the Bible where Yahweh tells the Israelites to go into the land of Canaan and do exactly what we see happening today.
Mhm.
And they were like, nope, nope, that's not what he meant. Nope, that's not. And he's like, what do you
Oh.
mean? Oh, that was just for them. That was just for them.
Oh
But that's the
no.
land today. Like, who's supposed to be there today? Like, do you believe this happened? Yep. Do you believe that the promise is eternal? Yep. Do you believe that his chosen is supposed to be in the land? Yep. Then who's supposed to be there? And who's supposed to be driving the people out? That's on that land. Like, they don't
Mhm.
connect the two. That your God, no matter who you think should be doing it, Somebody is supposed to be doing it according to your God's Bible. And it's like they're shocked when they're like, oh shit, that's true. It's like, oh shit, you're right. Like these
It's
words
the
actually do
denial
mean that.
afterwards.
Huh?
Yeah, it's the denial afterwards. I think I caught the wind of that. I think I was at the gym and I heard that and I was like, I was laughing hard at the gym. Because I was like, the denial is so there. They're doing their best to deny it, and that's why they're like in shock right now.
Yeah, because they've read it like a comic book. And I don't
They
think,
really did.
yeah, I don't think these people in these stories are real to them, no more than they are, aren't real to us. Um,
Hmm.
they somehow, the same way they hold contradicting beliefs, somehow they read these stories as if they're reading characters in a book to find inspiration for themselves, while at the same time
Like
holding
nursery
this,
rhymes.
yeah, kind of like nursery rhymes, yeah. hmm While at the same time holding this like flimsy layer of truth
Hmm.
to it, but that layer is just like to protect the nursery rhyme underneath, right? Like it's
Oh
like to
wow.
hide the fact that they really just see these people as characters in a book that they can learn lessons from.
Right. Okay. But yeah, it's the fact that they can't see that it's a political lens is weird to me because it's been used politically throughout for centuries. Like for war, if they don't look, they don't look up the history of Christianity. Maybe that's why they don't see it as it's a political thing. That might be the cause, or maybe it's because it's shameful to them in a sense. Like they don't like how things are being ran politically, so they're like, "Ooh, that's not God. That's not. I don't like the way this is."
Well, they definitely deny the history of Christianity and say that that was their God, but they don't look at the history of Israel. Like read, like if they were to actually read the Bible, right, and then
Mhm.
look at Israel in history, um, then they would be able to see that it's political, and they wouldn't have to focus so much on what the early Christians did, because it is not as different as what the Israelites did in this book. It's not different than the ancient world when it comes to war and going into other lands and conquering other people. Now, in actual history, the Israelites never conquered anybody by military, right?
That checks out.
Yeah. But the book says they did. So, like, you can deny the early history of Christianity all you fucking want to. Your book says they did what the early Christians did.
Right. Oh man, that's hilarious. And they claim wholeheartedly that this is a historical book or it has history within it. And I'm like, nah. I think history would disagree a ton with this. It's just the people who believed in it, really, who really, really wanted it to be true, enacted, used it to enact these, what was it, prophecies? Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
That,
Yeah.
that's
I've
that's.
always called Christians, and I got that in my book too.
Mm.
I I say that time travel does exist with a Christian because you have to be a time traveler to believe in the God because you live in two different realities and you have to leave the real reality to go to your alternate reality to believe what this book says. That's the only way that you can believe it. You have to leave reality to do it. So, like Thika said, yeah, you have to have a childlike mind in
Mm.
order to believe this. Because I mean, here is 2026 now, and we still got people believing that that a snake talked, that a donkey talked. We got people believing there was a global flood.
Oh
We
damn.
got people believing these things, and we know that shit's not true.
Yeah.
But in order to believe it, you got to have a childlike mind. You got to be in an alternate reality. You got to live in uh, a childlike state of mind. There's no way, because there's a grown man and a grown woman. And thinking logically, there's no way you would believe that.
Right. And you would have to also reject all of the actual investigation that was done on the world, as in, like geology, history, and all of that, all of the science behind it. You would have to reject all of the data in order to like believe it. So you would really have to like to come to Christ, right? To be like a child, you would have to be gullible to believe this stuff. I've always put it in the comments, faith equals gullibility. And if you don't know what gullible means, just Google it and you'll see that it kind of lines up with faith
Yeah,
by definition.
there was a guy on Mama Bash's live today. YouTube, listen to this shit. He literally said that Jesus died for reputation management. And he did not use reputation management, but I'm going to tell y'all what he said. Jesus died not to free them from, well, he freed them from sin, but not so that they could stop sinning, so that they could not be condemned for sinning. So so his spirit is saved from sin, but his flesh still sins. So he said that you're not supposed to tell him that he's a sinner because he believes in Jesus. So people who do bad things are not sinners if they believe in Jesus. Check this out. The only sinners on the earth are people who have not accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. Even if they don't do anything bad, they are the sinners. And you can call them sinners. But if a Christian does something bad, like shoot you in your face, you shouldn't condemn them. That's what he said. He said you can be like, hey bro, you shot me in the face, but you can't make
No.
he said you can't make them feel bad about it.
What?
Yes.
Is that why the P files be up in the
I was
gang?
like,
All right.
what am I hearing? Like, what the absolute fuck?
Damn it. Yeah, get rid of the theology. Get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Because what we doing, we got people. This actually lines up with number 2. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, don't call me a sinner. Like, that's so wrong. He said you shouldn't tarnish a person's character just because they do something wrong. You have to give them the opportunity to not feel bad about themselves. He said you see people who kill people and they be in the court laughing about having murdered somebody. And he said, but that's because they didn't get an opportunity to apologize. Like, what?
Man, listen, no, yeah, no, yeah, okay. So they're trying to me, what it sounds like when they said, "Oh, don't make them feel bad for the sin," it said, "Don't make them feel unjustified by their actions." Hey, no, that was an unjust action. You should feel bad. You should feel empathy. That's the key component of being a human. That's a part of it. Yes, you are a shitty human for doing that, and they're trying to remove that from just Christians, but everybody else. We don't get the same. Okay.
Bash had to say, what is an actor? What is a painter? What is a runner? He's like, a person who acts, a person who paints, a person who runs. So it's the person doing the thing. So if you're telling me that a Christian who sins is not a sinner, he said no. Like,
Okay.
what? He said,
The
how are you?
logic.
He said, how did you flip it? How did you flip it like that? Because I'm saved by Jesus. Like, what?
See, logic doesn't work in fairy tale land, guys. Come on, you know this. It never tracks.
They
It never.
excuse their shit by the blood of Jesus. Like, every last one of them that I've talked to that's answered their question, did Jesus die to save you from sin or to make you sin free? They all say, oh, he died to save me from sin. But what they really mean is that he died so that I can do fuck shit and not
I
be
feel
held
bad.
accountable for it.
I've heard, I don't know, I think one of my friends has said this, that a lot of people become Christian because they've done some horrible shit and they feel bad. And so being Christian makes them feel, oh, I'm not that bad. I can be forgiven, but they're not searching for forgiveness via the person who they harmed. They're searching for forgiveness from a magic man in the sky, and they're not going to change their character. They're just going to pretend to be good in order to get into heaven. But deep down, they've gotten zero character development. They haven't grown or change, and that's why a lot of them reoffend or do the same thing again, and they say, "Oh God, please, I'm a fuck up. I'm a fuck up. Come on, man, you made me like this."
Yep.
You
I'm only
know,
human. We're evil from birth. Like there was a guy that got up there and said, "See, like me, like I fucked my longtime girlfriend's daughter," and we was like,
Oh,
"What?"
okay,
He was like, "What did you just say?"
all right.
And then
That's a,
I was like, "Was she a minor?" And he hesitated,
oh
and
no.
then he said, "She was 25." Like,
Mm-mm,
still, motherfucker.
mm-mm,
Like, you just
mm-mm,
got up here and was just like me, I fucked my longtime girlfriend's daughter, and I'm forgiven.
mm-mm. No, gang. No, that's not the vibe. That's not.
you know,
Hell no.
I noticed that, over time, and I think where it really, really hit home is when preachers, evangelists,
Mm,
uh, I guess good news spreaders or whatever you want to call them, once they realize that they could actually hide behind the cloth and do more dirt,
mm,
shit just got really out of hand then at that point. You know,
mm,
because I mean, if you look at it, you have uh priests and all these people out there that are supposed to be men of God and stuff. They do some of the worst things to humanity and they hide behind the cloth, you know? And for some reason, I mean, well, I ain't gonna say for some reason, I'm gonna say just because it is God and he is the person that is holding the cloth or wrapped with the cloth or wearing the robe, then we hold them as they're closer to God. We look at them as being closer to God, so they can get away with hell. They can get away with murder. They can,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah, because they're scared to. They be like, "That's God. God going if he doing something wrong, God gonna get him. That's
Yeah,
God's man.
Mm,
Like
and
that's
that's
not my
dangerous.
place." Yeah, very
That's dangerous.
dangerous. Yeah,
that
gotta be
is
Very.
careful.
dangerous.
I say it all the time because when you, especially a child, when
Mm.
you teaching a child that, because a child is already in the land of make believe, so it's
Already.
easy to convince a child that there is something out there that's looking out for you, that's going to protect you, and this, that, and the third. So when you convince that child of that, well, if I'm not there, God will protect you. And that child, man, I mean, think about it. That
Mm-hmm.
child, people, not even just the child, but people will put themselves in bad situations thinking that a God is going to protect them.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's what makes it more dangerous, because you actually believe that this super deity is out there protecting you. I mean, that right there that's the greatest mind-blowing trick I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I've never seen nothing like it.
I
I'm
think that's very
serious.
dangerous, Nelly. I think that's very dangerous because they're not preparing for the risks that could happen. So like they're going out there with zero plan. They just
Exactly.
they're just free balling. Oh hell no. No
Exactly.
armor on, no nothing.
They talking about Daniel in the lion's den. I like to see your ass walk in the lion's den.
Quit your job right now. Go ahead, quit
I
your job.
like to
Let's
see
see
it.
you. Yeah, let's see it. Quit your job right now.
They actually think they have dominion over a lion. Like,
Really?
yeah.
Hey
Yeah.
man, somebody bring a line in right now.
And
Let's
that's
find
where
out.
they came up with when lions attack. Shit.
Oh hell no.
Yeah.
Oh man, I hope the African community is like starting to like deconstruct a bit faster because of Ebo Noah. I really hope that they figured it out that this is some bullshit.
They don't make that man famous.
They made it.
Oh
They
yeah.
bought a Bentley, and I was like, oh
Yeah.
word, that checks out. That
He's
checks
signing
out.
autographs and everything.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh man,
I
that was
I I
hilarious.
watched a movie today. Not today, yesterday, about a young man in Malawi who created a windmill. Okay, um, he is in the U.S. now. His name is William Com Com Kamkwamba. I can't say his last name. But um, he, they had a drought, right? Okay, so the movie is based on a true story. The movie starts out. he's having dinner with his family and they're praying and they're thanking Jesus for always taking care of them and providing for them. And mind you, like, I'm looking at their living conditions, okay? And they still don't have running water. They have to take water to this place to shower outside. Um, the they're fighting over wheat, right? They're robbing each
Damn.
other houses for food because they're starving. The government has gotten out on them and convinced a lot of them to sell their trees and their lands that their ancestors have left them. And a lot of them are homeless and hungry.
Oh no.
And this one family, the father, like, I felt sorry for the father because he was, working his ass off trying to send his son to school because his son was very smart. He paid the down payment but couldn't afford the rest. And his son was sneaking into school, got caught, got expelled. And I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, like, they just keep thinking Jesus. And a drought came and they went months without being able to eat. The daughter ended up leaving because she was over it. She's like, fuck this. Because they had to choose one meal a day to eat. And the mom chose dinner time, and the son wanted to eat breakfast, and the daughter was like, I'm fucking done with y'all because I'm not, like, I'm leaving. Like, there's no reason for us to stay here, and y'all just keep staying here. And so that made the father go, like, he was really stressed. His house had got robbed. All the food that he had stored up had gotten stolen by other men who were hungry, like a gang. And so the son is still figuring out, like, he's sneaking into the library. He read a physics book uh, called Energy in the Wind, and he learned how to make a windmill. So he's trying to get all these parts together, like a bike wheel and the Durango from one of the bikes. Like, his dad ends up beating him up, and
Oh no.
he's like, stop thinking about school. Stop. I need you to learn how to farm. Like, and he's like, I know how to fix the problem. I know how to bring water. And his dad was, like, really mad at him because his dad was stressed because he couldn't feed his family, and they had an infant on top of that. But the young man kept working on it despite what his father said. And they were out there in the hot sun trying to dig trenches so that they could pour water into it to get the seeds to grow. And then his windmill starts working, like the electricity starts working, and water starts coming out, and they started celebrating. And he ended up building multiple windmills. He went to South Africa. He got a scholarship at a school in another at a nearby African town. Then he went to South Africa to go to college, and then he ended up getting a scholarship to Dartmouth University, um, where he helps now building infrastructures with water and electricity in Malawi. And at the end of the movie, he put a quote there, that is all God. And I'm like, no.
Oh no, gang.
I'm like, holy shit.
Damn
Damn.
it.
The same
Damn.
motherfuckers who brought you Jesus could have brought you fucking windmills. They knew
Yep.
how to do that shit. Them same motherfuckers who brought you Jesus could have put pipes in your ground to make sure that you could shower. They brought you Jesus and left you without water.
Oh my
That
god.
was all you, gang.
Oh,
That was all
dang
you.
it. Bro gave away all of the credit because I feel like that would have been more inspiring to people to actually get up and do things. Like if you said, yeah, that was all me. Took the credit. Inspire people to be human and investigate and do things. But no, just give it to God. So now there's people that's gonna be on their knees, like hoping and praying that they get an idea. Like, God, please, ideas.
Man, like, the men were raping women and shit. Like, Jesus was letting all that go on. Jesus was letting y'all starve. Jesus controls the weather, and he let a 3-month drought happen.
Mm, mm.
Knowing y'all need to eat, knowing y'all fight, like, and I'm looking at them, and they're still having to fight over wheat, right? Like, I,
Damn.
Jesus? And I don't understand how like what goes on in their mind. Like Jesus made sure Westerners had a more comfortable way of life than he does
Mm-hmm.
Africans.
Oh man, it's like it's the self-hating, and they don't even realize that it's self-hating. It's like, dude, the folks who are doing swell, they're not struggling like you. They're not even coming down there to help you out, and you think Jesus is helping you right now? Hell no, that's insane.
I wish we were not like more indoctrinated into giving ourselves credit because he was a bright young man. He's
Mm-hmm.
39 today, still
Oh, lit.
doing amazing things, and that's because of him. Like
Mm-hmm.
he's a really really intelligent young man, and because of him, because he pulled together pieces and when I was like looking at his story, I had to go online and Google him and read articles about him. He reminded me
Mm.
of our ancestors when they were enslaved, especially the one who created the steamboat engine, and
Oh,
how
lit.
he went and got like little scrap metals and stuff, uh and that's how he created his first steamboat engine from scrap,
We're
right?
so fucking cool, dude.
Oh my fucking gosh. Like
We're so fucking cool. During the time of like, bro, you were like on the chopping block to be, you gonna be hugging a tree is what I'm gonna say for TikTok purposes. Bro did that during the harshest time.
yes.
Oh my days! Wow. And we still boil water today. We still use steam powered things today, like
Mhm.
the nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
Technically, that was his come up technically.
Yeah, the refrigerated trucks that
Oh yeah.
that was a black man. The
Oh, look at
refrigerated
that.
trucks that haul our food and the 18 wheelers and shit. That was a black man. Like
Wasn't the ambulance made by black folks too?
not I don't think the ambulance was. I think the paramedic system started with
Ah,
black men. Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. That checks out. Man, we're cool as shit.
Yeah.
Oh man,
In,
I know like
in the
the street
toughest
lights.
times, right? While being discriminated. Like I
Yeah,
wish that we could see how awesome we are as people. And that it's not a God.
it's us.
It's us.
It's just us. It's always
Yeah.
been street lights. That's us, man. Come on, guys, lock in. It,
Hmm.
it, it, it's sad that we're not even taking the credit anymore. We were thought to just not take credit or be inspired by our ancestors because that your ancestors were evil, demonic, and all that stuff, and so we had nobody to look up to be inspired to do things, because if you inspire a kid to do something, bro, they're gonna go far, man. But now we're just like, no, you can't do it without this magical thing in the sky. Let's come on, guys, you know this. Like, no, what the fuck? It's never been a god. It's always been humans doing the thing. Yeah, they
The
just
like
thank
even
us.
the long distance airplane that we use today, like the design that we use, the fact that it can fly as long as it does, that
Uh
was a
huh.
black man. His name was
Which look,
Charles Chappelle. Now
look at that.
the Wright brothers bought the idea of an airplane off of another guy. They did get the airplane up flying first, and I think the longest they
Mm.
flew was like maybe 75 miles. But Charles
Was it?
Chappelle with scrap, okay, like
Nothing.
he built it himself with scrap, built the first airplane that flew, I think like 400 and something miles, and
Yeah,
that's the design that we still use today. Like
that's
it's
pretty good.
and out
That's
in
amazing.
the harshest times, like he was in a contest, and if
Oh
he
wow.
won the contest, okay, but
Uh.
and they made him take a picture by himself. The
Oh
other white
no.
aviators didn't want to take a picture with him.
Oh, what a. Okay.
He had
Well,
to take the picture by himself.
it's poetic. Actually, it's kind of poetic. It
Yeah.
shows that it's only us, bro. Only us.
Yeah, I wish we just would take credit and stop.
Mm.
Like even I don't I don't think that we as a community actually have the grit they had when they were enslaved.
Loki. I'd say that. Yeah.
we
Kind of lost that.
we sit around and we wait for somebody to tell us that we're supposed to be doing a thing or that we can do a thing. We scared to fail, right? Like
Yeah.
we gonna go viral for failing, for trying and failing, so we won't
But
do
it's
it.
scary to fail as a black person
It
because
is
you
very.
lose everything.
I
There's nothing you
fucking
can
failed.
fall on.
I have fucking failed. I had to start my company over, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of that right now. It is not
Mm,
easy. It's not easy.
it's
It's a lot
scary.
of stress. It is a lot of stress, but
Mm,
you gotta just fucking do it. Because if you
uh,
sit there and you are afraid and you're still not doing anything, you might as well try and fucking fail.
yeah.
You want to get a good laugh. I do this every now and then just to get a good laugh. I hear people say, well, if it wasn't for God, I would not be in the position that I am in today. And then I'll say, okay. I said, what? Can you tell me how you got to that position?
Mm.
Then you hear, well, I did this, I did that, I did this, I went here, I went there, I. You'll never hear them say, God took me here, God took me there when they're explaining how they
Right,
got
yeah.
there.
Oh,
I
and
laughed my ass off when they said it. I
if they
think it's
do
so
say it,
funny.
if they do say it, just say, wait, so God drove you in the car to get there, or did you get in the car and get there? You
Yeah,
just
Fee
start breaking
asked a
it down.
guy today who said God gave him 1,800 acres with a 16,000 square foot house. And we were telling him, no, you did that. And he said, no, God did. God gave me that. And Fee said, whose name is on the deed? Do you have a deed? He said, yes. She said, whose name is on it? He said, mine. Exactly. You did that.
Damn
Like,
it.
bro, they said God told him to build a Neverland.
God told him? Okay.
Yeah.
I
I
guess
think
God
it's
is final
funny.
word.
I get a good laugh out of it every now and then. I have to do it. I have to.
Oh, so I get it now. So the God can't do anything useful. He can only tell you to go and get up and do something. That's pretty much it. He can't give you the key to curing cancer, but he'll tell you to get up and do
He told him to
I tell
build
you,
an
basic shit.
amusement park on
I
his
tell
That
you
on
too.
what,
That too.
he said
I
he
tell
told
you
him
what's
to
even
build, yeah,
funny.
the Michael Jackson guy. He told him to build an amusement park on the 1,800 square feet so he could bring help elderly and autistic people
Ah.
who are going to live at the Neverland that he's building.
Mm. I tell you what's even funny too. I mean, it people, criticize me for laughing at it, but I laugh. When somebody is in surgery and we out there waiting, for the doctor to come and tell us how the surgery went.
Mm.
And the doctor come back and the surgery was successful. And the first thing come out of our mouth, thank God. We don't thank the surgeon just yet.
Oh
We
damn.
thank God it
Mm-hmm.
happened. Like
Yep.
what the fuck?
The God did not need the help of the surgeons. The surgeons were just standing guard. They were just like, we're gonna watch. Go ahead.
And I always said, if I was a doctor and they said that, and I come out there and say, well, the surgery went well, and they said, thank God. I say, hold on, let me go get him.
Yeah, he's right here. It's just a picture of me. It's a cutout.
Oh my goodness. I just find that shit hilarious, man. It is just so funny. And they don't even realize it when they're saying it. They do not realize it. When you question them about it, they don't even realize it. That they're not saying
Mm.
nothing about God. They're talking about what they did.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Oh,
man.
it's funny.
Oh, dude. Matter of fact, charge him extra. God said he also gives them a bill. So
Yeah, we asked them like, if God did it, why the fuck are you paying a hospital bill? Like, and then my daughter told me today, oh my God, she told me today that her friend works in an orthopedic office and showed her a picture of a man who was unhoused, whose foot, he had diabetes and his foot had gone gangrene, his foot had died. And she said he had so many maggots. He had, like, the maggots had eaten his toes down to bone and they had started on his heel. And she said, Mom, there were so many maggots coming out of his foot. And I started to cry because I'm just thinking about the fact that he had been dealing with that for 10 years, living on the street, and the fact that he shouldn't have to.
mm-hmm.
He shouldn't have to. But people want to tell me that there is a God.
Hell no, man.
Why did it take 10 years for somebody to say, "Hey, let me help you with that foot"?
Mm. Yeah. Wow. That actually speaks value, man. That's like, damn, dude. Everybody's been giving him thoughts and prayers for 10 years.
10 years.
He,
You know how many churches have probably brought him a sandwich and a fucking bottle
oh,
of water?
no. Damn.
Getting their check marks in. And
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie. When I was a Christian, we passed out plates to unhoused people, right? Like my
Mm-hmm.
father would open the fellowship hall, and the nights that we didn't have church, they could come into the fellowship hall and sleep. Like as I think about it, like I know my father had a love for helping people, but also it was a check mark. Like somebody saw that man's foot. Now I
They
will say,
ignored
if
it.
my dad saw somebody sick, he would take them to the doctor. Like he was just that type of person.
That's what's up.
But I
Hell yeah.
can't say that I'm that aware to that I would notice it and be like, "Hey, we need to take you to the doctor." If I saw it, I would probably be like, "What is that? Like, what's going on there?" I would ask
Fucking
questions.
hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I felt that. Last week I gave this lady she was trying to make me buy her beer and whatnot, and I was like, "Ma'am, keep your money." And I went in there and I bought her a pack, and I was like, "Have a good day." And in my head, I was like, "I should spread the word of atheism."
What? No.
I
No.
did it. I walked away. I said, "Hey, have a good one. Here's some Corona," and I walked away. I mean, technically, that is the word of atheism.
Oh my God.
Here you go. Have a good one and leave. Don't be like, all right, let's sit here and read John chapter. Oh, I
We don't
did.
need atheist evangelists.
I was thinking about it
We just
though.
need humans who care about other humans. That's it.
Oh, man, I was really thinking about it. But I appreciate y'all letting me up here, laugh it up, chop it up and all that. I'm getting kind of sleepy now.
All
I'll be
right.
in here listening though, in sleep mode.
All right. Have a good one, Six. Thank you so much for coming up.
All
Yeah,
right,
you too.
six.
Bye, Nelly.
All right, bye.
Selena. The ghost of Selena, goodbye.
If I hear any of y'all out there on the corner with a fucking megaphone talking about come out, Jesus, come out. If I hear any of
I've
y'all,
inspired the community. Go out and
I'm
preach the word.
disowning y'all motherfuckers quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Amen.
I saw somebody in the comments say atheists do reverse exorcisms and be like, "Come out, Jesus, come out." I swear, don't y'all be out there doing that shit.
No.
All right. So I did see several comments say that so it was a mixed bag. Several people said I am on the FYP. Several people said I'm not. I am seeing nerd out the nerd out the nerd. It is 1 a.m. So I'm about to stop it and start it back. Okay. If you're here, come back. We would love to have you back, but we're gonna try to hit the FYP because I don't think we're on there.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back. And you two, bear with me 1 second.
All right.
Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. And we are here to have conversations about deconstruction for Christianity. Thank y'all so much as we try to jumpstart the algorithm. I hate this third time's a charm bullshit. I'll be glad when they get enough training to the algorithm to where we don't have to do this. But y'all know what to do. Share the live. Help us get to 100. Make sure that the live shares are authentic. Share it to your stories, repost it, share it to DM, share it to Facebook, to Instagram. Don't share it to Twitter. We don't need them motherfuckers in here. They are irritating. I need some food. Y'all gonna hit my stomach in just a second. Simple Jack.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
38.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm just like a believer in God.
Is it the God of the Bible?
Of course.
Okay. Why you say just like? Like what is that? Like what?
What
What
do
does
you
that
mean,
mean?
like what?
You said I'm just like. I was trying to figure out what that meant.
Wait, I am confused. What do you mean?
Never mind. I don't think you realized what you said when I asked if you were a believer in the God of the Bible.
Yeah, listen, I'm black and slow. Move on. Go ahead.
Oh, so you're racist and
Yes.
insecure.
Yes.
You're a insecure European.
I'm the average black person. Go ahead. Go ahead. Move on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like, can I ask you a real question?
Yeah, sure.
Why do racist white people want black people to know that they dislike them so much?
I have no idea. I'm black.
No, can you answer that question for real?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm black.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much for letting me know. Have a good one.
Okay,
Okay.
my queen.
All right. Bye.
You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
was kings and
Yeah.
queens and shit.
I know. I hope you
Mm-hmm.
get self-esteem one day.
You
I
know
know
what I'm
you're
saying?
failing
We
in the
was
world of
kings
white
and queens
supremacy.
and shit.
Yeah, you're failing in
We
the world.
built
Hold on.
everything
Hey,
Section 8
hey,
Ebonics.
hey. You're failing in the world of white supremacy and you're feeling some type of way. I actually don't hope that you feel better one day. I hope you drown in white supremacy failure.
We was
Bye.
kings and queens and shit. Mm-hmm.
Yep, and you weren't. You was a redneck vagabond. They have very low self-esteem. Like when they see black people enjoying themselves, they hate it and it makes them insecure because they're failing in the world of white supremacy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
And I would say it's sad, but it's also a very beautiful thing to see. If you understand it. Like if you understand the reason that they behave the way they do, the reason why
Right.
they want you to know that they hate you is because they hate themselves and they cannot succeed in the world of white supremacy. It's a beautiful thing. But a lot of people, unfortunately, don't know that yet. And so they get upset. Um, for me, it's more of a nuisance because I don't allow they can't define who I am. But a lot of black people allow that to get to them. Aqua Star Girl, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? Y'all, feed the beast. Continue to share the live stream. We are at 77 shares. We only at 4,000 likes. It's gonna take some work to get us on the algorithm into the FYP on Thursday. Y'all really did it up with feeding the beast and tapping the screen and commenting. We're gonna have to do that. It is 105 Central. Again, I will not be live Monday night, as my son is graduating, and I will be with my family, and it's gonna be a long ass day. So I'm taking my ass to bed when I get home.
I know that's right.
It's gonna be a long day. Then
Yeah.
Saturday is gonna be even worse. So I have a lot of decorating to do, a lot of cooking to do, and then a lot of cleaning up to do. Ugh. Y'all be lucky if y'all get it Sunday. No.
Oh
Now,
shit.
Sunday, me and Fee will be on the Atheist Experience together at 4:30 um, Central. So um, we'll definitely be there on Sunday. What's up, Nay?
Hello, Miss Sinker. Hello, Mr. Nelson. How are you?
Good.
I'm
How are
doing
you?
great.
I'm doing well. I wanted to come up and share a little story about the power of prayer. Um, I have recently been dealing with a skin rash on my arm and my hands. And I got really bad, like, sun itch, sunburn, and stuff like that. And my family had like a little get together last weekend. And I was telling my sister like, ugh, this heat rash, it doesn't look that great. It's like, you know, just blistered skin, like a bad sunburn. And I was like self-conscious about it. I didn't want people to like see it when my family came over. But I was like, okay, whatever, I'll just, muster through it. So I come from like a first generation immigrant family from El Salvador. And I have this one cousin who is Catholic. And of course, like the first thing that they do is they see my arm and they're like, what happened to your arm? And I just explain it, like, oh, it's not a big deal. I get this all the time if I don't use sunblock and stuff. And it's like my family's big as fuck. Like, there's like 30 of us all standing in the kitchen. And she grabs my arm and starts to like literally lay hands on me, and like mouths like a prayer and like rubs my rash, which you shouldn't do, right? Like, it's like, first of all, you don't even know it's like this could be contagious for all you know, which it isn't, because I wouldn't have let her come anywhere near me and I wouldn't have been around people. But she starts like mouthing something, and I know she's basically praying, like while stroking my arm. And I like started to like say something to try and like get her out of that, like get her out of that, for my own sake, and she basically like dismissed me, not like in a way that was like, it was like, it's like, when someone's like shushing you with like their facial expressions or like their body language.
Yeah. Hmm.
It was like, that's basically what she did as she continued through mouthing her prayer. And I was like, well, that's great. Like this thing that I was like already kind of self-conscious about, felt like I already had to do a lot of explaining and like talking to people about it. I was like, this is basically like the worst case scenario. It was like an affirmation of what I was like, I really don't want to go through anything like that. Do you know what I mean?
When you say go through anything like that, what you talking about, the prayer or?
Yeah, basically like someone pray over like my my heat rash in a room full of my family to like make it visible for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like to call attention to like my my skin condition.
That
And
made you feel like exposed, is what you're saying?
yeah, like exposed, like exactly, like exposed, like people were calling it like almost as if it was almost like spectacle,
Mm-hmm.
like it was almost like she was like doing a performance,
Wow.
making herself feel better,
Wow.
but while also kind of like acting within like
Was she
um
praying loudly?
no, she wasn't praying loudly, but it's like it was like a mouthed prayer,
Mm-hmm. Did
um
anybody else notice it?
um I think people noticed it because I noticed that people weren't looking in my direction. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like, oh, something intimate or spiritual is happening over there right now. Does that make sense? It's almost like they, like the rest of my family, like kind of like turned a blind eye because it was like, oh, like maybe he needs this healing, or like he needs like this moment of privacy for like, or maybe she needs a moment of privacy because she's the one praying, you know. I felt comfortable enough to like step outside that day, right? So I didn't need a moment of privacy. I think it's like they saw the prayer as like needing, it's like confinement, you know, like, but it just had me thinking because, you know, we always, we make like these like, you know, stupid, like thing, like, it's like, you know, when we call people like rapists and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, I was trying to get on the screen so TikTok could see me. So like,
no problem.
go ahead.
It had me thinking like, I think that like the reason why we feel that way so much is because it's like when people pray for others, it's like it's always like about like the body, you know. It's like always feeling like entitled to the other person's body that they pray for. And the reason they think that is because their God is like entitled to all bodies.
Yeah. This is what I be talking about when I say I hate when they come into the chat and they do that. Like they're not grabbing my arm the same way she grabbed yours. And I definitely understand the violation, but it does feel like that violation is still there even when they do it in the chat online. And they don't feel like they have to ask for consent because they think that they have access to your body, your mind, your life, and you can't say anything about it because they believe in a God and you don't. And they're doing it on behalf of their God, and their God is the one and only true God. So like, why are you even rejecting prayer? That makes you evil if you say that I can't just do what I want to do with your life. And if you even try to say, hey, if you're going to do that, ask first. Let me give you permission first to do that. They push back and say, well, if you don't believe, then why does it matter if I do it?
Yeah, or it's like if you ask for permission, it gets turned into like, oh, you need permission for God to like enact his divine healing upon you, you know. It gets conflated. Like if I pulled my arm away, for example, I didn't because I froze. If I pulled my arm away, for example, it wouldn't be, she wouldn't attribute it to like the discomfort of the setting or the physical component. It would be like, oh, he is refusing God. You know what I mean? And those are two very different things. They can both exist at the same time, but it will always be like a refusal of God.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that grown ass adults don't understand boundaries. Right? They don't understand consent, even when it comes to something as simple as that. And I try to explain it as them, just walking up to you and dyeing your hair without your permission. If they actually believe that their prayer worked, then you would think that they would be more careful with it and more responsible with it. But they just blur, like it's just willy-nilly. This is how you know that it doesn't work. There's no power to it because they're just doing it whenever the fuck they feel like it to whoever the fuck they feel like it. Like nobody waves true power like that. Like if somebody actually had the power to just like wave their hand and shit happen, they would be fucking careful with their hands.
Right. I mean, damn. uh, if it worked, I would have been like, hey, can you come with me to the ATM really quick? I need you to do this on my bank account right now. You know, like, but it's just I think it's interesting that you point out that they have a fundamental like misunderstanding of what consent is, and I think it really goes back to like this very archaic and twisted framework that incorporates like their God's love and like love in general, you know? It's like love for them will always equal entitlement.
Yeah. Flower Garden said, Flower Garden said they couldn't do hand jobs. That would be true. That would be true. They'd be fucked on that one. Not literally fucked because they wouldn't be able to do hand jobs. But yeah, they could.
Yeah. But yeah, speaking of prayer, I don't know if you turned on the news at all today. And this goes back to something else that you were saying about the shit that they pray about, you know. There was like a giant like Christian nationalist. They literally called it a prayer festival that happened today at the Mall of America. And I think I think that the orange dude like called in from a golf course in Virginia to read a verse out of Numbers, like on a projected screen. And it's just sort of like, come on, like y'all have got to like at some point this is just it's just satire, you know, like it's like you almost have to see it as satire, but unfortunately it has very real damaging and incendiary repercussions that like you see all over the world.
Yeah. Somebody said in the comments, RIP separation of church and state, that's an illusion and always have been. Them motherfuckers been doing prayer breakfasts and prayer dinners at the White House for the longest.
Yeah, I think today's was like they were basically like, yeah, we're like a military also, by the way, you know. But yeah, that's all I wanted to share. And I think it really crystallized like that whole experience really crystallized like the whole prayer thing for me in a way that was like a good reminder as to like why deconstruction is so important, is because it's about examining that sense of entitlement.
I agree. Well, thank you so much for coming up, Nay. And I'm sorry that happened to you. Next time, hopefully you won't freeze and you'll yank your arm back and tell them that you either would rather that they ask you first or keep their prayer to themselves.
Yeah, and I mean that's like the other thing is that like, yeah, it's like it's hard to also hold up a boundary. But it was definitely like a lesson learned, and I think I also learned a lot about myself too, like how I have to stick up for myself in those situations. So thank you, Thinker. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
All right, you too. Bye, Mr. Nelson. Bye, Selena.
Good. All right. Good night, man.
Good night, Nay.
Hey, Selena, we've been saying hi to you all night.
Wait, I'm trying to be quiet.
Oh, were you asleep?
Twice, yes.
Yeah, girl, I don't know why you just don't go to sleep. Why don't you just go to sleep and let somebody else come up here while you sleep?
Cause I'm good now.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, we are trying to salvage the live to get on the FYP. We had some good conversations before, but I did see that we were in the corner of the app where it was mostly followers and fan club members. Subscribers and fan club members in the live. So I don't think that we were opened up to the general population of the app. And again, the only way to do that is for y'all to be feeding the beast. You got to be awake. You got to be commenting, and you got to be sharing. If everybody in here is asleep and people are waiting to comment before there's a conversation on stage and nobody's requesting up, it's going to be very difficult for us to break into what they call the quality traffic of the app. Yeah, I feel like I should be at a like a talking really fast. What is it? An auction.
An auction, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I need to be like round one. Everybody come on up on the stage. Somebody send a Michael Jackson name. Let's see some hearts and nerd it up in the chat. Everybody come on. Let's get on the FYP. Like I feel like I need to be doing that. It's 1:00 in the morning. It's 1:23. Everybody starts waking up at 3 a.m. in Eastern Standard Time. It's almost there. We got about an hour and a half to go. Somebody get up on the stage. That's what I feel like I need to do. I don't like doing that though. I really don't.
But I mean, we got 233 plus people in here. I mean, guys, come on. Let's just take 15 seconds and just tap the screen for 15 seconds. Everybody tap the screen, and let's get the numbers going. Let's just try to make it work.
I mean, we're doing good for 23 minutes on a restart. Like 239 people, 150 shares, 47,000 likes. Just gotta do a little bit more with feeding the beast, and I know it's that costs money, but TikTok is a business, and that's what the fuck they be looking for. So that ain't on me. Also, don't be afraid to come up and have a conversation. We do get a lot of racists that want to come up. Every time they come up, I'm going to ask them that question because I want to know. I want to know, why do you need me to know that you do not like my black ass skin? I want to understand that shit.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I do you think we'll get one that will actually answer that question? I
I
think the fact
doubt
that
it.
I think the fact that he wouldn't answer that question solidifies what I'm saying it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Eastern Pacific. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sending the tap me's. Thank you so much, Kendall, for sending the May. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Go ahead and send another one. Send the Michael Jackson up. Let's get somebody up in here that's actually going to be on the stage. That ain't falling asleep. We don't know that they're up there. They're dreaming about Jesus Christ and the Yahtzee. Hold on. Hold on. Eastern Pacific. Are you on stage on purpose or an accident, friend? All right, we're gonna take you down. We're gonna see if somebody else is gonna come up here. This ain't gonna last long, y'all. I do not perform well under pressure.
Mm-mm.
You said I need less coffee. I've only had one cup. I actually need another cup right now. I'm trying to get a conversation going so I can go and get me a cup of coffee. Kayla?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Can I have a witness? Can I have a witness? No. Hey, Kayla. Hi, how are you? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Okay.
And
Are you?
it's rude to ask a woman her age.
Well, okay.
29.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it was just a joke.
Oh, I was going to say, can you see me at the top? Because I am a woman and I'm 45. I'm about to be 46. I thought I was 47 all year, but I just realized that I'm
Sorry,
actually
my
45.
grandma, my grandma always. Sorry, it was a bad icebreaker.
No, that's okay. Are you a
Sorry, my grandmother always told me it was rude to ask a woman her age.
Oh, that's okay. I've heard that before too. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I was raised a Catholic.
But what are you today?
I don't know.
You don't know if you believe in Jesus or God?
Not really.
Why is that?
Um, a lot.
What do you mean? Have you been deconstructing?
Not by people, but by circumstances, maybe.
Do you know what I mean by deconstructing?
Yeah.
What do I mean?
I think that circumstances have a habit of deconstructing us and
Not just circumstances.
taking
No,
us away from things.
no, no. Um,
Yeah.
no. Deconstructing is you uh, questioning your beliefs in a God or a belief system, a religious belief system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I do.
I'm sorry.
I do question it.
You do
I'm
question
sorry.
it. Why don't you know what you believe though? Why don't you know if you believe in a God or not?
Well, okay. It's really hard to explain. I
Do
do.
do you pray?
I do.
Who do you pray to?
God.
What's the God's name?
God.
The God's name is God. What, like, you could be talking to any God.
I know.
Now that sounds like a waste of time. Are you inebriated?
No.
You've not been drinking.
I'm.
It's okay. Like if you have, you have. You're a grown ass woman.
I question.
Can you answer my first question? Are you inebriated?
No, I'm not.
No.
Ma'am.
Um, what is it that you question? That pick one of these topics. Topic 1, topic 2, or topic 3.
One,
What is number 1? Can you read it for me?
the indoctrination of the Christian beliefs has been one of the most harmful things that's happened to humanity.
Mm.
I
And
agree with that.
you agree with that. So, what is it that you agree with that?
The thing that I believe in
Which
is
is
the
what?
worst thing that anybody's believed in
So you do
because it's
believe in the Christian
harmful
God?
and it's horrible.
Wait, so now you
And
do
it's,
know that you believe in the Christian God?
I don't know what I believe in,
But you just said the thing you
but
believe in is harmful.
no, I know that I believe something that my grandmother gave me. Ma'am.
What?
I don't
It
know if I
doesn't matter who
actually
gave it
believe.
to you. But you just said the thing I believe in is harmful. That's what you just said.
Oh,
You're not
well,
driving or
maybe
anything.
I
What's
do.
going on out there?
Oh, no, sorry. There's race cars.
Where are you at where there's race
Sorry.
cars?
Um, I I live in a small town, so about 20 kilometers down the road, there's a racetrack, and because I live in a mountain, it just kind of reverberates.
Mm,
Sorry.
that's okay. It sounds like you might be inebriated. I'm not sure that you're capable of having this
No, I'm
conversation.
not. I'm not
I
sure
I definitely
of
don't want to take
what I
advantage of you,
am.
okay?
No,
No, I
you're
don't think
not.
that. I don't.
I'm not inebriated in any way.
Are you sure? You sound like something's off.
No, I'm sad, is what I am. Big difference.
Sad and then caused you to
Well,
drink.
maybe. No, I don't drink, ma'am. Sorry. I don't drink.
Do you think that I can tell when someone is not uh, of their sound mind?
Uh, I don't like to say this because everybody kind of yells at me about it, but I'm autistic. Sorry.
I'm autistic.
I'm not very good at this,
Very good at what?
at saying what I mean,
What did you request
and
for, Kayla? What did you come up for?
I want to know
What?
something.
What?
Even if I question, even if I don't believe sometimes, am I still allowed there?
I have no idea, Kayla. That tells me that you have no idea where you are and that you are bored and that you're just looking for someone to talk to. This is not that room. I have no idea, Kayla. Yeah.
No, I'm not
hmm
bored. I'm looking for answers.
You're in the wrong place,
Thanks
Kayla.
for not
But
helping.
Kayla, had you read the room, you would know that you're in the wrong place to get the answer to that question. You don't know where you are. You just scrolled the FYP and hopped in, didn't you?
No,
Yes, you did, Kayla. Are you? I don't. I want to. I don't want to ask this question. You said that you're sad. Um, I don't want to ask this question because I want you to be safe. But have you slept tonight? Is it nighttime where you are?
yeah.
Have you slept tonight?
Well, it's still night, so not yet.
It's still light. Mm. What are you
It's like
not? Where are you at? Are you in
7
America?
o'clock here.
7 o'clock. What country are you in? Are you trying to leave the app, Kayla? Are you trying to leave the stage? I could take you down. I think she's trying to leave. Are you trying to leave the stage? I'm not breaking you up. I saw what you said in the fucking comments. You're just coming up to fucking troll. Kayla? All right, go ahead, go to sleep. Goodness gracious. She straight lied when she said she was not inebriated.
She straight lied when she said it's 7 o'clock.
Swiggle World?
Yes, piece of greenies, piece of greenies. I
How are
was
you?
listening. All right, piece of greenies. I was listening to the lady before. Actually, there's a lot of people that's turning into that, even
She's
though
Oh, it's okay. I don't want to talk about her.
I'm not talking about her.
No,
I'm
I
just
don't. It's
saying.
okay. It's not, I don't want to. I don't want to. She's not here. I don't want to go there. Is that the only reason why you came up?
No, I had noticed this. I noticed the numbers are here 1 through 4,
Mm.
and no one knew what's the purpose behind this. Like, what's the end game behind these 4 questions or
To
dialogues?
discuss them. Like, why do y'all ask that question?
He's
Like, what do you mean? What's the
They
he's
end
all seem
game?
the
muted in the
same.
comments.
Because they all
Like,
seem the same. They're saying the same thing.
they're
The
not. No,
number
they're not. They're not saying the same thing. But like, it's interesting to me that y'all be wanting to know the end game. Like, it's like, what do you expect to happen at the end of a TikTok live? When you leave a TikTok live, what do you expect to happen to be the result?
Well, one, me myself, because I'm a content creator and I study and teach worldwide.
Mm.
It's for something new. And
What do
so
you
when I,
mean?
so when I'm gonna finish.
No,
When I
I'm
see,
asking when you say something new. Do you mean you should learn something new? Is that what you're saying?
I learn something new every day, all day. I don't
Mm.
wake up or do nothing without finding something new. That's my thing.
Okay. Who
So,
sets that end game for you though? Me or you?
huh?
Who sets that end game for you to learn something new when you join a TikTok live? Do you set that goal for yourself or do I set that goal for you?
Oh, it's a human nature. It's part of human growth and change to do better than what you did yesterday. So it's really not what I think it is. It's just part of human evolution that you want to do better than yesterday.
Right, but I'm
So you,
asking who sets that goal for you to learn something new when you join a TikTok live, when you hit request
oh,
and
it's my nature. I just
that right,
that's an
you
effort
set
thing
that
I
goal,
do.
right? Right.
No,
So
no,
why
no. It's
ask
in my
me what the
nature.
end
No,
game is?
I answer the question. It's in my nature. I think it's
I said right. If it's in your nature that when you join a TikTok live, that you will learn something new, why ask me what your end goal is?
Once again, me learning something new is asking questions no matter what it sounds like. It's the point of getting a solution.
Which is why I just asked you, why are you asking me if you set your own end goal?
Once again, I didn't set my own end game. I said I'm learning something new.
You
So,
didn't
so,
set it. Okay.
so I'm listening to when I see the word indoctrination, harmful, dangerous, chosen topic, and I'm hearing black, Israelite, black. I'm like, this is the same conversation.
Where do you see black Israelite black? I'm so fucking confused.
Okay, well, number one, I see indoctrination, harmful. Number two, I see dangerous. Number three, chosen, this topic. And number four, black, Israelite, black.
It
That's
says,
what I
why do black people want to be Israelites or
again,
want I'm sorry. There's a whole sentence there.
I
Why
understand.
do black people want to be Israelites or want Jesus to be black so bad? That's what that says. I have no idea why you always saw black Israelites black.
He only read the colored words.
Yeah, y'all don't have to mute him. Y'all don't have to mute
He's
him.
colorblind.
Swiggle, you're on mute.
Uh, Once again, I don't use that type of language. I'm just looking. I'm a speed reader. I'm a condensed reader, so I don't need to read line for line. I can just see the PowerPoints in each word. The power statement you have in the color is indoctrination, in color harmful, in color dangerous, in color chosen,
Oh,
and
what's dangerous and what's dangerous? I'll give you just a sec. I want you to tell me what is dangerous in topic 2.
da 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 da. Mr. N, you
Well,
want to block me or what you have to say? What's
no, she wants to know what is dangerous.
well, it's on her panel, so I'm repeating what I'm reading. So obviously, what she's reading is the indoctrination, Israelites being black and is dangerous, and I really agree with all four of
Wrong.
them.
You're wrong. Like
Wrong.
each topic has something different. That's why I went off of the app so that you could not read the rest of topic 2 because you claim all you need to read is the main word in blue, and you knew what topic 2 was about, but you didn't. Like I don't know. Like
That's not what I said.
why is
That's
it
not
so
what I
fucking
said.
difficult for y'all to actually have conversations? You claim that you are
That's
capable
not
of
what I said.
learning, but you came up here
Sir, that's
thinking
not what
that
I
you already
said.
shut up while I'm
Sir,
talking.
that's not
Be
it.
quiet
I don't
while
got
I'm
it set up. I
talking.
don't got it set
Be
up.
quiet. Then get the fuck off
Your
my
panel
stage.
was ready.
Then get your ass off my stage. Then, god damn, y'all are so insufferable. Y'all think y'all know every fucking thing. You're incapable of learning. You're incapable of being taught, and there's no purpose in having a conversation with you.
You're raggedy. Your thing
Bye.
is raggedy. It's
Goodbye.
old. It's
Goodbye.
old. It's
Goodbye.
old. It's
Okay,
regurgitated.
cool.
You're
Goodbye.
indoctrinated. You're
Bye.
domesticated. You're
Bye.
domesticated, just like the rest of the
And you're
planet.
insecure. And
Domesticated.
you're
You're
insecure.
domesticated. That's why
Okay.
you have no soul,
All right.
and you still say the same old stuff. Black
Okay.
East Florida ain't same old stuff. You're weak, man. You're
So
weak.
proud of
You're
you.
weak.
So proud of you.
You, you,
Goodbye.
you don't even see what you don't even see what you got in there.
Goodness gracious.
You don't see what you
Why do
got
they
in there.
always beg to stay?
I'm
What?
not begging to stay.
You
Cut me
are.
off. I'm,
Look, there we
what it
go.
is
There we
what
go.
it is
I
you're
ain't
a
gonna leave.
slanderer.
I ain't gonna leave
I don't
woman.
got you. You're a
Ain't no
slanderer.
woman gonna make me
You are a
leave.
slanderer.
Ain't no
You're a
woman gonna
slanderer.
make me
You're
leave.
in doctrine.
Oh my
You're
God. Y'all
dangerous.
are
You're a chosen
insufferable.
topic. And you one of these prime example of black Israelites that think you know everything and think you the end all
Oh,
be
wait. You
all.
think I'm a black Israelite?
You got it on there. You must know something about it.
If your fucking ass would read the whole motherfucking
Oh no, no,
sentence,
no.
you
See,
wouldn't say that dumb
what you
shit.
missing the point is
You
if you don't
are
know nothing
dumb.
about it,
You
why
are
are you talking
fucking
about stuff
dumb.
you don't know nothing about?
You are fucking dumb. And if your motherfucking ass would read the entire sentence, talking about I
That's the
don't use
problem. You
those
don't know
types
nothing.
of words, motherfucker, you can't read. You don't understand words and you don't understand context. Now you up here showing your whole swiggle ass, making a fool of yourself. You should have left, motherfucker.
See that you're the victim. You're that person that your panel was talking about. You're indoctrinated.
Yeah,
You're that chosen topic about you being dangerous.
you're right.
You're that same black Israelite, that black woman that don't want to hear
Yeah,
nothing new.
you're
You're the one
right.
that's programmed and
I am.
domesticated And so when you break it down, you want to seem like you're the teacher.
Yeah.
You're saying the exact same thing
You're
that no
so
everybody else is
correct.
saying.
You're so
I know I'm
correct.
correct.
Yeah.
I know I'm correct.
I believe in
I know I
Yahweh.
am. If
I
you read
believe
your
in
own panel,
Hashamayah.
it's the
I
same old
believe in
stuff.
Yeshua Hashamayah.
I don't subscribe to that. You can check my
Jesus
channel.
gonna get
You can
you,
check
Squiggle
my
Squiggle.
listen. You can
Jesus is
check
gonna
my
get
channel,
you.
baby.
He gonna come down and he gonna say
Hey, baby, hey,
Squiggle
listen.
Squiggle with the
Hey, I
wiggle
hope he
wiggle
do, Joe,
and the
because I got
nigga
self with
niggle
Jesus.
and the ziggle ziggle.
I
Jesus
got
wiggle
self with
wiggle.
Jesus.
Do the Jesus ziggle. That's what
I
Jesus
know
is
that's
like.
right.
And the
I know
wiggle
that's
wiggle.
right. That's right. I don't like Jesus
Get the
either, so
fuck
we're on the
down.
same page.
Get the fuck
I
off
don't
the
like
stage.
Jesus either, so
Get off
see
my
language?
stage.
See the
You
language?
begging
Just get me
motherfucker.
off, because you're indoctrinating. You're
Nah,
dangerous.
you begging
You're dangerous.
motherfucker. God damn you, non-reading
That
ass
guy
bitch.
was just stupid. I
God
mean, he's
damn,
just stupid.
fucking ridiculous.
I can't even entertain his dumb ass.
I swear, men get on my fucking nerves sometimes. Be the dumbest motherfuckers on earth at some times.
Thank you, Sunday, for the gifts.
Oh goodness gracious! All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open and you are 21 and up. Y'all, why the fuck I forget I was on camera when I was doing the swiggle swiggle? Nigga, oh my God. Oh my God, they get me ready to argue for no fucking reason.
Mm-hmm.
Man. That like how hard is it? He goes, I don't use words. I don't use those type of words. All I need to do is read dangerous, indoctrination, harm. Like this is what I'm gonna tell you how this motherfucker read this shit. Indoctrination, harmful, dangerous. He skipped choose this topic. Black Israelites, black. You trying to say
He read
black
that.
Israelites, black, indoctrination, harmful, dangerous? Like, well, how the fuck?
He's
He read
just
choose this topic.
stupid.
How
He's
in the fuck?
stupid. I just busted out laughing when he said black Israelites black. I said, what the fuck is he talking about? Well, fucking, you skipped about
Oh my
15 words, nigga.
God. Why are they like this? Ugh.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious. Why are y'all like this? I don't understand it. Maybe I'm as bad as a racist ass white man, thinking that women have to learn everything from them. Like the competition is just, like it's unfucking necessary.
It's terrible. Whew.
Oh gosh, I'm literally trying to get somebody to come up here and talk to you, Nelly, so I can go get some coffee. I just want some coffee. Not another cowboy. Are you really not another cowboy? Are you there?
He's asleep.
That's what it sounds like. I don't know if we're gonna be able to salvage this live, guys, because I don't know. Y'all need to get y'all asses up here. Yeah, I do need some coffee. It is a quiet night. It is 1:46. Again, I will not be live tomorrow, so we have to make this worth it. Have some good conversations. Don't be scared to come up. I saw somebody say, I'm scared. Don't, like, I'm a fucking human. Being scared to talk to me, that shit pisses me off. Because what the fuck am I going to do to you through the fucking screen? Other than scream. Like, I don't get it. It's just a conversation, guys.
That's it.
I mean, it could be life changing. I ain't gonna lie about that. It could be life changing. But also, you are safe in your home. You may not be safe in his arms, but you are safe in your home. There is a screen in front of you. Okay.
That's wild.
Nelly said, why you saying like that? That's wild. CR1 official TV.
Oh, hello there. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
How old are you?
28. How about you?
Um, Hold on. Is that PFP the PFP of the guy that be doing those videos? Is that's not you in that PFP, is it? Is that you?
Hello?
Is that your PFP or is that a PFP of another influencer on the app?
Oh, what do you mean?
Is that your picture in the PFP?
Oh, yes.
Does he look like the guy that be doing those videos? The one that be talking like really fast. Y'all know who I'm talking about?
I think I do.
Oh, I think I got the idea, but I'm just a simple person. I'm not nobody of no. I'm just a humble student that just going through life trying to help people, and that's it. I'm not no major person trying to be no celebrity or anything. So
Look, I just wanted to make sure that you were a real person and not someone using that other influencer's picture. Because if that is you, y'all look alike.
oh no.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, what?
Your question was, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? And I said yes. And then I said, how about you?
But I gave you 3 options, not 1. But okay, so you are a believer. Okay, I'm gonna let you talk to Nelly so I could go get some coffee because I need to wake up. But I need y'all, if y'all can hold on for a second. Let me talk to my folks. Folks, TikTok and YouTube, help me out because I'm gonna miss the fuck out of y'all tomorrow. I really am. I'm gonna miss y'all. I'm gonna have with fucking draws because I ain't gonna be able to talk to y'all tomorrow. I ain't gonna be able to chill with y'all. Oh, nobody else is live. I ain't gonna see y'all again till Tuesday motherfucking night. Make this motherfucker count, please, for me, please. I'll be right back. All right, go ahead, Nelly.
All right. Okay, CR. Choose a topic, 1, 2, or 3.
Number 1.
Okay, can you read it for me?
The indoctrination of Christian beliefs been one of the most harmful things to happen to humanity.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on that?
No, but it's just the perverse version. Yes, when people try to take it and indoctrinate slavery or do things with it, then yeah.
But slavery's in the Bible. I mean, in fact, your God condoned it.
Yeah.
So why is that not harmful?
Well, and then, once again, I'm a student, but it's at least what it seems from back then, it was a good thing at first. And what I mean by that is, it was people, they would have a great debt or things like that, they'd be in poverty. And an agreement between a rich, wealthy king or queen would be, okay, you can come work for me, you can leave at any time, but you're my servant and I would take care of all of your bills and pay off all your debt. And then if at any moment they want to leave, they could leave. But then over time, people would perverse it. They keep the person. They would beat the servants and things like that. So yeah.
Okay, well, that's not true. So since you're a student, let me school you. So first of all, the working servant, as you would like to call it, that was really for the Israelites. That wasn't for anyone outside of the Israelites. The God instructed the Israelites that they could not enslave another Israelite, but they could go into other nations and enslave those people and pass those people down as an inheritance to their children. as a permanent slave.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not harmful?
Yeah.
Well, that came from your God.
Yeah, that's what I was agreeing. I was saying, yeah, yeah.
So you agreed that the indoctrination of the belief system is harmful to humanity. So you believe that.
I mean, so like once again, just the at least from what I've shown, and that's good to correct me because I'm like I said, I'm all for learning. So if I describe something wrong, I'm all for being corrected and taught stuff. So, but at least from what I've gathered, it made sense. So like for this day and time, if you had a great debt or how people have college debt or credit card debt, I'm trying to correlate it here. And then all of a sudden you go to a wealthy person that they may work for Wall Street or something, and then they say, okay, work for me every day. I'll pay off all your debt and you can leave at any time. It would be no, right? But then over time, it seems at certain times people would perverse it. They would keep the person. They would, if they didn't perform work correctly, they would beat them and make them work. And then they told them they couldn't leave. Things like that start to happen. But at least the first one I described, where paying off college debt and stuff like that, at least what I gathered was happening first, where it was a good thing where you could leave if you wanted to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think you quite understand. Have you ever read Leviticus 25:39?
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know it off the top of my head, but yeah, of course.
Well, if you read that, then you would know that the God, to make a long story short, the God taught the Israelites how to be slave masters. That's basically what the God taught the Israelites. And the God told them that they could not enslave another Israelite. They would just be a servant. They would work up to a certain point and then they were free to go back. But when it came to other people outside of an Israelite, when it came to other nations, they could go in and enslave those people and they could pass them down to their children as an inheritance. Now, the God also instructed that you can beat your slave as long as the slave lives for, I think, 2 days, if I'm not correct. If I'm correct, it's 2 days.
A day or
So
two.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
you said what, Thinker?
I said, yeah, a day or two.
Yeah, a day or two. So after a day or two, if he died, then so what? So he dead. So this is all coming from your God. So my question to you, I'm just going to ask you a simple question. Do you think it's right, or do you think it's godly, or do you think it is moral to own another human being?
Oh no, of course not. There's a lot that's been brought up to me, but
Is your God a loving God?
Hold on, Nelly. You said it's been brought up to you, but is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
But
oh no,
what?
I said no. In that particular, I said no, but I said it's been a lot brought up to me. It was off topic, but it was several things similar in the likeness of what we're talking about now, where they were bringing up verses of, in particular, like when, what was it, the other female, very knowledgeable, she was sharing, it was some verses about the end times where you have to slaughter the unbelievers, and then I was like, where's that at? And then she started reading it to me and showing me. So yeah, verses
Isaiah
like that.
13. Have you heard about the slavery before? Girl, hey Bria, y'all my baby girls in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Bria.
Oh yeah, but at least what I share is just explaining to people about being kind, uh, overcoming evil with good, defending people that are innocent and can't defend themselves,
That's
things
your
like that.
response to slavery, to the slavery passages in the Bible?
Well, no, just with the topic of indoctrination, that's at least what I um, go for when I'm sharing something with somebody. As far as being a student, that's what I share and encourage people to do: be kind, forgive. If somebody's innocent and they're in danger, protect them if they can't fend for themselves. Things like that. I don't really condone where certain verses you can pull up where it says, right, hurt the unbelievers or things like that or anything of that likeness.
Yeah, but you keep not answering my question about slavery.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry if it sounds like that. I'll just okay. What was your question about slavery? I apologize if I went off topic. I'm sorry.
How
What
do
was
you
that you said?
approach these scriptures about slavery? You said you've heard them before. How do you just overlook them, or you just say nope, that's not true? Like,
Oh no, I just have to read it and take it like as it is. I mean, there's slavery, something where a very knowledgeable female she brought up where bears attack.
please stop referring to women as females. We are women.
Oh,
Females
okay.
can be anything. You do realize that, right? Right? Like a female could be a lion, a tree, an insect. Right? You realize that, right? Like referring to women as our genitalia, as our sex is derogatory, degrading.
I mean, I'm just okay. If you say so, there's a lot I could say or prefer, but as
But why would
just
you?
being
Why would you? Why would you push back on that? But what's the reason?
exactly. I
What's the
mean,
reason that you would push back on that if a woman says, "Do not refer to me as my pussy"? Why would you push back on that?
right, exactly. So that's all I'm saying. That there's no harm, no foul
No, you
done
said
or
if you say so.
intended.
Like
That's
I'm being told that you were told this earlier today.
alrighty. Okay. So once again, no harm or no foul was intended. So I do apologize. As I don't know where you're trying to.
Have you
But I
noticed
keep
that you
saying
haven't said males one time, and you've said
once again, I'm apologizing.
I
So
understand that you are
I've moved
apologizing.
past
I
the.
I mean
Yeah.
this is what believers like to do. You guys like to say you're sorry, move past it, and never actually change your behavior, right? And in order to
Well,
change your
okay, that's why
behavior,
I'm gonna
one
correct
second,
you because not
one
changing
second,
would have been me
one
being
second,
rude and
one.
doing it
No,
again.
you did because again, you were
No, I
told this
didn't.
earlier on a different live. Yeah, see what I mean? You guys don't like to change your behavior. Like the reason
Yeah.
y'all believe in this belief system is because you like shortcuts and you like to excuse yourself. You were told this earlier today to stop doing that, and here you are doing it again. This is why your belief system is harmful. Bria, I hope you learned something watching mommy stand up for women. I hope you're paying attention, Breedy. Show me. Hey, how are you?
Good night, everyone. It's 2 o'clock a.m. over here. How you guys doing?
You need help? Oh
Me?
shit. Hold on. Nelly, take this and I'll be right back, okay?
Oh, that's good,
Okay.
Mr. Nelson. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Good, good, good.
You,
What?
you,
Hmm?
you know what I wanted to touch on? Number one.
Okay.
And
Go
man to
right
man,
ahead.
let's talk about all of thinkers' indoctrinations. Yep. Let's start with
Talk.
number one. Up here telling everybody that she is a young single entrepreneur. Meanwhile, I've been in her DMs for the past year. I ain't get a number, a text, or nothing. What kind of indoctrination is that? I mean,
Well, that would be a conversation for you and think of. That wouldn't be my conversation.
I had to take advantage while she wasn't here.
I hear you. I hear you.
So I did want to discuss with you guys indoctrination. And let me ask this. It goes both ways, right? The indoctrination can be good. Indoctrination can also be harmful. And I definitely can relate to the harmful type. And I'll start with that, and then I'll go to the good, and then we can you guys can tell me what you think. But to have a point of discussion, I would say that it introduces more good when it comes to indoctrination than it does negative. So let's
Are
start
we
with the
talking about the
harmful.
Christian beliefs?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So let's start with the harmful. And I just to make sure, I recognize some of the harmful things. So for example, the teaching not to, the teaching, the indoctrination not to be critical thinkers, right? When you follow Christianity, it tells you to have faith and just believe and stand still and wait on the Lord and wait on the Holy Spirit, be led by the Holy Spirit, right? And people follow this. People actually say, okay, I'm gonna wait on God to do something, and God doesn't do anything. Perhaps because he's not supposed to do something, because it's not biblical for him to do it. But he doesn't do anything, and then that person ends up in a worse state than they were. Had they done something, had they took some action, they probably would have had a better situation. I recently joined an investment group, but it was a scam. BG Wealth Management. It was a scam though. But I joined it. Somebody asked me to join it. I joined it. And once I realized it was a scam, a lot of us realized it was a scam. We said, you know what? Okay, we're coming out of it. There are people in the group giving scriptures. Wait on the Lord. The Lord will have the last word. God don't do crypto. That's it. It's a loss. Like, don't bring scriptures into it. If anything, contact the FBI, contact the Washington Financial Institution. Do something that actually can probably help you get your money back or bring the people to justice. Don't tell people stand still and wait on the Lord, especially when the scripture you're talking about, you have to read the full context. God instructed them. God instructed them to do Moses to deliver the people from Egypt. God didn't instruct you to go and do crypto. So one of the indoctrinations that is harmful, and probably the biggest one, I can't think of a bigger one than that, is the indoctrination where people at a young age are convinced not to think critically, just accept it in faith, whether you can prove it, whether you can't, accept it in faith. So that's the negative. That's one of the most negative things I believe that happen as a result of indoctrination of the Christian belief system. However, I think the good far surpasses the bad.
Okay. Well, let's can we put that theory to the test?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, great. I want you to name me 10 things that the God has done for humanity that
You're
was
putting me
good.
through this test again, Mr. Nelson. You gave me this test already.
I know. Well, hey, we got to do it. Because obviously you're trying. Because, see, I like to use the phrases that most humans like to use. If the good outweighs the bad, then hey, run with it. But if the bad outweighs the good, then you might need to rethink what you're doing. So you just told me that the good outweighs the bad. So I would like to test that theory.
Okay, so let's try to do it your way, but then I'm going to explain a reason why that parameter might not be the proper parameter.
Well, I'd rather you explain it. Go ahead.
Well, you asked me to name 10 things, right?
Yes.
Maybe I don't need 10 things. Maybe I just need 2 things that were so impactful to the world that it would surpass the other 8 things that I could mention.
Okay, give me the 2 things.
The first one I would say is to do good to others.
And God said this?
Um, when we talking about indoctrination, we're not talking about literally what someone said word for word, right? We're talking about indoctrination, an idea or belief someone fed you based off of the Bible.
Yes, but you have to understand exactly what was said and why it was said and who it was said to and who it was for.
Okay.
Just because it was said don't mean it was for everybody.
Right. So when we talking about indoctrination, right? So let me, you asked me who said that. So Jesus did say, love your neighbor as yourself. And we
Okay.
did go through this. We did go through this that
Mm-hmm.
when I went through this with Pink, that's another guy I talk with up here. When they're saying love your neighbor as yourself, they are talking about the Jews. They're not talking about me and you. But the topic is indoctrination, right? In other words, from that indoctrination of love your neighbor as yourself, and from many people, including myself at one point, not understanding that that passage is speaking about Jews,
Okay. Let's stop right
people were
there.
in,
Okay.
I'm just going to finish. People were indoctrinated that you should love your neighbor as yourself and do good for your neighbors. That's a good
Okay.
indoctrination.
Okay. You think that's good. Okay. Let's see how good it is. You're going to love me the way you love yourself, right?
Well, my first thing was do good to your neighbor.
Okay. You're going to do good to me like you would do good to yourself, right?
I would just say I will do good to
Well,
you,
no,
for
no,
you.
no. We got to go with what the passage is. We're talking about indoctrination now. So let's run with the indoctrination. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do good to your neighbor as you do good to yourself. However you want to say it.
Right. But if we're
Okay?
talking about indoctrination, we have to say what is interpreted by the idea, not just a verbal and literal word for word what it says, right?
Well,
Indoctrination.
you can interpret it any way that you like to interpret it. But the
Hmm.
whole common goal, the goal is to treat your neighbor as you would treat yourself, correct?
Right.
Or love
That's
your
what it
neighbor the
says.
way you would love yourself, correct? That's the end goal, right?
The end goal is to do good to your neighbors.
Okay, do good to your neighbors. Now,
Hmm.
I got a question for you.
Hmm.
Do me and you agree on what's good?
It depends on what we're discussing, I'd imagine. But
Well,
I
no,
would say,
it's just a simple question because what you think is good might not be good for me. What you think is love might not be love for me. What you think is right might not be right for me. So I think that is the most ridiculous thing to say or even try to do is love somebody the way you love yourself. Because everybody loves different and everybody accepts love different. Everybody wants something different. So when you say I'm going to love you the way I love myself, now you forcing me to love the way you love or to conceive love the way you conceive it.
how do you come to that conclusion?
It's pretty simple. What I said was, do you think me and you love the same exact way? Do you think me and you conceive love the same exact way?
No, I'm sure we don't.
So then how can you love me the way you love yourself? You should love me the way I want to be loved, not the way you want to be loved.
When this passage is saying love, if we're going to keep quoting it, love thy neighbor as thyself, when I hear it, I imagine as that saying that goes, treat others how you want to be treated. So I guess you disagree with that too.
I disagree with that. Absolutely. Because your type of treatment might not be the treatment I want. What you consider good treatment might not be good treatment to me.
Hold on, show. Are you no longer deconstructing? Or are you still a Christian? Like, what are
No,
your?
I'm speaking from, well, I'm having a discussion on indoctrination. I'm not speaking from, yes, definitely still deconstructing, but if I could call it that, I think that would be my word for now. Because even I still ask myself that, but not to get so distracted. I'm speaking about it from a Christian's perspective, though. Thinking.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Um, so yeah, so when this, okay, so you disagree with treat others as you want to be treated.
I totally disagree with that. I think I should treat others the way they would like to be treated. I don't treat others the way I want to be treated because we might not agree. I mean, think about it. I mean, hey, I like to get up in the morning and I like to eat Frosted Flakes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and get my neighbor and have them eat Frosted Flakes every morning like me. Hell, they might like Cheerios.
Well, again, it's how you look at it perspective. If I am dealing with someone that, then I will ask them. I can ask them, what is it that you would like for breakfast, or what would be your preference for breakfast? Doesn't mean I just go over and give them a bowl of Frosted Flakes or whatever you just said, right?
Okay, well, let me say it this way. Have you ever heard the saying that, let's see, I want to say it, I want to make sure I say this right. Have you ever heard someone say, love me the way I want to be loved? Have you ever heard somebody say that?
Yes.
Why do you think they say that?
So that the love that they believe that they are receiving is something that they can resonate with. I hope I'm saying that right.
Okay, well, let's say it this way. How, when you're getting to know someone, and I'm going to use a woman an example, since we're men talking, I'm going to use a woman example. Do you think that woman wants to be loved the way you want to love her, or do you think she wants to be loved the way she wants to be loved?
I'd imagine a woman wants to be loved the way she wants to be loved.
Better yet, do you want her to love you the way you want to be loved, or the way she wants to be loved?
I would want a woman to love me the way I want to be loved.
Has it
Like
always been that way?
No. I think that would be another topic.
See, it doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. So even that passage where it said that Jesus said, love thy neighbor as thyself, I mean, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous, because if you're a believer and you believe in free will, then you're violating their free will. Can you see that?
So when I'm thinking of this scripture, right, I'm thinking of it as reactive, not proactive, because and I think I discussed this with someone before. The person he was discussing this with, he asked him, "Who is my neighbor?" And Jesus describes who his neighbor was, right? And the story of what is it called? The certain kind of man, the good soldier or something like that. Okay, so the story goes like this. A man becomes incapacitated, all right? The good Sherman, why can't I think of this word?
It's Samaritan.
He's talking about the good
Samaritan, yes. The good Samaritan. So he describes that. So when he describes the neighbor, he's describing a situation where the neighbor is in dire need of help, not going over and offer him a bowl of cornflakes or anything like that. This person is in dire need of help. and the Samaritan helps him to the maximum ability that anyone could imagine he needs to be helped, and then goes on about his business and makes sure that his services is even covered past what he was receiving, right?
Okay.
So this is reactive, not proactive.
Okay. So love thy enemies. You love your enemies?
I mean, I don't want to lie.
No, you don't.
No, I don't to both questions. No, I don't want to
So
lie.
so you
And no,
so
I
you
don't
see
love
how
my enemies.
this is playing out. It doesn't matter which way you twist it. It doesn't matter which way you say it. It doesn't matter how you sugarcoat it. You can sugarcoat it any way you want. But literally, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous to love your neighbor as you love thyself. It's ridiculous to love your enemies. It's ridiculous.
I don't know if it's I would say it's ridiculous to love enemies.
Huh?
Or love thy neighbor. In the way that you present it, yes. Because you present it as like you're presenting it as like it's a random act. I just knock on my neighbor's door and then do something out of the love I would have for myself for them. And it doesn't go like that. Again, in the scenario where he described it, the person was in help. The person was in need. So in your scenario, if you were having, maybe, well, I don't want to use you, but if someone was having like a situation and they're on the ground and passed out, the love that I would want somebody to help revive me and get me taken care of, right?
Okay.
Even if I was not conscious to communicate that, that's what I would want. But what you're saying is because you don't know what I might want, you should just do nothing. That's even a worse indoctrination.
No,
So
that's not what it
I
said.
have a question right quick. Because I think the thing that a lot of you believers fail to identify when you all talk about the Good Samaritan is that the the Jews and the Samaritans were at odds with each other, right? They looked at each other as outsiders, right? They fought over the legitimacy of the throne and ancestry and all of that. They were family, right? But they were different. They didn't claim each other anymore. So in this scenario, Jesus is saying that the outsider, right, who acted uh, to help the person is the neighbor, despite the tension. Are you saying that if a white supremacist was in need, you would help the white supremacist?
I'm saying the indoctrination says that I should.
Would you?
Would I? Oof.
Would you walk by a white supremacist? Like, for example, Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder, who is a rage baiter online. He streams himself antagonizing Black people.
Yeah, I saw about him. I'd probably be the one to shoot that motherfucker. So I
Oh
know
no,
I
you
have
can't
to
say
say
that on here. You
no.
can't say that on here.
I'm
TikTok
sorry. Oh, so
accident,
sorry.
accident,
Sorry.
accident, accident.
Accident,
Um,
accident, accident. Sorry, sorry.
would you, if he was in
No,
need,
no. It's a sin, but I'm taking it. I don't care.
but Jesus would say that he is your neighbor?
Yeah. That would be my neighbor. So in other words, he done something stupid. He's all bled out on the ground, everything like that. I mean, it's easy for me to say no from here, but my business is in the medical field, so I probably would if I was in the heat of the
I
situation.
didn't say that he was having a medical issue. I just said that he needed help.
Oh, you mean like what kind of help? I'm thinking of like the help described with the Good Samaritan, like the guy he needed to go to the hospital.
It- a white supremacist is in your town and he needs help. Are you going to help him?
No,
Even though Jesus said that your neighbor is the one that is the outsider.
Right. So remember, or I don't know if you can say to,
Would you take help from a white supremacist?
no.
Why not?
And I'm just saying that to just like, say it quickly, but now I'm thinking about it. I would be, there would be so many things that I would be worried about with that.
Like
The motive, is
except
it
Jesus didn't worry about the motive of the Samaritan. Like y'all ignore the fact that Samaritans were Israelites. Yeah, they hated each other. They probably had motives or agenda to do things to each other because of the family feud, like the Hatfields and the McCoys. But here Jesus is saying that your neighbor is your enemy who is an outsider.
So I agree. That's the thing, right? When we are thinking of those things like the stuff that they have in the Bible, right? Like you said, we don't learn that what do you call it? What you said, that the Jews and the Samaritans were going at it with each other. We don't learn all of that. What, because remember, we're speaking about indoctrination, right? So it's not literal, right? It's based off what is written. Someone comes up with an idea, and then that idea is fed to everybody, and everybody adopts that as their philosophy, right? So the indoctrination there is do good to your neighbors. That all sums up to do good to your neighbors, right? And so then, yes, if you see your neighbor need help, you go and try to help your neighbor.
I mean, that's a good moral to have. That's a good moral to
So,
have, but that's
oh, I'm
not
so
what
sorry.
Jesus is teaching here.
And before this thinker, I gave the worst one, and now I'm giving a good one. So I don't know if you heard the worst one.
The worst one of what?
So I gave it. So the indoctrination of Christian beliefs. I said there are bad ones and there are good ones, but I believe the good outweighs the bad. That was my response to them.
I don't think love your neighbor as yourself is a good one. I think help your neighbor is a good moral
Well,
if you are able to. I don't think love your neighbor as yourself is a good.
so the literal thing I had said was do good to your neighbors,
But that's
right?
not what Jesus said here. That's what I'm saying. Like you're changing it.
Yes,
Jesus
Right.
that's
taught
true.
to love the outsider, right? Who helps, right? Like the outsider who is willing to help. That person is your neighbor, is what he's saying. So, like if a white supremacist, for example, when Jesus calls the woman a dog, often I will change the characters in that story and I'll say a white supremacist was walking with his KKK buddies, and a black woman is following behind him, and she says, "Please, Mr. White Man, my son hasn't eaten in 3 days, and I just need uh, a piece of bread or a couple of dollars to get me some bread." And he turns around and he says, "No, nigger, it's not fair for me to give what belongs to the white man to niggers." And the black woman says, "Yes, Mr. White Man, but don't the niggers eat the crumbs from the master's table?" And he pats her on the head and he goes, "Good look, doggy." And he throws her a couple of dollars to go buy her a loaf of bread.
It's not
Because
good
the
look,
white
dog.
because the white supremacists helped her, according to Jesus and Luke, the white supremacist would be your neighbor, and you are to love the neighbor as yourself because he threw her $2 to go get some bread after he degraded her.
Could you say that one more
Okay.
time?
Say what? Good little doggy.
Good little
Good
dog,
little
yeah.
doggy. Good little doggy.
So like you were saying about indoctrination, right? Because I think I don't know if that's being understood. Yes, I did change it because that's what indoctrination does. Slices things off here, adds things here, takes things off here, and then come up with a philosophy, with a moral, with a standard. Oh no, what happened? Did I drop?
I'm here. How?
Oh,
No.
Wait,
I was
why
hearing
would
an echo.
I leave and you drop? Like, why would my
No,
picture go away when you drop?
no, I thought something happened with my phone and I accidentally like dropped myself.
I went off camera for a second.
But so the ultimate thing from the indoctrination is, what is the philosophy formed from the indoctrination, not necessarily the literal thing that was said, right? That's what we mean by indoctrination, correct?
What was taught was love your neighbor as you love yourself. And then there is
Right.
another scripture that says, do unto others that you want done to you. So you're kind of mixing the two.
Either way, the doctrine, let's say,
Well, one
the
says love, and one is about loving someone, and the other is about doing for someone. So they're not the same. One is commanding love, and the other is commanding action. So they're not the same.
Well, I had brought up love your neighbor as yourself because I said that's one of the best. That's one of the best doctrines that has been promoted by Christianity.
You know, both of those scriptures that we just named, I mean, if you really just want to know the truth is both of those scriptures violates the free will that you think that you have.
Well, before we go into that, right?
It's
I'm
the
really
truth, though.
let's go with that. I'm trying to stick with the topic of indoctrination,
That
right?
is the topic.
Okay. So, when we think of indoctrination, based off what is written, what is the doctrine formed from that? When you guys are describing the things you're describing, you're not truly describing the doctrines
Yes, we
that was.
are. Yes, we are. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Christians violate our autonomy every single day when we say, don't pray for me. I'm praying for you because I love you. I want you to go to heaven. I don't want you to go to hell. You need Jesus. Like, I literally had a nightmare of a atheist turned Christian dragging me to Christian hell. Right? Like, and what I'm talking about Christian hell, it was a city on earth that the fucking GOP has fucked up, homelessness everywhere, filled with Christians, trash everywhere. They couldn't eat. And she was trying to drag me to them, talking about, you supposed to be a Christian. They want for us what they want for themselves, even though we don't want it. That's the indoctrination.
And that's a violation of the indoctrination.
All right. So in this, okay. So and that's in the same example with the love, with the do good as your neighbors, right? I guess my point is, and then you guys can speak against it. That doctrine was a great doctrine introduced by Christianity that affected the world in a great way. Would you guys agree?
No.
It was not introduced by Christianity. That was Babylon had a law regarding doing to people that which serves them and you, and so did Egypt. It's not novel to Christianity.
No. That was way before Christianity, buddy. I mean, you must understand that the the stuff that you hear in the Bible. I mean, that's that stuff was going on. These so-called "thou shalt not kill," "thou shalt not," all this stuff. I mean, those laws existed in Africa. Those laws existed way before they were written in some book.
So I think what's happening here, if I could be a little bit honest, right?
Hold on, before you answer that, let me ask you a question. Have you asked yourself why this specific parable is unique to Luke? And Luke is a Greek writer.
He's a physician, right? Luke,
He's
the doctor.
Gentile.
hmm
Have you asked yourself why this parable does not reflect in Mark, Matthew, or John?
I've not asked myself that.
This is from a Gentile writer, Luke,
Hmm.
a Greek physician and a Greek historian, saying, your outsiders are your neighbors too.
Okay. That's a good thing. You don't think that's a good thing?
So if white supremacy, and which white supremacy did, when they would go to black people and tell black people that they had to respect the white man because the white man brought you over here and the white man is the reason why you're able to eat. The white man, you better get off the sidewalk when you see the white. Like, you respect your white man, boy. And they wrote that into our stories. Is that a good thing?
That is not a good thing.
So why
But
is it
that is
good when Luke do it?
okay. Again, indoctrination. There is no when you read that, when you specifically, with all of this, education and everything that you have and the scholarly level understanding you have of the
But
Bible,
I've addressed the indoctrination when I talked about them crossing our boundaries and our autonomy, and with
right?
this whole belief of love your neighbor as you love yourself. When a LGBTQIA person is addressed by a Christian, God told me to tell you that you live in the wrong lifestyle. The Holy Spirit, come here, you in the crowd, come up here. Come up here, because we're going to get the spirit of homosexuality out of you today. And they doing it because I love you and I want you to go to heaven. And boy, God told me that you're supposed to be a man. That's loving your
See,
neighbor as you
that's
love yourself.
harmful indoctrination.
That's the indoctrination of loving your neighbor as you love yourself. I think you think that the Christian indoctrination of love your neighbor as you love yourself means that they are out actually building houses for their neighbor, or they're like cash apping their neighbor's money, because they want their neighbors to have electricity because they have electricity. The same way they want their neighbors to have Jesus because they have Jesus. Like, the interesting thing is that the Christian indoctrination is they want you to have Jesus as the light, but they don't want you to have Georgia Power so you can actually have light. Because Jesus blesses them to make sure that you have Jesus light. And because they do that, they're highly blessed and highly favored that they can actually pay their electric bill. But they don't care if you're able to pay your electric bill, because the love stops at Jesus. But then when you get to do unto others as you would have others do unto you, that goes as far as homelessness. They go and they sign up on the volunteer list for them to go out into the city on whatever days that their churches do. I don't know why the fuck my southern accent won't fucking leave. Hold on. God damn it. They go out into the street and they pass out the little styrofoam plates, the tracts, and they pray, and then they go back home, and then they pat themselves on the backs because they did to a homeless person what they would want to be done to them if they were homeless.
Right.
But they
Evangelizing.
know that's not evangelizing, because you can take them one meal and say a prayer, but they still homeless. And they're going to be homeless tomorrow, and they're going to be homeless the next day, and they're going to be homeless the next day. And the next time that you go sign that volunteer list, they're going to be right out there homeless. Because what you would want done to you, show me, if you were homeless, is not somebody to come out there and pray for you and bring you a fucking styrofoam plate and a bottle of water. You would want somebody to give you shelter. You would want
Correct.
somebody to help you find a job, to give you a place to take a bath, to get out of the cold.
That is true. But if I was hungry, I would want a styrofoam plate.
I'm not talking
I'm
about
assuming you
people
mean
that's
with.
hungry. I'm talking about people who don't have shelter. Show me.
Yes, no, I agree. I would want all of that. Yes, but I'm not sure how that relates back to the indoctrination.
Because the indoctrination of Christian, I just explained all of that. The indoctrination of
Okay, so
Christian belief says that you love your neighbor as you love yourself. That means spread the word of Jesus Christ. That
that
means
yeah,
don't
that's
that means don't go out here and cuss somebody out because you don't want to be cussed out. Right? Be like Jesus. That's the indoctrination of love your neighbor as you love yourself. Pray for them because they're lost. That's the indoctrination. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Feed the the homeless. Not provide shelter for them. Feed the homeless. Then they say take care of the orphans, but how many orphans do you know Christians are out here taking care of? They
okay.
always go to the homeless and the people on D rugs. But they will make orphans of their own kids because of the love your neighbor as you love yourself. I'm doing this because I love you. Jesus says that he made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So they will make an orphan out of their own kids for the other one. This is what I'm telling you what the indoctrination is.
That part I agree with. So we agree that there's good indoctrination and bad indoctrination. We did that in the beginning. But can we say, but my position is there is more good that comes from the indoctrination than negative.
What?
Right. And so well,
I'm
I
talking about
have
from these
introduced
two things. What's more good? What's the more good that comes from love your neighbor as you love yourself?
the interpretation of the doctrination promotes good.
Which is what?
The if
What is the good?
if
What is the
if
good it
you
promotes?
see that your neighbor needs help, help them.
That's do. I'm talking about the love. Love your neighbor. You keep talking about the action, the do. That's do unto others as you will have others do unto you. That is different. You can
I see
do
what you're
for
saying.
someone and not love them. I'm talking about the commandment to love. What's the more good that come out of that one?
I wouldn't be able to answer that because I don't even know what it means, what the action of love in the Bible mean. I would think that has several definitions, right? If you told me to love myself, if I was
How do you
loving
love?
my
What's the
neighbor,
main thing that you do for yourself that you love yourself? I mean, how do you love yourself?
that's what exactly where I was about to go. What if somebody was to ask me that? What does it look like when I'm loving myself? What would I show them? Right? So love is like that's kind of like a very how do you show that?
As a Christian, as a
Yeah,
Christian,
that's what I'm
you
asking
love
myself.
yourself, therefore you love who?
You well did it are you speaking about that saying or just in general?
As a Christian, we're talking about the indoctrination of the Christian belief and the good that comes from the Christian indoctrination of love your neighbor as you love yourself. As a
Right.
Christian, your love for yourself is you loving your God. You love yourself. So therefore you gave your life to Jesus Christ so that you can be with Jesus in eternity.
Okay. I could definitely go with that. Yes.
So you did that for yourself to show
Mm-hmm.
yourself that you love yourself and you love your God.
Mm-hmm.
Love your neighbor that way.
No, see now that's like you said, that's force. What
No,
if that
you said the good. Your God
right.
has to be the good. You said there's more good that comes out of love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you name anything other than the God, then first off, that's going to be like the first rule of Christianity, that your God is the good.
Okay.
So how are you saying that there's more good that comes from love your neighbor as you love yourself when the primary thing is because you gave yourself God, you would do that for your neighbor?
See, thinker, when we thinking, and I'm talking as a Christian, right? As when I was a Christian, these are not the thoughts we process from the indoctrination.
Wait, you're saying
That
Christians don't think about giving
when
other
when
people, non-believers, their God because
no, they
they
do.
have it,
Yes, they are called to do that.
and you
Yes,
don't think that that the reason they do it is because the Bible says love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Yes, we can go with that definitely.
So why are you saying they don't think about it? I'm confused.
Because you have all of the other thoughts in there, like what the interpretation exactly what it meant and who it
I'm
was
not talking
for.
about any of that right now. I'm
Okay,
talking about what you are talking about. I'm
but
talking
even
about love your neighbor as you love yourself. Any human,
yes,
because you are a Christian and you love yourself and gave yourself Jesus or gave your life to Jesus, your first goal or your first thought is, I want to share Jesus with everybody because I love everybody and I don't want nobody to go to hell. That is what every believer has said to us when we say, don't pray
I
for
agree with
me,
that.
right? So I'm trying to figure out when you say there's more good, I'm asking you, what is the more good that's greater than your God in a Christian's mind? What's the more good that comes
No,
from
there is no more
love
good
your neighbor
than
as you love
there
yourself?
is no more good than that. But that is not the indoctrination that comes from love. That's more like the Great Commission, go and make disciples of all nations and stuff like that. But as far as to love your neighbor, when I think of the indoctrination, and I gotta make sure we understand this, meaning what is the doctrine formed from that verse? The doctrine is that is formed is do good for your neighbors.
That is do unto
And
others as
that
you have others do unto you.
no, and I'm gonna say why I'm saying no. Because when I think of love your neighbor as yourself, I think of that as reactive. So I don't just knock on your door and say, "Hey, let me help you." No, no one does that. Not even Christians, right? That's reactive. That is, if you told me you were hungry, then I'll offer you some food. That's
It
love your neighbor as yourself. Love your neighbor. The doctrine is reactive.
like it sounds like to me what you're saying is Christians have absolutely no idea what love is, and that Christians just see love in things that they do. Like you, that's what it sounds like. Like you cannot get away from doing when we're talking about love.
That's the indoctrination. Yes.
But I said that a minute ago, and you said, "Yeah, there's some bad, but there's also good." But when I ask you to tell me the good, you state the very thing that I said is bad. Because again, it's you guys turn this into like a checklist because Jesus said. And then you end up doing things to people because Jesus said. But this is why I separated and make sure that we knew that we were talking about love, the command to love, and the command to do. These are two different things. I don't think people should be commanded to love. Now, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. I don't necessarily think that that's a good command, but I get the sentiment. Like, I think it should say, don't do to people what you would not done to you. That's what I think it should say. Not do to everybody what you want done to you because that person might not fucking want that shit. I don't want your God. And so because you would be okay with people just walking up to you, laying hands on your head and praying for you, don't mean that I would be
Mm,
okay with that.
mm.
So
I
don't,
don't need
yeah, so
Christians do that. I've never evangelized
yes,
like
they
that,
do that. Yes, they do
putting
that.
hands on people.
Yes, they
But
do
I don't
all
do
the
that
time.
anyway.
They do it in public too. But I think it should say, don't do to someone else what you would not like done to you. That's what I think it should say.
The doctrine.
Not the doctrine. I don't give a fuck about. No, I'm saying the. I think a more rational moral standard would be don't do to someone what you would not like done to you. Don't enslave another person because you would not like to be enslaved. If you would not like to be enslaved, right? Don't slap another person if you would not like a random person walking up to you and slapping you. Don't do to someone else what you would not want done to you. That to me is more reasonable than do to everybody what you want done to you. I don't agree with that. I also
So
don't agree with commanding people to love because then it gets in the way of holding people accountable. It makes you forgive people that has not even asked for forgiveness. It makes you forgive them just because they asked for it and they really have no remorse. It turns the victim into the perpetrator because the person who harmed you can throw this on you. Jesus said, I don't agree with commanding anybody to love anybody. And I understand, like you're saying, the indoctrination is love everybody. Treat everybody the same. That's the indoctrination.
yes, but what happens is that we don't peel. And when I say we, as a representative Christians, we don't peel the layers back like that. We just don't. That's just the truth. I'm just telling you the truth.
No, we know that, which is why that says the indoctrination of Christian beliefs has been one of the most harmful things to happen to humanity. Because you're just told, Jesus said, love God with all your heart, soul, and might. And Jesus says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And you aren't told how. The ancient Israelites had laws that told them how to love an Israelite. Y'all don't have that.
No, it's like a blanket thing, and I definitely see the problem in that. Um, and I think the reason why they don't try to correct the doctrine is because then you may get the opposite, where Christians begin to think they don't have to do anything because the person didn't ask, right?
Yeah, they say that. Actually, this morning we were talking about elderly people uh, in the church paying tithes and offering out of their SSI, and pastors giving the promise that God's going to open the storehouse and pour you out a blessing that you do not have room enough to receive. But they've been doing it for years and can barely pay their bills or barely buy food. And we were talking about Acts 5 and the story of Ananias and Sapphira and the doctrine that you shouldn't lie to the Holy Spirit, because if you lie to the Holy Spirit, God is gonna know, and you can't lie to the man of God because the man of God has the anointing. And when the man of God said gives an offering, and you hold that back, the Holy Ghost will know. And so that story of Ananias and Sapphira and the God killing Ananias and Sapphira for not giving all of their proceeds for the land that they sold that belonged to them to the community, for Peter to be lord over and divvy out. It sent preacher the story says it sent fear throughout all the church. And then preachers use that story to say, you can't lie to God. You can try to hold back money and pretend like you don't have it. But if God asks for it, then you better give it to God because the Holy Ghost will know. And you're going to lose more than what you try to save. We were talking about that in Mama Bash's live. Do you know that there was a Christian in the comments saying, it ain't our fault they too poor. It ain't our fault that they didn't have a plan B and a plan C collecting SSI. And I responded and I said the plan B was your God, because the preacher told him, if you give your 10%, God is going to bless you double for your trouble. God is going to open up the storehouse and pour you out a blessing that you won't have room enough to receive it. So their retirement plan was all the tithes that they was paying into your God's 401k that he never, ever manifested, that he never, ever tripled. or quadrupled. And so now in their elderly years, they're struggling, still paying tithes. While younger believers are saying, well, they were stupid for believing a pastor. There ain't nothing in the Bible that tells them to do that. That's the indoctrination.
Exactly. Yes. That's bad indoctrination
That's
by
the indoctrination of do unto
a
others as have
person.
others do unto you. Love everybody, love your neighbor as you love yourself. This is the Christian indoctrination.
But the thing you just described is a person. That's I don't see. Now I'll be honest. I did tithe. It just went well for me when I tithe, so I always tithe. Yes, but as far as pastors telling people to do this with it, that's a person's indoctrination,
You
using the Bible to promote a
you
doctrine that
literally
gives.
hold on, you literally just said it went well for me when I did tithe. As
Yes,
if none of the work that you did had anything to do with the money. Like you just put a supernatural claim on you giving 10% of your money to the church.
you know what that is? The indoctrination. That's the
But
some of it is still on me.
while you are
Some of it is
denying and
still on
trying
me.
to separate, you're like, that's just one person. But in your response to why you're trying to separate yourself, you literally validated the claim of tithes. And then you just said that a Christian's thought process of love your neighbor as you love yourself, or do unto others as you have others do unto you, is, well, I didn't help them because they didn't ask. But then you have all of these elderly people in the church who
Hmm.
who know that these young people are looking at them like, "Psh, they don't ask, so they don't get help," because the indoctrination is, well, you help them if they ask.
Right, exactly that.
You don't see a
If
problem with that.
I don't see a problem with what exactly of that scenario, that the young people don't help the elderly.
No, that you don't help unless somebody asks for help.
So that's not what I was saying. What I was saying was my the interpretation of that doctrine, love your neighbor as yourself, is reactive. That specific doctrine, not that you shouldn't help if somebody needs help, but as it relates to that doctrine.
I'm so confused because you were supposed to be telling me the good things, and you're saying it's reactive as if it's a good thing. Reactive means you react. You're not proactive. You wait until somebody asks for
Correct.
help. You're saying that's the good thing, but now you're saying I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm confused.
No? Okay. Because so you were speaking of a few different things, right? But then you took my thing and like kind of connected it to those other things, and it didn't connect to those other things. It just is just for the sake of that doctrine that says love your neighbor as yourself, the understanding, the doctrine that comes as a result of the indoctrination is that if your neighbor needs help, help them.
You just said it's reactionary.
Yes.
Right. I don't understand how you don't see how the scenario that I brought up about elderly people in the church not getting help but still paying tithes because they don't ask, because they don't know that they can ask, because one, young people are looking at them like, It's not my fault that you didn't have a plan B." And then the church is asking for 10% tithes, promising a blessing. And they're not getting help because they don't ask. It's reactionary. I don't, you keep saying that you're talking about the indoctrination, the indoctrination, the indoctrination. And I'm responding to your claim of the indoctrination is reactionary. You help when people ask for help. You do for your neighbor, but only when they ask for help. That's literally what you said.
That's literally what I said is the interpretation of a specific doctrine.
And you're
That
saying
not
that's
that
the good part.
I'm saying that doctrine promotes and tells people to help their neighbors. I'm still saying that.
Only when they ask, because you're saying it's reactionary.
So the love thy neighbor as thyself. Yes. Like if and remember I related it to the Good Samaritan because the guy asked who was your neighbor, right? And I related to that thing. That thing, the person needed help. And so the Good Samaritan came and helped them. But the Good Samaritan didn't go around just helping people just because he's loving thy neighbor as thyself.
You don't know
So,
that just because, like, I'm so confused why you would say that. Like,
so
you keep conflating the two. Like, we were just talking about doing for your neighbor. Now you're back to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Which one are we talking about? Because you keep combining them.
well, because you keep saying I said the same thing, right? To this new like scenario you gave me, right? And I'm saying that first doctrine I'm not linking to this new doctrine because that is a different doctrine.
What first doctrine are you talking about? We're talking about do to others. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you.
Okay, so I see what happened. I'm still on the love thy neighbor as thyself.
But you
Okay,
said,
so
but you said do for your neighbor. So how this is this is why I'm confused because you're conflating the two.
I see what happened. I'm speaking about two different things. And then of the two things you're speaking about two different things, and of the thing you're speaking of, I'm speaking about a different thing. Okay, so let me jump to the right thing. Do unto others as you would have them done unto you.
Okay, is that the reactionary one?
No, that's
Okay.
that's something different.
Okay, what is that?
Okay, so I don't know what doctrine that came. I mean, I don't know what scripture that came from. But I do believe in that. I've heard of that. Like I've heard of that as a life thing. And do I think that that's a good thing promoted by Christianity? Yes,
Why?
because the thought process is that you would want the best for yourself, right? So if you would want the best for yourself, you would do that to the other person.
What is your best?
I mean, it depends on the situation.
Exactly. Like, why would you think that your best is the best for me?
I have no idea to know what would be the best for you.
You just said that was a good doctrine. I'm confused.
And this is what happens. This is what happens when you guys sit us down and start to slice it open and start to break it down. Only then the flaws come out. But we don't do that. And when I say we, I mean Christians. Right? Is do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Never nobody sits down and break it out and say, well, what if what I want is not what you what if what you want is not what I want? Nobody does that. So the indoctrination just it gets to one place and it stays there. Now somebody such as yourself, who's a thinker, and slices it all out. Now the person will be confused because they're like, wait a minute, I never thought about it on the next level. I only went to this level.
I think the most harmful thing, like listening to you speak right now, is that even just as an adult, that you're trying to make me believe that you just react and that you've never once considered, should I do this to this person? Would this person like it if I did this to them or for them? Like you're trying to make me believe that you've never had a thought like that.
I never had a thought that would this person like this?
That means that you're selfish. And that means that
Oh
the
no, 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 hold on, hold
indoctrination.
on.
No, that's what
See,
you just said. You've never thought that before you acted, whether your actions would be welcomed by the person that you were doing them to.
I did not say that.
I just
I
asked
said
that question.
okay. as far as to that question, right? I do that all of the time. But that is not even necessarily because of a Christian doctrine. That is because I understand logically, if I really want to make that person happy, to the happiest to my ability, I will find out what would make that person happy first. And then if I can do that thing to make that person happy.
Then what are
If
you saying to me right now? Then saying that a believer has never broken down like that before? Like, yes, y'all have. If you are saying that you've lived by do unto others as you've have others do unto you, but you've also been able to say, wait, before I do this, I need to know if they would actually like it. I need to know
think,
if they would actually welcome it. You have broken it down before. I don't know why you're saying you haven't.
Thinker, you just gave the example, right? When we go to evangelize, right, and we give the people the what do you said the
I'm
pot the
not talking
styrofoam
about
plate.
evangelization, and you said you didn't want to. You said that's not what you were talking about.
Okay, so let's go with the church example of the elderly individuals giving their money, right? We don't go up to them and say, "What would you like?" or "What would be the thing that make you happy?" But if I have a girlfriend, my children, right? Their birthday's coming up, something coming up, I quiz them to see what is something they would like to receive, as opposed to just getting them something I think they would want, or getting them something that I would want. So you apply different doctrines in
I
different
have no idea.
situations.
No, I didn't. Show me
No, I'm
when you
saying that.
say,
I'm saying that.
like, for example, if someone was going through a tough time, and you could
Hmm.
notice it, you notice that they're going through a tough time, right?
Hmm.
And maybe you want to buy a whole bunch of stuff for their house to decorate their house for them because you know that they live in a house, they can't afford to furnish it, and you want to do something nice for them, right? Do you just
Hmm.
go and buy furniture, buy photos, and then just show up and surprise them? Or do you say, hey, do you pull them to the side and say, hey, I know your situation. I know what you've been going through. I would love to do something nice for you and help you furnish your house. Would that be okay? Which one do you do?
That's option two.
You do
I would
option
do
two.
option two.
So
Yes.
then you have broken it down before. You have thought about this before. When you say that believers take do unto others as you have others do unto you and have never, and it just stops there, and nobody has ever broken it down before that we should ask, hey, what do you need? Is this okay for me to do? That isn't true then. And I don't know why you said that.
Okay. Let me recant that, but let me explain what happened. When I'm saying no one ever broke it down, what I'm saying is when we're sitting and we're listening in the church, right? Somebody don't say, but in a situation where, you might want to, no one does that. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
So again, I'm coming from the place of indoctrination, right? When a pastor or some teacher is teaching on what you said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? We don't, as from my experience, it doesn't really go that philosophically into it.
I'm not talking philosophically though. I don't know what you mean.
So like I don't know how to explain it.
Where did you learn to ask, hey, is it okay if I do this? Where did you learn that?
I'm thinking this is common sense.
Right. You don't need anybody to tell you that before you just go and buy a whole uh, living room set for another person's house because they don't have furniture, that you need to ask, hey, is this okay if I do? Because sometimes people do not want everybody in their business. Sometimes it makes them feel less than for you just to show up with couches and stuff because they may not know that you've recognized. They may not know that you know that they're struggling. And first you have to ask, hey, like sometimes it'll make them feel it can make them feel like you're more blessed, and that they have to depend on you to be blessed, or like it can make them feel small. And so it's better to say, hey, like pull them to the side. Don't do it in front of everybody. Because a lot of times what people do when they do for other people, they want the whole fucking world to know that they've done it. And they go and post on social media, or they stand up in church and say, I just want to thank God. I saw Brother Show Me was going through a tough time, and the Lord has highly blessed me. So I went shopping and I bought Brother Show Me a whole living room set with some photos. And now Brother Show Me has furniture in his house. And ain't asked Brother Show Me anything. Ain't asked if that was okay to do at all. But you would probably be okay with somebody doing that to you. You probably wouldn't care. But because you wouldn't care, you just did it to somebody who cares. And probably shrunk while you were talking and telling everybody their fucking business. This is why do to people what you would want people to do to you is not a good moral standard. We're not talking about just going and spending your money and doing a checklist. And that's the indoctrination that Christians have. 'Cause this is what I was trying to tell you earlier. It's more about what you guys can give somebody who has less than you, not about how you do it. Not about taking that other person's autonomy into consideration, their feelings into consideration, their thoughts into consideration, their desires into consideration. You know how many times a Christian has said they ought to be glad they got anything. Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, I've heard of I've heard of those sayings.
And the reality is, the same person that's saying beggars can't be choosers may just be the type of person that wouldn't give a damn if somebody went and put and furnished their whole house and posted it all over social media. But just because that person would be okay with it doesn't mean the next person is.
I definitely agree with that.
That's why that doctrine is harmful.
The so you're saying a revised better version of the doctrine would be don't do to others what you don't want done to yourself.
No.
You
No, I
just said
did
that.
say that. I did say that.
No.
No, I did say that, Selena. It is a better doctrine. Don't do to someone else what you would not
Oh, I thought that
want
was you
done to
saying
you.
though. Your voice sounded like
No,
I'm
that
so
was
sorry.
me. It's like, but the whole time. God, I'm sorry.
If you wouldn't want it done to you, don't do it to someone else.
Right. But that
But also like y'all, it doesn't hurt to ask. Like y'all have, as believers, y'all have a problem with consent. Y'all have a problem with consent. Y'all have a problem with boundaries. Y'all are not taught boundaries. The whole love your neighbor as you love yourself is translated as love everybody. And if anybody has boundaries, then they're not loving. If they say you're not my type of human, like I don't want to fuck with you, do not call me, do not text me, like I don't want to have anything to do with you, then that person isn't loving because they set a boundary. Y'all don't know consent. Y'all don't know boundaries.
no, Christianity actually teaches the opposite as far as doctrine is concerned. Continue to pray for the non-believer. Continue to, interact, call them, uh, invite them out. The opposite of what you're saying is taught in Christianity as far as doctrine is concerned.
I mean, if a non-believer says, no and do not do that again, and your pastor is saying keep doing it, that's not like what the fuck. And the reason that it is because I would want somebody to do it to me. If there was a house on fire, I would want somebody to do it to me.
In the mind, in the mind, the theory, the thought process is that, and yes, it is agreeing with you, but yes, it is the point is the reasoning behind it is that maybe you will win them to Christ.
You think I don't know that? Like we're not y'all's uh what are those like a avatar or some game for y'all to be collecting? If if we say no, y'all should respect that. Yeah, like y'all think we don't know what we want for ourselves. If we say no, respect that. Like we ain't knocking on y'all's doors telling y'all that y'all need to be atheists, despite the fact that we think that y'all have some crazy ass, harmful ass beliefs. We ain't knocking on y'all's door telling y'all that y'all need to leave Jesus. Y'all need to give us the same respect.
No, I get you. I get you. I get you. But in their minds, in our minds,
Stop lying.
like,
Atheists do not go door to door. Not like why y'all you just lying. Sorry, go
oh,
ahead, show me.
I was about to say, wait, what? Um, but in the mind of the Christian, and you even said it, if we get you to come to God, that's a good thing. So sometimes the doctrine has good intention,
Hold on, show
but
me.
it's
Hold on, show me. Discrediting your beliefs is not the same fucking thing as evangelizing you and constantly calling you, telling you, come to the other side. Jesus ain't real. I just came to stop by to tell you that you need to be an atheist. Stop lying, BB Kitty or baby kitty. That you're lying. I don't fucking go to religious lives, you little liar. You do realize that you are in an atheist live right now, baby kitty. I don't go to your live streams. Go ahead, show me.
so in the mind of the believers, right? It's like you said earlier, we believe if we win you to God, you'll be in a good place. Now, the way by which, yes, we go about it could be invasive and forceful, but that's not the intention.
I don't know what you mean by that's not the intention. How can it be forceful and you don't intend it to be forceful?
What,
Like
what, what I
if a
mean is,
person tells you no and you consistently probing, consistently offering it, and they keep telling you no, how can that not be your intention to be forceful?
it's like you said earlier, because the belief is that if we get you to God, you'll be in a good place. So that's
Regardless of what your belief is, it is your intention to be forceful. I don't understand how you're saying it's not your intention.
well, okay, it is. Sorry, it is the intention, but the ultimate goal is you'll be in a good place if you, if you, if you're following God.
That's your belief. That's what you want for yourself. That's why love your neighbor as you love yourself is not a good moral standard to have.
But here's the thing though. The other thing you said, right? Don't do unto somebody else that you don't want done to you. I feel like it just leaves it just in a place of just like nothing. Like you do nothing.
That's not what that says. That says don't do to someone else what you wouldn't want done to you. That's what that
No, I'm
says.
talking about your thing. Your thing.
Yeah, don't do to someone else what you would not want done to you.
Okay. So in a situation that You would see somebody that need help, then you definitely have to ask them.
Is that what you would want done to you? Like if somebody just came up to you, if somebody just walked by you and you're sitting there starving and they just walked by you, how would that make you feel?
They knew I was starving.
Yes, they could see you sitting there starving and they just walked by. How would that make you feel?
Um, that's a good question. I mean, I don't feel like it's somebody's responsibility that I don't know to feed me. I just they're going on about their business.
So, okay, so we're gonna take what you just said. It's not anyone else's responsibility to feed you. And that's what you have, that's the standard you have for yourself. Okay?
If you, the question, right? It's
Yeah.
a question. If somebody walked by me and knowing I'm hungry,
Right. And you said
they
that you
keep
wouldn't,
going.
right, you wouldn't care because it's no one else's responsibility to feed you. That is a standard that you have for yourself. That's how you love yourself. And so what you are trying to tell me is that you actually do feed people who need it. You actually do believe that it is your responsibility to feed people who need it. Now, what I would like to know is, do you feel that it's your responsibility to feed people who need it because Jesus said it? Because it's a check mark for you to get into heaven? Because you just told me that for yourself, it's nobody's responsibility to feed you. So
Right.
so
You
you
asked me how
actually
I
are
would feel.
right, because you're not doing to people what you would want done to you. What you would want done to you is for people to walk past you because you are not someone's responsibility. It's your fault that you're out there hungry. That's what you would want done to you. And so according to Jesus, do unto others as you would want others to do to you. You should be walking past people because it is not your responsibility to feed them, because that's the standard that you have for yourself.
I see what
But
you're saying because that's exactly what I would not do. I see what you're
and the
saying.
reason that you're not doing it is because it's a check mark for you to go to heaven.
What's wrong with that?
Fucking gosh.
If I definitely would do that, but not to lose where we are in the topic, right? That's okay. So I
The,
was trying to
the
show how
fact
that
that
was
you
going to
don't know
be.
what's wrong with that. Like all you're doing is
No,
puffing
I
yourself
see
up.
it. I see it, but I
The
have to
only
respond. Oh, sorry. Go
hold
ahead.
on. The only reason why you're doing it is so that you can put a check mark next to you and say, "I'm a good Christian. I'm such a good Christian. I'm such a good Christian. I'm a good Christian. I'm a good moral Christian. I'm such a good Christian." You just walk by. Here you go. I'm such a good Christian, and that person is still on the street. I'm such a good Christian.
When I think about it, even deeper, outside of a religious aspect, like what if the person was not religious? Since I've been hungry before, and I know what the feeling is like to be hungry, would I want somebody to go through that? No. But now, is that opposite to what I just said? If somebody walked past me and could visibly tell I was hungry, would I want them to walk up to me and offer me something? I prefer to ask. So this is mind-boggling, huh?
I don't know. Show me. I'm having a hard time actually believing what you're saying, and I think it feels like you're trying to answer on behalf of the belief, to, I don't know, to in some way to defend the belief. Like I
I
don't
don't want
feel
to
like
lie on
you're.
it.
No, I'm not saying that you're lying. I feel like your answers are not authentic. Like for you to say that if you were hungry on the street, you would rather ask and wouldn't want someone to offer you money or food to eat? I feel like you're not even taking into consideration that the what it feels like to be hungry.
Thinker, thinker.
I didn't say
I
you've
have,
never been hungry. I said you're
and
not taking that into consideration when you answer. I didn't say
okay,
you've never experienced hunger. In your answers, you are not taking into consideration. So you are not answering from an authentic place.
okay. Let me take everything else out of it and just leave it for myself. I've been in that situation, but I don't. I am not. If I am in a situation, my mind type is to go do something,
Hold on.
not to wait
You've
around.
lived on the street.
No, I
So
haven't lived on the
like
street.
I literally said the person is on the street,
I thought you said if
hungry.
somebody walked past me and I'm there.
They are on the street, hungry, and have not eaten in days.
In that case, yes, but I was answering the one you asked me, where if if somebody walked past me and I was hungry, how would and they just walked past me, how would I
I
feel?
literally said you were homeless on the street, haven't eaten in days. And you
Oh,
said that you wouldn't want them. You said it's not anyone else's responsibility to feed me.
wait, I didn't process the homeless part. I just processed that they walked past me and then I
How
was
else would they
hungry.
know that you were hungry and that you hadn't eaten in days?
I mean, the whole situation is a very interesting one thing because I just went along with it. If
I,
I was homeless, that would be a different thing because that's a very, very, very different thing than if somebody just walking past me. If I was homeless, I would want somebody to offer me something to eat. Yes, I really would, because
you have
I don't know
confused
where
this
my
whole
next meal coming
situation. Like
from.
I don't.
I messed it up because I didn't process the homeless part. I'm so sorry. I'm thinking I'm sitting in Manhattan somewhere and I'm really hungry and somebody looks at me and they can tell I'm hungry. I don't need them to come up to me and offer me something to eat. I will go and try to get something to eat. I know things to do that. But a
So you're
homeless
saying that
is
if you were
totally
in
different.
so you're saying that if you were in a restaurant and somebody walked up to you and said, "Hey, I paid for your food," you would turn it down.
No, not even
Exactly.
if I'm
Why
not
are you
homeless. I
even
wouldn't do that.
saying that? Exactly. Why are you even saying that? Oh, I just thought that if they saw me and they knew that I was hungry and they tried to give me something to eat, I wouldn't want it. I would want to ask first. That's not true. If somebody saw you hungry and they just wanted to do something nice that day and said, "Hey, here, I want to buy you a meal," you wouldn't turn that down.
Okay, so Thinker, you're changing your question around. The
No, I
first
just
question,
asked this question here because of what you just said, show.
okay, okay, so this is different from.
You literally said I thought that you were saying that if I was just on the street and they could tell that I was hungry and they offered me something to eat, I wouldn't want that. That's what you said. Not you. You
I
said I
did,
didn't think that you was talking about if I was homeless.
and
So,
then I added the homeless thing,
but hold
the
on.
homeless component to it.
But I'm asking regarding what you thought. Let's say you were just a man on the street, hungry. You could buy your own food, but somebody saw you and saw you waiting in line at a food truck. They could tell that you were hungry, that you were running late, and they walked up to you and said, "Hey, I paid for your food. Get what you want." Are you telling me you gonna turn that down?
I would not. I would not.
Exactly. So I don't know why you're saying that. Even if you just thought that I was talking about you being a man standing on the street hungry, or if you were homeless hungry. And either situation show you wouldn't turn down somebody buying you a meal. And I don't know why you're saying that you would.
I, I would not. I would not turn down somebody buying me a meal even if I had money.
You said you would. You said it's not anyone else's responsibility to feed
Thinker,
me.
thinker, you asked me how I would feel if they walked past me.
Right.
And
Yeah.
my thought
Okay.
process,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
did.
Hold on. Right. If they walk past you, you have been hungry for a couple of days.
and
That
they walked past me.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, what can I do? They walked past
I said,
me.
how would you feel? Not what would you do?
And I answered. I and I stand by that answer. If they
How
walk
would you feel?
if a stranger walks past me knowing that I'm hungry,
And you have not eaten in days.
I would feel exactly how I said. I wouldn't have no feeling towards that person. That person don't have nothing to do with me.
I did not ask how you would feel towards the person. I said, how would you feel?
Can you give me can you give me an example? I would.
Holy living
It's
shit.
just simple.
So explain it to me if it's simple. It sounds simple
You
to me
just
that
did.
if a stranger is walking past me, if a stranger walks, I don't think about what strangers think about me. If I'm hungry right now and I walk outside and I walk past a stranger, that's not going to change the fact that I'm hungry.
What?
What is
Dude, you
Oh
are.
my fucking gosh.
okay? So let me just
I
listen.
literally said you haven't eaten it in days. If you haven't eaten in days, that means you cannot afford to get anything to eat. You are on the street. Have not eaten in days. The person can tell that you haven't eaten in days and they just walk by. How would that make you feel as a human who has not eaten in days and cannot afford food? Like, why is this so hard, show? You literally said that you wouldn't care because it's nobody's responsibility to feed you.
I I'm sitting. I'm playing this scenario out in the bed. I don't sit around thinking about strangers. I don't know how to process this.
No,
It's so interesting
So,
that
so
you
can
don't.
you answer it?
Yes,
Can you answer
I
it?
would feel sad.
stop talking over her.
I would feel sad. I would feel hopeless because there's no help. Yes. I would feel
Okay.
worthless. I would feel invisible, show. I would feel uncared for. Like I don't understand.
Thinker, you have to allow us to have the
I,
thought process that we have.
the fact that
Because
y'all want to assert that y'all are the moral superior beings, and you just sat there and said, "I don't think about strangers," but you love your neighbor as you love yourself, but you don't think about strangers. And quite literally, the parable that you brought up in Luke is about an enemy, a stranger that you said you love this parable. I don't understand how you don't think about you don't think about strangers, but you just love everybody. That is
see, Thinker, I see what's
insane.
happening.
Can you
I see what's
stop talking
happening.
over her, show? Let her
I'm
finish her
sorry.
sentence.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. One, we all process differently, right? I'm not stupid because I would process something different the way you process, right? The way I live my life, I've been on my own a lot. So the first thing I'm thinking of any situation of starving, hunger, need, money is what is going to be my next steps to get out of this situation. I'm
I
not processing I'm hopeless and all of that.
I
I'm
asked
just
you
not.
about your how would you feel? If you don't even know about your own feelings, show, then there's no way that you can relate to a person who is starving on the street. And again, like you said, you wouldn't have any feelings about it because you are a go-getter. You're thinking about your next move. You rather starve and think about how you can get it for yourself than to take a handout. That's the standard that you have for yourself.
No, see, you just added that.
That you literally just said that you wouldn't feel anyway because it's nobody's responsibility to feed you. You literally said, I think about my next move. Those are your words, show.
That does not translate to I wouldn't take a handout.
Oh
That
my
doesn't
God.
translate to that. You disagree?
So you literally just said that you oh, okay, you would
True.
take a
Everything
handout.
you just said
Okay,
is
okay,
true.
okay, you would take a handout. You would take a handout. But you would just sit there. You would just sit there and just fucking starve while you think about your next move and not have any feelings about it.
I would have some feelings. I mean,
No,
I
you
have to
wouldn't,
sit
because
there.
I've been asking you for the longest, how would you feel? And you said I wouldn't feel no way. Like this is what I'm saying. Like it feels like you are answering questions to defend the belief and not authentically.
Authentically, authentically in my mind. I'm processing this. It's not something I go through every day. It's not even something I go through once a year.
I've never
But
been on the street hungry. I've never gone a day without eating. And I know how I would feel if I was on the street, could not eat, and a person saw that I was starving and they walked by. I don't have to be in that situation in order to empathize with people who are.
okay, to empathize with people who are, yes. But you asked me how I would feel.
I literally, I literally just said to you, I would feel. I know how I would feel if I was in that situation. Although I've
Mhm.
never gone a day without eating. I've never gone a day without shelter. I've never gone a day without electricity, without water. I've always had everything that I needed. Always. But I know uh, that if I did not have those things, how it would make me feel. So when I see people without those things or about to lose those things, I empathize because I know how it would make me feel if I was in that situation
Okay,
and
okay,
know
I
and they were
see.
just
Okay,
walked by me.
okay, 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 okay. It makes sense. It makes sense. In other words, so now let me reprocess with that example. I'm walking, I haven't eaten, I'm starving, I'm on the street. Somebody can clearly see that that I'm hungry and need something to eat. And not only that, but I can tell that they have the ability to feed me. I can tell they have the time. I see them go across and they start talking and they're doing nothing. They have everything, even the knowledge, but they don't do anything with it. Just pretend like I'm not even there. Or maybe even acknowledge that I'm there and don't try to help me in any kind of way. Yeah, I would feel like that's a sad situation. I would definitely feel like that's a sad situation, and um that is unempathetic of the person. So if that's what you mean by feelings, yes.
Show a sad
I
situation.
try
You would feel like the situation is sad.
I would feel like let me process it from this perspective. Like this is a sad world. This is a sad world that I see this person. I'll just make him a male. Sees me around the way once in a blue, and just act like I don't exist.
So I think you are demonstrating why this belief system is so dangerous. Because like I feel like if you are engaging authentically and you are this confused about this, this is a very clear example of why Christian indoctrination is dangerous. Because you are not in touch with your feelings, like you're not in touch with humanity as a whole from your answers. Like you sound very unempathetic. Like
Unempathetic for
you said the
myself.
situation was sad, not you would be sad, not you would feel unseen, uncared for, unimportant, thrown aside. You said the situation. You couldn't even put you could like I don't even know if you recognize that you separated you You said the situation would be sad.
Thinker, with everything I've been through, and I guess I don't process like that. I'm so sorry. I don't.
I already
I
know
could
you don't. I've been telling you don't. Like you don't. You're not in touch with your feelings. You're not. You don't have the ability to say, "I would feel thrown away. I would feel unimportant to the world. I would feel invisible." Like you don't. You can't talk about yourself in that way. You can't talk about your feelings in that way. And like a lot of believers, for some reason,
Thinker, that
yeah,
sounds like a
yeah.
victim mentality to me. I don't
I
process
already
like
know. I
that.
already know. Like, Joe, you think a lot. You think very highly of yourself. I already.
No, not.
You
Oh my
do. You
goodness.
do. That's. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You think very highly of yourself, so you can't and won't even think of yourself that way. Okay. And I mean, a lot of people are like that. I didn't say that it was a bad thing. You are not in touch with your feelings because like it's almost like you don't know what feelings are for you. I don't know how you're going to empathize with someone in that situation other than you doing it to further feed your ego, to further feed whatever has pumped you up to the point to where you are not a victim. So you helping a person that you see on the street, you're going to do it and then you're going to mentally pat yourself on the back for doing it.
No. So for me, now I'm speaking solely about me, and I'm not even speaking from a religious perspective. I am very much the loner, very much. So I don't have a mentality that says when I'm in any situation, and now I haven't been homeless, but I've been out and about and hungry, wishing I could get something to eat. And the process is, how do I use what I know to get something to eat with no money? That's what goes through my head. That's what would go through my head. Now, I'll throw this out there. I'm a New Yorker. I don't know if that makes me different from other people, but we are very. That's what would be go running through my mind in that situation. I'm hungry. I want to get something to eat. This is what I could do. This is what I can't do. Um,
Hold on.
I don't have no credit cards.
To my nerds, if you are a nerd and you are from New York, anywhere in New York, if you were in the situation that I proposed, the hypothetical situation that I proposed to show, would you have feelings about a person walking past you, or do New Yorkers not have feelings? I'm trying to like. Is it because of New York?
I don't even think that's limited to New York.
That's what you just said.
I said maybe because I'm a New Yorker.
That's New York,
Is it
right?
right? But I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I know I'm not the only one like this, though. It can be.
Minister Diana MR said they would have feelings, and they're from New York. Um, Preston said, well, they just said they lived in Boston. We
And
have
so, but
feelings,
the
but not when I was a Christian. Marjorie said she did not have feelings when she was a Christian as a New Yorker. I do think that Christians they demonize emotions. Their their feelings are reserved for the Holy Spirit. And then if you have feelings of sadness outside of the Holy Spirit, then that's the devil. That means you're not blessed. Like I do think that people who believe in the Christian God uh, have very low emotional intelligence because they think their feelings is either a manifestation of the Holy Spirit, or a evidence that they are blessed, or evidence that they are being tested by the devil.
Or that we understand that processing feelings is not going to get us out of the situation that we're in.
I mean, whatever you tell yourself.
That's honestly what I would tell myself.
Yeah, I know. I said, or whatever you tell yourself. It doesn't change what I just said.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I just wanted to just make sure I was responding honestly.
Yeah, I mean, everybody in here, put a 1 in the chat if everybody in here knows that Show is not a victim.
That I'm not a victim?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You're not a victim. You're a go-getter.
I'm not saying I can't be a victim.
That's what you've been making sure we know. And your
I don't take.
feelings make you a victim. So I don't know feeling sad, feeling unseen. Like, do you my whole entire life, I've gone through a lot of bullshit. I've gone through a lot of bullshit, but I've never let that bullshit stop me from my next move. I've always been a go-getter my whole entire life. If some shit failed, I'm going to figure out how to get what the fuck I need. That's why I wrote that song, Thank You to Me, because I will sit the fuck down and I will think about what the fuck I can do to get what I need. That's why I've never gone without. But I know
You sound like a New Yorker.
but I know, no, I don't. I sound like me. I know the feelings. I know what it feels like to need something and not have anybody that you can call. I know what it feels like to always be the one that gets called. And then when you need something, you don't have anybody to call. I know what it feels like to feel unseen. That doesn't stop me from being a go-getter. That doesn't stop me from thinking about my next move.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Fee.
Good morning, Fee.
Hey, I think, listen, I haven't been listening long, but this doesn't surprise me because I think in order to be religious, you have to have a distant relationship with honesty. In order to be emotionally intelligent, you have to be honest with yourself. And I'm not saying that you are not being honest with yourself, Show. I think that the bottom of your vessel of honesty has a bottom that's really not true. Because if you are incapable of saying and recognizing, oh, I'm feeling this thing now, I don't like feeling this emotion, I don't enjoy it, and you aren't capable of at least admitting that you feel that thing, you completely explain away or push away the feeling for something more preferable or something that would look a certain way, because you're not talking about what you feel right now, you're talking about how it looks. It looks resilient to others. It doesn't feel like fear. It doesn't feel like abandonment. It doesn't feel like any of the negative emotions that society has told you are negative, because emotions are just signals. They're just communication. And every single emotion is welcome. Every behavior that results oftentimes from those emotions are not welcome. But an emotionally intelligent person will not convince themselves they're not feeling something. Emotionally intelligent people will not blame a situation or say the situation is unfortunate. They will sit with how they are legitimately responding to that situation. And like Thinker was saying, I do think you have a very low level of emotional intelligence in religious communities because they urge you to push away from what is and get closer to what you think is supposed to be. And that's just not healthy. So no, if you aren't able to say, oh, in this situation, as a human, this is how I felt. Like if someone walked, and I didn't hear the whole scenario because like I said, I just joined. But if I am incapable of saying, oh, this happened and I felt completely abandoned or I felt completely terrified, it's not me being a victim. That's me being honest. That's not me being a victim. Is trying to, hey, thinker, look at me. This person abandoned me. You remember last week, Selena, when this person abandoned me? Like calling attention to the scenario for the purpose of garnering pity. That's not the same as acknowledging what you're feeling honestly.
And Leighton, it's also not the same as not expecting anyone to help ever. Even if you have an expectation that no one will ever help you, you still have feelings about that thing.
And I don't know that you can be a truly empathetic person if you aren't connected to your emotions. I think you can be positively performative, but I don't know it's true empathy. Empathy comes from recognizing how you feel and not wanting someone else to feel that thing, or imagining how they could be feeling. But you can't imagine how another person feels if you don't even acknowledge your own.
There's nothing wrong with having feelings about a thing. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make you weak. It
It
doesn't
makes you
make
fucking
you
human.
exactly. It doesn't make you less of a successful person. It doesn't make you less of a go-getter. I don't have an expectation that I don't fucking like human beings because human beings to me are too fickle. One moment they love you, the next moment they fucking hate your guts. They are not as reliable for you when you need help. Human beings are very selfish. I don't depend on human beings to get the things that I need. I have taken care of myself for a very long time. But that doesn't stop me from feeling what I feel, knowing that I cannot reach out to the same people who have me on speed dial for when they need.
And to deny that that would leave anybody's scale feeling unbalanced is just lying to yourself. She's not saying, oh, that makes me this, or that makes me, that therefore I am X, Y, Z. No, she's just acknowledging something that is and acknowledging the emotional response that followed. But y'all do, like, y'all read this book and allow this book to tell you that the very thing that makes us human, that helps us move society along. I mean, do you not realize that it had to be some level of empathy that started the abolitionist movement? It had to be some level of empathy that started the suffrage movement. Like, progress as a society has to come by way of some form of empathy, where a person in a position of privilege looks at another group of people that does not have that privilege and says, oh, I would not want to be there. And you can't know if you would want to experience a thing if you don't even let yourself experience the thing that you are experiencing. Religion tells you that emotions are bad. They're not. Bad behaviors are bad. Religion tells you thoughts are bad. How the fuck can you control what you think? There's no way I can control what's going to pop up into my mind next to say. I can control how I'd verbalize it. But you can't learn to regulate things you don't even acknowledge. You can't learn to identify things you pretend are not there. Emotions are part of the human experience. But it seems like this God has taken that from y'all. And that's sad for not only the human who allowed it, but for those of us who have to deal with it.
Leighton, I think you may be projecting. I think that you inserted that he's saying that he can't call on anybody. And that's not what he said. What he said was he doesn't rely on anybody to take care of him, and that he's thinking about his next move. He's thinking about how he can get it done. That's what he's saying. He said that he wouldn't have any emotions about it at first. And then he said the situation would be sad. I think you may be projecting right now. And to the person in the comments who said, well, you don't like yourself then, I am human. Even I am fickle. I don't know why there was any expectation for you to think that I would be removing myself out of that. I am human.
I think even that the fickle piece is about being able to be honest with someone. Like if we were talking about this, I don't know who I was talking to this about the other day, but like the expectation to always be what another person wants you to be in the moment that they want you to be, that is not realistic. So it may seem as fickle where someone's, hey, normally on Tuesdays we hang out. Oh, well, this Tuesday I'm not really feeling like it. Nothing happened. I'm not
No,
mad
I'm
at
not
you. I'm
talking
just,
about that. I'm talking about one moment they love you, you're the greatest person on earth. The next moment it's cancel culture.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
you
and
have a difference of opinion on something. The next thing you know is, oh, like it's or like they punching you in the face because you won't loan them $800. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, hey, I don't want to hang out today, or I'm just not feeling like it today. I'm talking about human beings. Like the moment that you say no to them about something, it then all of a sudden you are the worst person in the world, and they're aiming to cause you harm. That's what
yeah.
I
I
mean.
wouldn't even call that fickle. I would just call that selfish. That's just a person who only wants what they want, and they're using you. Like to me, that's not a fickle person. That's just a bad person who has ways of dealing that are not fair.
No,
But I
no, I'm
get
talking
what you're
about as a
saying. Like,
society. Like if we look at the way one moment an influencer is the best person in the world, and then they post something that people don't agree with. Next thing you know, that person is the worst person in the world. Like it's
yeah,
yeah, like
I,
humans are fickle. Like there isn't a
I guess
it's just
groupthink though.
like, say that again.
I see that as groupthink. Like I think
I mean,
it's,
it
and I
might be,
get
but it's
what you're
still fickle
saying.
to me. Like they're not. It's very fickle. Like
They're inconsistent.
yeah.
Can
But
I
I
ask a
think you're
question?
always going to be inconsistent when you allow your thoughts of things to be controlled by the masses, or you allow people to tell you what to think, or you completely ignore the fact that humans are going to make mistakes. Humans are going to do things wrong. An influence is going to post something that they didn't research well, or that an idea that's half baked, but they don't leave space for growth. And that, I think, that is residue of this religion too, because it's always striving for perfection. And the moment someone doesn't display it, then, oh, now I'm attacking you and you're my enemy. I see you in a complete 180-degree different perspective now. So yeah.
Yeah, I think like and I said like I include myself in there. I'm not excuse me. I'm not excluding myself. I am a human. And sometimes we do not give grace for a person to be wrong or make a mistake. Like we make split decisions about a person in a matter of a moment. I do not fuck with human beings on that level. I just don't. And I've always said that. But I do empathize with humans because I am a human, and I know what it would feel like for me to be without and not be able to get help. And so I don't do that. I don't do that to people because I don't want that done to me. So when people ask me to help them, if I have it, and I don't always have it, if I have it, without a shadow of a doubt, I'm sending it to you because I don't want for me to be in a place of need and I'm not able to get it if I just have to ask somebody. So I don't do that to other people, but that still does not uh, make people do the same for me because human beings, like we are, like our comfortability is usually like the first thing at the top of our mind. Our comfortability and our safety. And so we make decisions based off of that. Our need to fit in takes priority. What we look like to society, like our reputation takes priority. Like it's a lot of things that we put above humanity.
So, hey, can I ask this?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So you guys are speaking about empathy, okay? And even with empathy, I'm imagining it's not me because the scenario we gave was me. So I don't know how if it's possible to have empathy for yourself. So I processed as myself, right? How else can I process if the person asked me to process as me? Why is it wrong for me to set feelings aside to get the task done that I'm trying to get done? Why is that wrong? Isn't that the thing that's supposed to be done?
Thinker, did you say that?
No, I have no idea. I don't know. I didn't say that. But also, Leighton, what do you mean I'm not accounting for people who have been alone most of their life? Where am I not accounting for people? What's supposed to change for people who have not been like? Am I what? Am I supposed to say? Oh, I like all humans except for the ones. I mean, I don't like humans except for the ones who have been alone for the most of their life. I'm confused. What is it that you think I'm not getting? I'm confused on that. But Show, I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying.
Right. So, like, and I definitely believe and probably could resonate more where you were describing yourself as you have been in situations where you have had to make a move and get that move done. I'm going to guess you were not processing feelings in those situations, but I
Yes,
could be wrong.
yes, you are wrong. I don't know why. Like, why would you think that I would not be processing feelings in that moment?
So
Like, I
y'all,
had to
y'all are
sell my house.
I'm the only one
I
like
had
this.
I don't know if you're the only one like this. I had to sell my house in
See,
order
you
to
you
keep
can't
my.
relate to this.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me talking?
So can you
I'm
hear?
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
I had to sell my house in order to keep my business going. The house that I built from the ground up, 5 bedroom, 3 living rooms, 3,000 square foot house that I built for my kids. And I promised them that I would build this house. And we picked out the lot. They helped pick out every fucking brick, siding, light fixture. I built this house for my kids. And I had to fucking sell that motherfucker to keep my company going. And that shit hurt. That shit hurt, but I had to find another place for us to live. I had to keep the company going, find a new business partner, and I had to move, but at the same time process the fact that me as a single mother, as a business owner, had to make these decisions. My business partner had just done some fuck shit, and I had to process all of these emotions, all of these feelings, and keep moving forward. I don't know, like I'm not sure why you think that that's impossible to do.
I think because of socialization of men in our country, in the West in general. Like you say, push your feelings to the side and deal with what you have to deal. When do you pull them back in front of you? Do you have a process for, okay, this is what I was feeling in that moment. This is the betrayal I felt. This is the anger I felt. This is the jealousy I felt. This is the annoyance I felt. This is whatever. When do you put it back in front of you and deal with it in a systematic way to ensure that you have a healthy mental state? Men don't do that. A lot of women don't do that. Hell, a lot of people don't do that. And what you have is a society of humans walking around convincing themselves that they are empathetic, but they don't feel because they have to get it done. This is what men do. You put your head down and you get it done. Yeah, you put your head down and you get it done because you have to. That's what responsible folks do. Like, to Thinker's point, she realized she had a goal. She realized she needed to make sure her children had somewhere to stay. She realized all these choices had to be made. That doesn't negate how she felt about it. But y'all talk about feelings as though they are optional, as though they are the flaws. That is something religion tells you. How many every single day, no matter how we say what we say, some believer is going to be in here telling us we're angry. Look at how much anger they're showing. That is ridiculous for any adult to say, as though they've never experienced anger by some. There are things that should make us angry. You talk to me about a grown-ass man touching a baby, I'm going to be pissed the fuck off. But it's almost as if the farther you get away from the natural, empathetic human response to fucked up situations, the more in line you are with God. And the more you feel like a better person, like Thinker was saying, you do a thing and then you pat yourself on the back for it.
I think
That's why I think the narcissistic. Then you say somebody said this was a belief system of narcissists.
Definitely, you have to be a narcissist to be a Christian.
Um, yeah. I think I think people think that suppressing their feelings about something makes them stronger. But like there is a analogy of a boiling pot with a lid on it or something. Eventually that shit's gonna blow.
Mm.
Like you can keep suppressing it. If there are emotions there and all you keep doing is pushing them down, pushing them down, pushing them down, pushing it down, that shit's gonna blow.
That's probably why I struggle with anger.
Yeah, feelings unexpressed do not die. They fester every single time. You may consider yourself, oh, I'm a different type of person. No, you're not. You just may be a little bit more experienced as, like Thinker was saying, holding that lid on that pot. But you are human. Your brain is wired in a specific way. Emotions are they are oftentimes chemical, as though you can control that. At what point do you control how much adrenaline is released from your brain to make you angry? You don't. But y'all, we don't, as believers, y'all don't learn these. You got somebody in the comments, principles over feelings. The fuck does that even mean? What would your principles be rooted in if it's not fairness, if it's not equality, if it's not empathy? Those are examples of feelings on a human level, but y'all don't get that because you're, I guess, too quick to try to get to your angel level or your spirit level. Just fucking up the human level for all of us. You can't control your anger if you don't even admit that you have it. Can't control shit that you don't admit you have. You can't regulate a motherfucking thing that you refuse to examine. None of us can.
You know, the crazy thing about it is the people that be saying that shit be the ones up here going the fuck off while they think
Yep.
they're practicing self control and they're in denial. They're in denial. Like this is why I say they have low emotional intelligence. They have no idea how to even control their emotions or even recognize when they're emotional. Like they have no uh and look at his name. I guarantee you he has very low emotional intelligence.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And as he said, principles are always first. What are principles rooted in? What are the foundation of principles based on? They are so disconnected from just who they are as people and the honest reality of what goes on in their minds, because their first perspective is, oh well, I have to do what society or what God tells me to do. This is the right thing to do no matter what I feel about it. So you're going, I say this all the time, the worst person in the world to lie to is yourself. The worst person in the world to lie to is yourself. Because when you do that, you fracture something. We've all done it at a certain point. But you fracture something, I think, within you where you know that you are living something that you know is not true. You know that you're performing while you're telling yourself you're being authentic. You can't have coherence in that state. And if you aren't a person who's willing to at least learn about emotions, read where they come from, learn about how to process them in a healthy way, not pretend you don't have them.
So, is it okay if I say something?
Really quickly, I just want to say there is a principle that men, uh, some men still live by, but majority of men lived by for a very long time. And that principle is men don't cry. And that is a masculine, a principle based off of what it means to be masculine. And so when that principle was put over feelings, what that created was a bunch of man babies. Because today, now we have men all over fucking social media talking about nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear our emotions. Nobody ever asks us how we're feeling. Because your principles were always put over your feelings, and you always told yourself men don't cry, so you always lied to yourself and told yourself that you're okay, you all right. And then the people in front of you believed you, and now you are whining because nobody asked you how you are fucking doing. Go ahead, Show.
I know I'm gonna catch some heat for this one, but I agree. Principles over feelings. You when you're going through something or you need to accomplish something, only a specific type of feeling is going to help you, and you need to allow those feelings, and
No,
anything
show,
else.
you need to say you do.
Okay, let me say this
Yeah,
all
you need to say
applies to
you
me.
do, because
Everything I'm
what you
saying applies to me.
cannot do is tell me that I
True.
can't do something that I've
What?
already done.
I'm so sorry. When I say you, I mean me. Please understand. I mean me. When I'm going through something, I'm telling myself, and plus I was going to ask you guys to define emotional intelligence. But before that, I'm saying to myself, it doesn't matter if I'm tired. It doesn't matter if I don't want to do that. If I don't get up and get this report done, this client is going to be
Wait, you think
heavily upset.
tired is a feeling? Is an
Wow.
emotion? I'm so confused right
Wow.
now.
So hold on. I said principles over feelings.
Right. Do you
Right?
think being tired is an emotion, show?
Well, it's a state of being that might, if you entertain how tired you are, then you're gonna react to the
Nobody is
tiredness.
talking. No, no, show.
I
No,
mean me.
nobody is
I'm
talking
saying me.
about being tired. We're talking
Okay.
about being angry, being
And
sad, being hurt,
so anger can help.
being happy. Like tiredness is not an emotion, show.
Okay, let's scratch tiredness. Anger can help in certain times because it fuels you. I'm angry that I can't do this for my children. So I'm going to use that adrenaline rush to get that thing done.
But
But
I thought you
being
said principles over feelings, though. Someone who says to me principles over feelings wouldn't feel angry. It
so
wouldn't. They wouldn't feel angry. You would just have principles, I guess.
so
Well,
when oh, I'm sorry.
I think what you're describing is what everybody does, right? That's not anything special. I don't think you're having these emotions. You just trying to suppress them. You just I don't think when someone says principles over feelings, like what does that mean? You can't you
I'll
can't
be back,
stop
y'all.
yourself from being angry or sad, or you can't stop that. You can change your reaction to your emotions, right? But you can't stop yourself from having emotions. There are some people that don't, but you can't stop yourself from having these emotions. It's just like you can't stop your body from getting tired. You may be able to push through that tiredness. You can't stop it though.
And notice how we're talking about emotions and you're talking about getting some work done, but you're being tired. Like everything for a lot of these conversations, and I've noticed this, like when we start talking about emotions for men, you immediately go to productivity, not sitting with how you are internally feeling. Like it's the weirdest thing, but it tracks though, because of the way emotions have been vilified in this religion, because of the way any sort of feeling, unless the God is doing it or you're doing it for the God. Like you can jump around like a fucking frog in a blender and be all the things for this God, but you can't just do it for yourself. You can't acknowledge that, oh, this made me feel jealous. Why did I feel jealous? What was I thinking? What are the things that are running in the back of my mind that prompted this feeling of jealousy, or this feeling of bitterness, or this feeling of fill in the blank? That's what emotional intelligence is naming what you are feeling and trying to identify the preceding thought or thoughts that prompted it. That's all it is. But y'all don't even acknowledge that you're feeling it. When Thinker asked you, when I came in, she was asking you about, I guess, a scenario, and you said that would be a messed up situation. You
Mhm.
externalize it as opposed to, oh, this is the actual feeling that is moving inside of my mind and my body right now. Where is that coming from? Is it positive? Is it negative? Do I like it? And what can I do with it? Like there's a lot of resources on emotional intelligence, and I think you will find, to Thinker's point, a lot of men struggle with that because of the way y'all are socialized. I think a lot of black women struggle with it too because of the way we are socialized. We are taught, oh, we get shit done, and we do. We absolutely do. And at the same time, we have to be able to take care of ourselves. And the moment we start taking care of our mental health and taking care of how we think through things, then you got to put principle over feelings. But you can't roll out principles if you don't acknowledge the feelings that keep you moving. That's just not how this works.
But, but also, I don't think they put principles over feelings.
Oh,
Men don't
absolutely
cry,
no.
but they kill their families.
Exactly. What
Men don't
principle
cry,
led you to do that?
Yep.
but they men don't cry, but they pew pew up their workplace. Men, they got a lot of fucking emotions. Men don't cry, but they unalive their families and shove their children in an oil drum.
They
That's
say
very fucking emotional.
they say harmful shit to hurt other people because they don't know how to process their emotion. And then
Yeah,
they got to
men
go
don't
back and say,
I
I didn't
used to
mean what
do
I
that a
just
lot.
said. I didn't mean it.
men don't cry, but as soon as you don't give them your phone number, they kicking you in the head on the ground. Y'all motherfuckers don't cry, but you do a lot of other emotional shit.
I had to pull somebody I know to the side after Justin's accident. My child is in a hospital. He had so many of his bones broken. His fucking skull just been reattached to his spine with metal. And they're going to tell him, no, you got to be strong. I said, he doesn't. I pulled him out of the room. I was like, he does not have to be anything except what he is feeling right now. And that's it. And he will process it and he will get through it. But you will not tell him that he has to suppress anything for the optics of anybody. Do not ever do that. Because y'all are like I think society, specifically for men, like Loris was saying, it makes y'all afraid of expressing your honest, again, that distance from honesty, your honest feelings about things, because you don't want to be seen in a certain way.
It also says their God is fucking dumb.
Yep.
Like you believe in a God that gave you a fucking brain and neurons to process emotion. But you're a man and you're not supposed to have emotions. You are literally calling your creator dumb as fuck for giving them to you. So there's that.
And look at what happens in the people that don't display empathy or emotions. Like, do you think that there would be a way that a person who is connected to feelings would drop a BOMB on a school of little girls? Do you think that a person who recognizes the frustration or the anger or the jealousy or whatever they're feeling would be able to go into a school and pew pew it up? Like, to Thinker's point, you are saying that this God made you. You say you're perfectly made, yet you're fighting against the things your God installed in you. That makes it absolutely sense.
If okay, so when I'm thinking of the term, because actually that was the first time I heard that term, but I like it based off what I think it is. And when we're speaking of these situations, we're not speaking like we don't have emotions, we don't cry, and this. I'm not saying that. The scenario that was given to me was that I am starving on the street and I need to get something to eat, and then a person works by me and they do nothing, right? And I truly think that when people get in those situations, and I'm thinking because this is me, I don't process a feeling. I only process what's the next thing I need to do to accomplish the goal.
You're not saying
That's
anything
wrong.
different, Show. You're not saying anything different. You're saying the same thing over and over again.
But but my question now is why is that? Okay, separating that. We're not saying always we are like that. I'm not saying always I'm like that. I don't have emotion. I don't think about things. I can't empathize. In a crucial situation where I'm trying to tackle a goal, right? And
No one, like, why are you adding that caveat to that hypothetical situation?
because if it
None of that was in that hypothetical situation, and you trying to attack a goal. None of that.
well trying to get something to eat, I should
Nope,
say.
didn't even say that. I did not say that. I said you were on the side of the road, haven't eaten in days. That's all I said.
That's
You are
true. That's
adding
true.
all
Yes,
of that to that because that's what you would be doing.
that is the absolute truth. if I'm starving, the first thing I'm thinking is how I'm going to get something to eat. And that's in real life,
Okay,
even not a hypothetical.
okay, so the fact
Okay,
that you
so my
can't even stay within the hypothetical is just ridiculous.
okay,
There is no need for us to go over it again.
so I was moving past that because Fee had spoken of we kind of was talking about this principles over feelings thing, and my opinion is that when and like you said, when you brought up the starving thing, yes, I added all of this stuff to it in my own mind. When we are going through those things, and this is just, if I'm the only one, I'm the only one. I feel like I don't have time to process feelings. I have to focus on what the task is and make it happen. Maybe I could process the feelings later. Maybe.
this is exactly
Do you?
why
Do you?
men claiming that they are superior, they can't do two things at once. They would fall the fuck apart, wouldn't get anything done if they process their feelings. Is very, very fucking interesting. Because women have to do that shit
It
every
really
day,
is.
every fucking day. Like once a month, our fucking hormones take over our body, and we are filled with emotions. But we still have to work. We still have to raise children. We still have to cook. We still have to clean. We still have to build. We don't fucking stop and break down. Like if women stopped thinking, stopped moving, stopped doing every time they had emotions, we would never get shit done.
Thinker,
Huh?
do you know that um, DV cases spiked during football season?
Yep. I read that
No, I
study,
didn't know
Lawrence.
that.
Yep.
Yes, they spiked during football season because men are processing their feelings.
That's the only place that they will let them process. Did you read that article, Lawrence?
Yeah,
That
that's hmm
hmm
they
that's why they're so fanatical about these teams, because it's the outlet for them to express all of this pent up anger, and unfortunately, it gets directed to partners as well.
they'll pretend they don't process their feelings, yet they'll burn a city down when their team wins the wins the championship or not,
Did y'all see that
right?
that guy crying his he bought a TV or something and they were in couples therapy?
No,
I sent it to
Yes,
you.
I
Oh
saw
my,
that.
yeah.
I saw that.
I missed it.
That'd be, and I sent it to Fee, and I said it's very interesting. I said this he would be one of the ones on our stage claiming he don't have feelings, calling us emotional, yelling at us, and talking about men rule. But get there, and it's that.
I saw that on the it was it the new season of couples therapy?
Oh yeah, I forgot
I
about
didn't
that
know if it
one.
was a new season. I ain't never seen it, but
Yeah,
Show, show. You mentioned putting your emotions aside, and how do you deal with them later? What's your process for doing that?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys some things. Okay, I'm gonna tell you some things. I do struggle with anger. That's that's one of my biggest. That's one of the reasons I'm deconstructing. I've been asking God to heal me of that for so long, so long. So one thing, just make me not be like that. Not riches, not gold, not take that away from me.
That's that spiritual bypass. That's why I asked you what your process was. A
I,
process
I
of
don't I don't know that you're supposed to have a process to. I don't.
what do you mean? What does that mean? You don't know you're supposed to have a process.
I'm supposed to have a process to process feelings.
So what do you think I mean by that?
why do you think the word process is there?
Exactly. I mean, you even said it. You were like, "I'll put the feelings to the side and process them later." You said that. What do you mean by that? If you don't have a process?
And I said maybe so. In that case, like I'm thinking of excruciating situations where, yes, I had to come up with some money for something, or a child going to a hospital or something like that. The adrenaline rushes, and that will suppress feelings because you're focused on whatever it is you're trying to, emergency you're trying to get out of. And then after you process,
How?
I mean, I never asked myself how, I just assume it just does.
Yeah, you're not processing anything. You're not processing a goddamn thing. You have layers of just compacted emotional experiences inside you that you ain't did shit with. That's why you pop off. Like there are tons of resources, and if you want to, I will send you a few that I have used on emotional regulation and what that process looks like. There are probably even more for men that I don't have. So if any of the guys in the community have used any, please send them to show. This shit doesn't have a
Emotional
fast track.
regulation?
Yes. Yeah. Emotional intelligence and emotional regulation. I promise you, I've been saying this for way too long. If that shit were taught in elementary school, it would probably have to go. It would take a while, but if that were
V,
actually taught,
look at what that motherfucker just put in the chat.
what did he says?
This woman lives by books and stuff.
Wow,
Fucking told you.
wow.
And he spelled really Reely. This,
First of all,
that's why I said, look at his motherfucking name. Like, this the shit that be like, what?
you should never take advice from a motherfucker that named himself King Lion from Zion. That just sounds too Sesame Streety.
You ain't lied,
That
Lawrence.
just sounds. I'm King Lion from Zion, and we're gonna teach you about rhymes.
Yeah, I don't know why this anti-intellectual thing is taking off again, but and I'm gonna say this this is coming from the bottom of my big toe. Y'all stupid motherfuckers. And when I say stupid, I mean it in every form that you can imagine. Y'all stupid motherfuckers are the reason this world is the way it is. Because you don't care to learn anything. You want to already be the person that knows it, and you don't know shit. You ignore what could help you, and you demonize the actual resources we have that's supported by data. You don't care. And then the fucked up part about it is they only do it in regard to social experiments. Social situations. You don't use faith for anything else. You don't ignore the data for anything else. Y'all are just stupid and comfortably stupid.
And show, do you realize that you share the same motherfucking principle as a motherfucker who don't like books and stuff?
Books and stuff. Somebody need to
Who
rename
doesn't
themselves.
like books and who doesn't like books and stuff?
Your fellow
King
Christian in the
King
comments.
Lion from Zion. He doesn't like anything because when I told him about his grammar earlier, he said that he was above grammar. He is obviously unlearned, and being so unlearned makes him feel uncomfortable, and that's why he is saying, and that's why he's saying dumb shit like, "Oh, you go by books and stuff." He don't even know it's dumb. He don't even know it's dumb.
I can't always speak for everybody else, but on this panel, I actually learn a lot. Even sometimes it's hard to get through me because I can't see through but I'm a little bit different, I think, because if I can learn something, I will learn something. But I do have to understand it, right? And maybe that's where he is too. This
But
is
you
No,
didn't try
He's
to
not
no.
there.
understand Christianity.
Nah, he's not there.
emotional intelligence, and what was the other word you used?
Because he
B?
repeated it. I said you live by books. He
But
repeated it. He is, listen, he eschews knowledge. Books is not, no.
like, I'm trying to figure out, show.
Hmm.
You did not take this approach with your God,
What approach?
needing to understand it. Because before you told me that the indoctrination of love your neighbor as you love yourself, do unto others as you would have others do unto you, it's never been broken down for you. So you didn't go this deep and needed to understand that. as you are with emotional intelligence?
No, I just accepted it. That's the problem.
But you said that you are the type of person that needs to understand.
So how can when I say understand, right? Like emotional intelligence and processing an emotion after the fact. This kind of stuff is foreign to me.
And your God wasn't foreign to you?
It don't feel foreign when you hear about it from a kid.
So I'm listening to everything that you're saying. And when you say, this is how I am, no matter what piece of information is put in front of you, whether it's about a God, whether it's about your own emotions, if this is how you are going to ask questions and you are going to need to understand it, and it's going to need to make sense.
I mean, that would be like saying I keep a neat house except for my kitchen dirty as hell. What you talking about? Like, if you keep a neat house, then you're going to have your house neat every single room. You're not going to have pockets in your house that are not investigated in this analogy. So if you're a person that needs that level of understanding, then it would apply everywhere, including this concept of a God. I get indoctrination. Like, that's how we got here. We wouldn't be on this platform with each other if we weren't indoctrinated into this belief system. But at a certain point, when you realize, oh, I haven't learned this, I just accepted this, I don't understand this, I just adopted it, then you put it the fuck down or you start digging through it. That's
This
not what you
mother,
did with Christianity.
this motherfucker said my ancestors wrote before books.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my God.
Again, so painfully ignorant.
So I know this next thing, this is just gonna just set y'all on fire. So you don't think processing emotions is feminine?
No. Why would that be feminine? I mean, your brain works in the same way. Let me say this.
No?
Um, what I want to say is not everybody's brain works in the same way, right? But you have emotions that you are able to process. That's just how the brain works, right? You have emotions that you are able to process, right? Y'all came up with this idea that processing your emotions is feminine because you think that showing your emotions and processing them are the same thing. You do not know the difference. I can process my emotions. No one has to know. No one has to know that I'm doing that but me. But because the way a man processes emotions is by killing his whole family, that's why you think processing emotions and showing emotions are the same thing.
But is it feminine then, Lawrence? I would think that taking your whole family out is an emotional response. I would think that
No.
flipping a car over after a game is an emotional response, but that's not feminine.
Let me ask you a
And you don't
question.
stop to ask yourself, what's the difference?
All right. Um, so you said you have anger issues, right? Like
Hmm.
triggered when you're frustrated and lose control.
Yes. That's not hypothetical. That's real.
Do you get bored when you're not like working on a task, on a
Do I
goal?
get bored when I'm not working on a task?
Yeah. Do you ever experience chronic boredom when you're not working towards a goal?
I don't think so. No. Chronic boredom? No.
Have you ever? Do you know what being bored feels like?
Having nothing to do? Yes.
No.
But I haven't felt that in a long
You
time.
could be doing stuff and being bored.
No, I know what being bored is. I know what that
Right.
is.
But you just answered you
Do I
just
know what
answered
being bored
having
is?
nothing to do. That's what you just answered. And that's not being bored. You could be doing something and be bored.
Okay, that's what I would define bored as. The 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 discomfort with not having something entertaining to do. That would be my definition of. That's not what boredom is.
You could be having a feeling of monotonous um monotony when you're working on something, uh, bit on autopilot while you're working on
That
something.
drives me crazy. Yes.
Do you have that?
So like
Do you experience that? Do you just work on autopilot?
I can't do things that happen on autopilot. I have to hire those out.
So
Like
you have to have this excitement and joy.
it
And
has to be mentally stimulating.
you sound like you have the mentality of a sociopath.
Oh, um, okay. Well, here is my
Which
thing.
the reason why I say this is because sociopaths do process emotions, but the way you process them is through anger, through excitement of achieving your goals, through like feelings of being on autopilot. Like you could do a task and be on autopilot, but you outsource them. Like you sound like you are processing them, but you're processing them the way sociopaths do.
But I also think controlling. You're saying you have an issue with controlling anger. I think it's probably anger at all of the other emotions that you're feeling underneath that anger that you're not acknowledging. Like the scenario thinker gave about somebody walking past you knowing that you're hungry. I would feel hurt. If I knew the person, I would feel absolutely betrayed. I would feel let down. I would feel all of those things. But because you push those to the side and, because it's a situation, not you feeling the thing, when it does bubble up, it's coming up as anger. That's why so many men take their whole families out, like Loris was saying.
Why haven't
But
you gone to a
why would he have
therapist?
anger problem?
Because he said he don't process his emotion. Why haven't you
No,
gone to a therapist about your
I've
anger?
gone to a therapist. That's how I was able to actually begin to battle anger from going to a
No, but
therapist.
why are you angry? I thought you said you could control your emotions. Why are you angry? What you mad for?
I definitely didn't say I could control my emotions. But I mean, there are different things that cause me to be frustrated and triggered. It's different things, typically related to failure. But
So you
as
be
for
mad
the
at
Are you
yourself?
scared of failing?
what, well, before I go into the failure thing, right? If you have a husband or you have an employee or you have somebody that the business partner thing, you have a business partner. And I know you're gonna tell me if I'm wrong anyway. Do you? I feel like I don't even want to just keep going into this, but I kind of don't see how you guys don't see it. Like, do you want that person to be focused on emotions and this and that and the third, distracted, making mistakes, getting things wrong, not getting things done? Or do you want that person?
Emotion.
What?
What are you talking
Or
about?
okay, I'm asking the question.
What do you
Or do
mean?
you?
Like, are you asking like if an employee had a bad day? Would I be like, don't get back to work? Fuck your emotions. Get back to work. Is that what you're asking me?
No,
What do you mean?
but maybe it. Okay, not like that, not like that. But if you have an employee, right, and the employee is going through something internally or got frustrated with something or had something happen yesterday or whatever, you would probably prefer for that employee to call out, right?
No. What?
Okay.
Call
So
out because they had a bad day the day before.
they're processing emotions, and as they're processing their emotions, it's going to make them make mistakes in other areas in the company. That has nothing to do with the
I've
company.
never ever
But
I've never first off, people make mistakes all the damn time, whether they're processing emotions or not. That doesn't make any sense, show. And I've never in my life, as an employee or an employer, been told go home because you had a bad day. When I was going through my divorce, you know what my company did?
I'm listening.
They paid for me for my therapy so that I could work better. They didn't send me home.
So
Okay.
how would you recognize emotions being processed by an employee when I said the statement process emotions and you were like, they have to be processed? Like, how
So
are you saying that employees did that when you didn't know that was a thing?
so I'm saying that an employee went through something, and then they're coming to the job processing emotions, whatever that is, and then they're
Processing
making
emotions is
mistakes.
not emoting. That's not processing emotions, show.
that's just what I was saying. I don't think
Yeah, that's
how
not.
do you know that they're processing emotions? How do you know that? How would you, let's say I was your employee, right? And I don't know, let's say, I don't know, my pet passed away. How would you know that?
I'm asking you
Besides
guys.
me telling you, besides me telling you, how would that, how would you know that?
And that don't
I'm
even make
asking.
sense because most companies give you 3 days of bereavement and then
Hmm.
they expect you to be back at work and they know you haven't processed your emotions of grief in 3 damn days, but they want you at work. I don't understand.
Yes. So how would you know that I'm processing this, any emotions that I had?
That's exactly what I'm asking you guys to try to get to a place where we can connect and relate. In
Well,
my mind, in my own mind, right? If I'm coming to and I have to do a build, a system build, right? I can't have my mind wrecked with the fight I got into earlier with my girlfriend or my cat died yesterday. My mind have to be focused on the task. To me, and tell you and I'm asking you to help me out a little bit here. If I'm processing what I believe to be processing, and what I believe to be processing is thinking about my cat died and all of the good memories we had, and it was there for me when I was lonely. I'm not focused on my task.
yes, you
What
can be.
but
What?
he also isn't describing processing emotions. He's
Not at
describing
all.
wallowing.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. You can process emotions and still do your job.
But I'm asking you guys from your
How do
own
you
perspective.
think employees go to work after losing a loved one? How do you think they do that? Like,
Guys,
do you think that people just like get over the death of a spouse or a child or a mom or dad in the 3 days of bereavement that they get and then they go back to work? Like, do you think that they have processed the emotions of that loss in 3 days?
that is what I am asking you guys because you guys
Well,
understand
but hold on, you
what
are
that
an
is.
employer.
Yes.
Okay. And so, do you think that your employees have processed grief in 3 days for them to come back to work? Or do you make them stay off until they completely healed from losing their loved one?
I don't have any place where I guess the word would be process all of that. If they need time off, they get time off.
Do you make them stay off until they've completely healed?
No.
So they come back while they're still processing?
Okay. The first question: do I make them stay off? No.
So they
I,
come
I
back. So they come back while they're still processing the grief.
that's what I'm saying to you ladies, right? The
What?
No,
pe-
people
Show?
come back. They go back to work. Some people don't even have bereavement days.
Right.
Some people
So
work at places where they don't even have bereavement day.
okay, so we're on the same page then.
They go back to work. People go back to work all the time
And they put those emotions to the side while they're working.
Oh my
no, they
God.
don't. They
Wow.
do not.
Y'all don't agree with that?
No, as someone who had people that to die in their family as a human being, right? You do not put those emotions to the side, but you know you got to work.
I started my job at AT&T after my father passed away. Orientation. The union rep came in, and my father was also a union rep for the electric company. He's a foreman, and he was a union rep. And my father was big on unions. The union rep came in, and it reminded me of my father. On break, I went in the bathroom, I cried, I went back to fucking work. It didn't stop me from working.
That's what I'm saying. But I think what you guys are saying is you bring the processing of the emotions to the
No,
job.
that's what you
No,
think
we
we're
left him
saying
at
because
home
you
under our
don't.
bed.
Huh?
Yeah, because you don't know the difference between processing emotions and showing emotions.
So you can work while processing emotions and not make mistakes?
Yes. The fuck you mean?
What? Well, how do you think women do it every month with their periods and our hormones going crazy? How do you think we do it pregnant? Like our emotions go crazy while we're pregnant or in menopause.
Man, seriously, like y'all should be surprised that everybody is not murked because of menopause. And I'm just saying by me alone. Like y'all have no if men were required to bring life into the world, I think our species would be gone.
Oh, y'all want to hear my new song?
Yes.
It's not done yet. I was work. It took me like 6 hours to get it here, but listen to this. Let me see if I can get the microphone to work better this time. Hold on, and it's very relevant to what we're talking about right now. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to work. What is it for? What is it for? What is it for? What is it for? We give our bodies so life can continue. Underrated, underappreciated, constantly diminished too. We sacrifice ourselves so the whole world can live. But a man became the savior. Now all the glory to him you give. What is it for? Being a woman. Use your body to create a family. Sacrifice your time and mind, protecting them from calamity. Use your back to become that backbone. Your fingers to the bone, building them a home. Carrying the hurt when they need to hear I'm okay. Wiping tears in private so they can shut their day. Pouring from an empty cup till nothing left to give. Cause you expected to smile despite how you live. Teach the babies how to walk and how to speak. Then the world turn around and call you labor weak. Hold everybody together quietly, falling apart. They overlook your hands in worship. A man's heart. What is it for? We give our bodies so life can continue. Underrated, underappreciated, constantly diminished. We sacrifice ourselves so the whole world can live. But a man became the She's a mother in the end to an orphan nephew, so she's making money, baking cakes and fixing bikes too. She been tired, loves pretending she's clueless, cause if she don't, the world gon' call her useless. Trick herself just to keep them comfortable, carrying their burdens while hers became unbearable. Strong enough to hold a family together with grace, still expected to soften the tongue, mind and faith. Every time she finally speaks on what she needs, they call it difficult and point to the part of her that bleeds. What is this? We give our body so life can continue. Underrated, underappreciated, constantly diminished. We sacrifice ourselves so the whole world can live. But a man became a savior. All the glory to him you give. What is I'm not done with it yet. I still gotta fix verse 2. But thinking about how show is like you can't process emotion. I'm like, dude, like do
Like
you
the fuck you can't.
right? Like do you
That was
understand?
fire.
Thank you. Do you understand what women have to go through? The emotions that we have during every fucking month when we're carrying life, when we go through menopause at the end of our lives, and we still gotta work, we still gotta cook, we still gotta clean, we still gotta build, we still gotta raise, we still gotta deal with men.
Hell, pregnant women that have to work all through their goddamn pregnancy.
Man. Oh
Pregnant
my
women that got to
goodness.
work all through their goddamn pregnancy. I was pregnant on crutches, going to fucking work. You think I ain't want to be at home? Nah, I had to go to work.
You know how Bash always says that, I think he says patriarchy is a joke against women on men?
Yeah.
And I think this is a perfect example of that because it's conflated or collapsed the concept of expressing emotions and processing emotions. And those two things are not the same. It's feminized the experience of being a human with emotions and the ability to connect to other humans. And it's made everything that it doesn't even define what being a man is. It's just defined by what it means to not be a woman. And showing emotions is one of those things, or even not even showing emotions, recognizing, acknowledging that you have them. Do you know how many men walk around this world? I don't feel that. Don't shit hurt me. I'm Teflon, nigga. Like so many of y'all do that. And again, you are lying to yourself.
I'm on my computer and I just typed in, what is processing emotions? And it has all of this stuff. So wait, before I go into this, I'm not saying, and I don't know if you mean men in general, but I'm not saying I don't feel and I don't have emotion and all of that stuff and things don't hurt me. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that when a thing has to get done, when we're in the heat of the moment, we got to get the bills paid. We got the children's college tuition coming up, and she gonna live on campus, and we have all of this stuff to do, and we have all of these things to take care of in a home or life or work or both.
Who was talking about that show?
No, I'm saying this, right?
Right, but the reason you're saying this because of how you see yourself in society and your role as a man. Think your scenario had nothing to do with somebody needing to go to college. It was purely with dealing with the emotional response of being abandoned or ignored. That's all it was. But you can't deal with that because you have to add these other variables in order to process it through the lens that makes you comfortable. This is not about productivity. It is not about that at all. And when I ask you, what does it look like for what is your process of processing your emotions? You did not give me one because
And
you
I
don't
pray.
have one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on the thing here, and I don't do any of that. So that's notice and label it, allow the feeling, understand the message, reflect and act. Yeah, I can't say I do that. Now, I have emotions. I get angry. I get hurt. I get disappointed. I get upset. I get all of the emotions everybody else gets them. Yeah, I'm not saying and I don't hurt and I'm impervious to pain and I don't feel and I don't have a desire to cry. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is when those things come, I don't do this. I didn't even know people do this. So,
Have you met or encountered a person that you felt or seemed emotionally regulated to you?
yeah, a lot of people I think that are emotionally regulated.
Hold on for a second, because how the hell you go to therapy to process anger and you've never heard of processing emotion? Like, what type
Thank
of
you.
therapist do you have, Show? Like, and I feel like you are playing us right now, and it's hard for me to
Really?
take you serious because I listen with intent. I listen with intent, and I'm very present, right, in this conversation. There's no way you are convincing me that you have a therapist that has never talked to you about how to process the emotion of anger. You just cannot make me believe that.
Yes, was seeing a therapist, and she told me the most important thing about anger that I learned from any place in the world. And she said, you can't get rid of anger. You are always going to be angry. Something is going to always make you angry. You have to learn how to control it. Because when I was in church, I was thinking that it was something demonic. The reason I was like that, and that it was even I asked pastors, I needed the spirit of anger cast out. Now, I can't say that to a therapist. They're gonna understand that. But what she did explain to me was, no, you're gonna always be angry, and then you have to, and then that's where my journey towards that started. And yes, she did go over some of the things you could do, like deep breathing techniques, and then there are some things that I did on my own, and a lot of the situations I've done well with. Only thing I really still struggle with a lot of it is failure. So yes, I've had a therapist process, if that's called processing, anger, but all of my emotions, what this thing here that I'm looking at is saying, I've not done this. So this is what processing emotions mean. So I'd like to look into this a lot a bit more and see how it relates to me. Even But I'll be honest, even now I'm saying to myself, like, yeah, I have a YouTube video here. I have a little document. I would like to tear into this more and have another conversation on this. Because like I think somebody is saying, that's when I'm saying processing emotions, this is not what I mean. I'm not talking about noticing and labeling a thing. I'm not talking, I allow the feeling. I mean, how can you not allow the feeling out? But yeah, so guys, I'm going to read up on this, and maybe I can take to be continued.
All right. Thank you, Show.
Thank you guys so much, Thinker and Fee and Lords
Take care, Sean.
and Selena.
All right. Have a good one.
Take care.
Selena. Selena barely said anything. So, do you need
And
help getting down? If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on accident, please check and make sure that you are in there on purpose so that we don't have to go through accidental request. Let me take him down. I don't think he knows how to get down.
Hey, also.
Oh, so do you know you on stage?
Can y'all hear me?
now we can.
Good morning.
I mean, y'all didn't hear me earlier. Good morning, everybody. I said, boo, nigga, boo.
Oh, we didn't hit.
Is that what you say?
Oh, so it's a trip. I see a lot of friendlies in the guest box. Remember, if you are a nerd or a fan club member, please use a nerd emoji to let me know you're in the guest box on purpose. Also, I will not be live tonight. My son is graduating today in a couple of hours, to be exact.
Congratulations. Is he excited?
Yeah.
Good.
I asked him where he wanted to go for dinner. He said Ruth Chris. And then I said, okay. And then he said, I'm just playing. I was like, nah. I was like, do you want to go to Ruth Chris? He's like, I'm just playing. He's the kid. Yeah. Yes. He's the kid that always tries to be like, no, I don't need. It's okay, mama. It's okay, daddy. So I think I'm gonna surprise him and take him to Ruth Chris anyway.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Potato, Pythagoras, PT Halo. Okay. There was a guy tonight whose name was Shizzle or Snizzle or Shiggle or Wiggle or something. And he came up here and he showed his ass. And I made up what was his name? Swiggle? Oh, his name was Swiggle.
Swiggle.
What was it?
Yeah, Swiggle.
And then I sung that song, because he would say something about Black Hebrew Israelites, and I just started singing, Jesus with the swiggle swiggle, and the wiggle. I can't even remember what the fuck I said. The
It was
wiggle
funny.
wiggle, the swiggle swiggle. He was mad. I think he thought we were Black Hebrew Israelites, and he was going off on me for no
It
fucking
was dumb.
reason. And he said, I know what you're talking about. He said, I don't need to read he said, I don't do words. I don't do words like that. He said, I don't do words like that. He said, all I need to read is indoctrination, harmful, dangerous, Black Israelites, black. And I was like, what?
He
he,
said choose this topic. He
yeah.
said you are choose this topic.
Oh,
He
he
said you are
said
choose
that?
this topic. Yes.
He read everything in
Yes.
color as if it was one fucking question. Dude was a hot ass mess.
Yeah, he was mad for nothing.
Yeah, he's probably processing his emotions while he's reading. That's why he couldn't get it right.
Yeah.
I guess so.
All right. I think everybody's on the fucking wait list. All right, y'all. If you are a if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, the guest box is open. Sherry V, Mr. Michaels, and Anna Vasleva. I do see that you are a subscriber. If you're in the guest box, please put a nerd emoji in there to let me know that you're in there on purpose. Yep. I don't know. It's interesting how much men fight back on emotions, fight back against them to not have to deal with them or feel them.
Just oh shit. Yeah, I was just thinking about how we'll never get rid of capitalism because they use that as an excuse to like not process shit. Like the whole fact of him saying, "Oh, if there's some shit I gotta go pay for, then emotions be damned." Like, motherfucker, you can't walk and chew gum. The fuck?
Like the question of how do your employees process emotions and work and not make a mistake? I, I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't see how that was a real question though. To be honest,
I was struggling to follow that one too.
but
I
that
guess I think that he thinks that processing emotion is falling all over the ground, sad and crying.
I think
yeah,
so
or
too.
or angry at work, like fighting at
Yeah.
work,
Yeah, that's what he thinks processing emotion is.
could be, or crying all over the desk, getting all the papers wet. Mhm.
Mascara running and shit. That's what he think processing emotion is. He doesn't know that people process emotion. Processing your emotions does not have to be physical.
But Stoic is right. Flipping tables, that's the first thing they think of when they think of emotions with respect to this God. Like Jesus got mad, he flipped tables. So any sort of emoting is gonna look like that. Is just so elementary.
Which is interesting because most of them do have that type of anger problem. I do too. I talk shit very well. And at that time, I'm not processing emotions. I'm just having fun. You don't need to be taughty. You don't need to be taughty what hurt is to learning. You need to be taught how to spell.
Give
He
it up.
said he
I'll
is
take it.
above the oppressor's uh
Grammar.
like
What
grammar and spelling. He said he is above that.
what exactly does he think he's using right now? Well, whose grammar is he using right now?
Uh, I don't know. Maybe God's. Maybe God is the dumb one.
If you vent get that everything learned is not taught, the it is what it is.
What?
Dooley
Oh
said you
my
need to
god.
be taught grammar.
I think I might be thinking
That's
about
all
this
he
wrong.
Oh my gosh.
I think
They
he on grammar to Angela Sutherland.
he said he used universal grammar. Why are y'all this damn comfortable being this motherfucking stupid?
Nah, it's a grammar to that smack.
for real. And they swear they be smart too. That's the thing. Like they swear they drop knowledge when they say stupid shit like this. How am I supposed to have an intellectual conversation who doesn't with a person who doesn't know the difference between your and your possessive and contraction? And if you don't know what either of those words are, you can't teach me shit, friend.
King lying from Zion. I'm sick of trying to spell these words right, so I'ma start lying.
Lord.
That's how my song gonna sound. It's gonna sound stupid because I don't know how to rhyme. I'm King lying from Zion. I'm sick of trying to spell these words right, so I'ma start lying.
I tried that hard as shawty, but I was never taught it how to spell the. I'm a
I
little
was never
hardy.
taught Oh my goodness.
Max said Lord's DMC. Exactly.
And how does this serve them though? Like that's the part I don't get. Like the amount of effort that it takes to walk through a shared reality, denying that reality has to be fucking exhausting. But they do it all the time. It makes no sense.
I don't know because men will swear that they will swear that they're above having emotions when you are the most emotional creatures on the fucking planet. You are in every species.
I'll be I'll be back. Y'all go
I
ahead and do
mean,
this. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I literally watched on some uh, nature documentary where uh, these chimpanzees were trying to take out the fight to see who the alpha, I guess, male was going to be in their group, and the rest of the males just got together and killed him. That's how they replaced the alpha male. That's like that's what y'all do.
Rob, are you up here intentionally?
Yes.
Oh, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Are you over 21?
Yes, I'm 44.
All right. And are you a Christian or believe in the God in the Bible?
No. My grandmother, my aunt, my father were very Christian, but I'm not really religious.
So are you an atheist?
Um, I believe in a higher power, but yes, we can call me an atheist.
Okay. I don't even remember. Were any of these topics for people that are not Christian but spiritual? I can't remember, y'all. Do y'all remember?
I don't. I don't know because
Well, sorry, I was just reading
I
the
mean, like
indoctrination
one
of.
and two can't, and three doesn't apply, and neither does four. So
Yeah, I'm not really sure what, because the conversations here center around people who have a belief in the God in of the Bible. So I'm not really sure your. It sounds as though you're agnostic, not necessarily Christian, but you have a belief in a or deist maybe. And I'm
Yeah.
not sure these topics would apply.
Okay. Well, I was curious about the indoctrination of the Christian beliefs have been the most harmful things to happen to humanity. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I mean the what part of it is
Well,
is
I
confusing
guess it's
for
a
you?
blanket statement, but the most harmful things to happen to humanity?
What do you think is more harmful?
What's going on? Why is it quiet?
I think,
I was
I
waiting
think,
for what was more harmful. Than he's not a Christian. He was saying that his parents were. He believes in a higher power. We were trying to figure out if any of these would fit him. His more, I guess, deistic position, and he says that I think the fact that indoctrination into Christianity being the most harmful thing to humanity was something that caught his eye. And
yes,
I guess, Rob, you're saying you don't agree with that. And I had asked what was more harmful, and he was thinking.
yes. I guess I was trying to isolate the word Christianity and was going to ask you guys about just, belief in religion itself. I don't think Christianity is the most harmful thing to happen to humanity. I think there are other beliefs, religions, and paths to follow that have been more harmful.
Like what?
Um, it's not a religion, but in a sense, the communist state of China worldwide.
fuck did this have to do with what we're talking about?
I think that's why I dropped them.
Because, like, if you're saying it's not that you felt taken aback by being labeled as the worst, but you take that long to think of what is worse, like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, and I like he just came up here to be racist.
What did the religion of my forefathers?
Like China is bothering me.
Right?
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, or an atheist, there's 600 people in the room. Don't be afraid to come up. I'm probably going to end about 8 a.m. So we have 3 more hours to go. If we can make it last that long, if we're not sitting here waiting on people to come up, that way I can get a little bit of sleep before.
I saw King Lion from Zion wanted to come up. He said earlier to bring him up. You're not in the guest box, King Lion from Zion.
Maybe he wasn't taught it how
Y'all come
it
on up.
works.
I'm like 1 hour into a 5 hour. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, what do you mean traditional China is theist? No, it wasn't.
Just me? Just me? Okay. It's interesting how he is afraid to come on stage. Either that or he don't know how to read and how to request.
He said you don't know traditional China,
He said you
sir.
don't know traditional chink.
Yeah, I know.
Lord. Yeah.
First of all, sir, I bet you
There you go, Lord.
have never left bottom of the foot, Alabama, bitch.
Yeah, peace and love, ladies. How you doing this morning?
Why
Did I
can't you
trigger you,
spell?
ladies?
Lord's
Why
I
can't
brought
you
him up for you.
spell?
Eh? Or
Yeah,
can I spell?
Lion from
I
King
can
Lion
spell.
from
As you can
Zion.
see, I can spell many words. I just don't spell how you people spell.
No, you
Right?
can't
Just take
spell.
a look at.
Listen,
Just take a
listen,
look at the
sir,
words I spell.
sir. You can't
Vernacular,
spell.
dialect. No, I
Listen.
don't spell the way you
We're not
people
gonna do
spell.
that. Listen,
So don't do it.
King Lion from Zion.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
pick a topic on the board? First of all,
Can you read
are you a
one? That's the
Christian?
question.
No, I'm not Christian.
Okay, so you don't believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
No, I don't.
He's probably an
Okay,
Israelite
so
by his name.
are you,
Pardon?
you're a Black Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm above Hebrew Israelites.
Mm.
I'm a part
So,
of the Nile Valley civilization.
so are you?
From
You don't
Detroit?
sound like
Nigga,
it.
how?
Well,
You don't
due,
sound like you're a part
due
of
to
the
the
Nile Valley
transatlantic
civilization.
slave
Wait a minute,
trade.
hold
I'm
on.
sorry, my
We're not
bad.
going to get far if you keep interrupting. You don't sound like you're from the Nile Valley civilization. Where do you live?
Right now, I live in Canada. That's where I was born.
Fucking Nile is in Canada.
You were born in Canada.
My ancestors come from the Nile Valley civilization.
You were born in Canada?
Yes, I was born in
You must
Canada.
have been born there in the same day you went back to the Caribbean.
Well, my parents are Jamaican, but I was born in Canada. I don't
So
need to
why do
lie
you
to
sound like
strangers
that?
because my parents are Jamaican. They're not Canadian, and Canada's a multicultural place. We don't sound like Americans
No,
that
but why do
distinguish
you sound
accent.
Caribbean, right?
Because my parents are Jamaican, right? and I don't sound Caribbean. Because if me did sound Caribbean, me would have sound like this. You
You
hear the
still
difference?
sound Caribbean. That's how I was able to
No,
figure
no,
out that
no,
you
no,
were.
no, 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 man.
That's how I was able to figure out that you
You
were,
see, when
sir.
you're multicultural, you don't sound
Listen,
the same
sir,
as
you're
other
not
people.
multicultural.
Hey, lady,
Listen,
like I said, my parents are Jamaican. I'm born in Canada. I don't need to lie to you. Like, there's
listen,
no reason for me to lie to you. If you don't believe, that's on you. I don't care. I don't have nothing to
listen.
prove.
Yeah, he
Let's
was
get past
definitely brought
this.
up in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
So let
yeah,
me
okay.
ask
I
you a
was
question.
definitely
Why did you
yeah, I
want to
was
come
brought
up
up in a
here
Caribbean household.
if you're not? Why did you? But that's what I asked you, you lying bastard.
Caribbean
So,
household can be
so
in
why? So
America,
why
though, right?
didn't you? So
Well,
why did you want to come
could be in
up?
Canada, right?
Why did you want to come
You
up
said,
earlier?
why did I want to come up?
Uh huh.
At the time, I don't remember. That was a long time ago. That was like an hour, 2 hours ago. I don't remember what we were talking about. So,
Why are
sorry.
you sucking your teeth? Did you brush them this morning?
It's still early. It's like 6 in the morning.
Yeah, you
Chill
should
out.
probably go brush your teeth if you got to suck them like that. Um.
Maybe I should. You
Yeah,
see
because
where the
they sound a
insults start?
little.
You guys can't reason without
No, I'm just
insults. That's
asking.
why
Why are you
it just
sucking your
shows the
teeth? Listen,
level of your
if
intelligence
sir,
because
if
you
you
have
have to
to
suck your
rely
teeth
on
like that,
semantics.
maybe something
Right?
is on them that you need
I
to go get
know,
off.
I
Right, right.
know, I know. Go
So,
brush your teeth, go do this, go do that.
so
It's a bunch of
how is it an
semantics that we
insult to
don't
tell
know.
you to go brush your teeth?
Because you have something to say about everything. If I blink too hard, or if you see me blinking, you say, why you blinking so hard? If I breathe too hard, you're going to say, why you breathing so hard? Go
I just wanted
lay
to know
off of
why
this,
you
lay off
wanted to
of
come
that.
up here if you're not a Christian, if you're from the Nile River
I
Valley
mean, we weren't talking about
Association.
Christian. Well, the topic wasn't always about Christianity.
If
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 you can
you're
accept
if
that,
you're if you're from the
but we
Nile River Valley Homeowners Association, I'm trying to figure out why you wanted to come up here.
Lords.
because at the time we were speaking about something that I wanted to come up and talk about. I don't remember what it was. This room isn't. We weren't always talking about Christianity, were we?
Okay.
No, we weren't. We're
We
talking about.
weren't talking
We're
about
talking about
anything because you
controlling
weren't.
emotions. Let me
We
remember. We're talking
weren't.
about
We
controlling
weren't.
emotions.
We weren't
Like you
talking
can't
about
now?
anything, right? Like we weren't talking
Yeah.
about anything. You weren't even up here, and like Lawrence is trying to ask you a question, but you keep speaking over her unnecessarily. Can you stop doing that? People use
Miss
captions in the chat.
Mr. I can control my emotions, Mr. Nile River Valley Homeowners Association. So can you speak about any of these topics up here? Mr. Books and stuff. Can you speak about any of these topics up here?
So yes, I can.
Mm. Which one could do you think you could speak about? Because 1 and 2 don't apply to you, right?
Well, right. So let's see. Belief that justifies unjust and immoral trial. Is this second one for Christians too?
Yeah, sovereign God. Do you believe in a sovereign God?
Well, isn't every God sovereign to each of their own?
No, every God isn't sovereign.
But which God is not sovereign?
A bunch of them aren't.
You said a bunch. Which ones?
There's a whole pantheon of
You
gods
see,
in the
you
Bible.
see
Sir, sir,
you see this. You
sir,
cannot
please
answer.
stop.
You cannot
Listen,
name a God,
please
which
stop
means you're not
interrupting me. I was
on it.
about to answer you. I was
Name
about to
which
answer
God is
you.
not
Sir,
sovereign. You said a
sir,
bunch. Name one.
sir,
That's it.
sir,
It's not a hard
sir,
question.
sir. Have you lost your mind?
Hang on 2 seconds, Lawrence. Can I just ask you to stop speaking over her because people use captions? I don't know if in the Nile River y'all don't
Gotta
have
mama
that,
ask the
but can you
question how
stop?
time
Can
flowing.
you stop speaking over people? That's not hard to do if you have emotional regulation. Try it. God damn.
Can you stop speaking over me?
Go ahead, Lawrence.
You know what? You're stupid, and I know this, right? I know this. You're a stupid cream of tea bitch that need to go in there and brush your fucking teeth, bitch. That's all I know. And I knew you were going to be like this when you came up because stupidity is always the loudest, right? Stupid people are always the loudest. I knew when you said you wanted to come up, this is how you were going to be.
Lords.
She
But
called that man creamy teeth. Did
They
she get
got her
blocked?
for that
You
too.
got her.
it's
Yep.
really emotional because you talk about
Can he
emotions
go?
and look how
Can
you guys
can
talk.
can he go away?
Look how
Thinker.
I know you guys are liars. You guys are triggered souls, hurt, damaged
Thank you.
I knew he was gonna be like that when he came.
Laura's hopping back up on the backup immediately. Oh, it makes me cackle.
I knew it. I knew it.
uh, Dryad log? What did that say?
That's what it sounded like. Dry it log.
Edward?
Edward, do you know you're up here? I
He
think we're in
does.
Edward's back. Oh,
Oh, goodness gracious.
You're in the back of a motorcycle.
He sound like he finna skydive.
For real.
No, I'm kind
Chinese
of
quiche,
sad
are you
because I
in the
was
request on purpose? Spicy Jess, are you in the request on purpose? What'd you say, Oso?
saying I'm kind of sad because I was gonna work on my Toronto Japanese Caribbean accent. Konnichiwa guan fam.
Get Oso the fuck out of here.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Get him out of here.
How does he wake up like this? I
I
don't
don't
understand. It's
know.
it's some type of skill or some shit.
Who would
It's some
combine
kind of
both of
herb or
those?
some shit.
Goodness. Richard. Richard. All right. All right. All I see are friendlies in the guest request, but no nerd emoji. So I'm assuming TikTok threw y'all in there. All right, y'all. It is 623 people in here. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open.
Girl, were you on with Justin yesterday after Zena was on Truth Wanted?
Nah, that was a
It was a repeat.
mm-hmm.
YouTube fucked me up. I'm sitting there and I'm like, I did not think it was gonna be on today, and I couldn't figure out if it just, you know how it does the replay of other videos on the channel, and I couldn't find the date. I'm like, I know I didn't miss it.
Yeah, no, that was when I had my natural hair out. That's an old video.
that motherfucker said, "Do you know what etymology is?" Shut up. Lying from Zion. You supposed to be in there brushing your teeth,
Why
bitch.
is he here? That's what I want to know.
I don't. He has no idea why he's here. You're supposed to be in there brushing your teeth, sir.
Nigga type in English hieroglyphs and wants us to admit that he's what, intelligent just because you don't spell words correctly? Like,
I'm gonna tell you like your mama should have told you. I don't hear no water running.
So is the Nile Valley River Association, is that like Canada's Black Hebrew Israelite? Part of Jamaica?
That's my first time hearing
It
that.
can't be neither of them because neither one of them have anything to do with the Nile.
did she say Nile Valley River Association?
Ain't that what he said?
No, that's what Lord's called it, the HOA.
No,
Oh,
He said,
I
he
called it
sounds
the
it's
like
like a
Nile River
collective or
Valley
something.
Homeowners Association. That's what I thought he said. That's what it
wait,
sounded like to
did
me.
he say the Nile Valley River or something?
He said something about the Nile River Valley, but it sounded like a homeowners association to me.
NARV HOA is crazy.
You know what the password is, right?
I'm trying to figure out how are you Jamaican and also from the Nile River Valley,
But it sounds like it's Canada's "We Was Kings" version
right?
for the
That's what I was
Jamaicans.
thinking. Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't put that evil on Canada without doing your due diligence. Canada's done enough evils.
Sir, you are not multicultural.
Konnichiwa, guan fam.
You are not multicultural, sir. Just because you live in a place that's multicultural does not make you multicultural.
Like, why does he keep saying that? Like, what the fuck? All right, y'all, don't sit in there in this live and not come up and talk to us. It is 5:27 a.m. Central Standard Time. 619 people in the live on TikTok and another 136 on YouTube. We had 756 people watching the live stream. Request up if you are a believer in the God of the Bible. If you are deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, that means that you still probably have a belief in the God, or you did, and you are questioning your faith. If you are a believer, you are not afraid to have your faith challenged by non believers because you stand on 10. And if you are an atheist and you have some thoughts that you would like to share pertaining to the topics, pertaining to world, how they relate to real world events and how the belief system affects uh, society, secular humanism, things like that. The guest box is open. We are here to 8 a.m. Central Standard Time.
I was speaking with an older lady the other day, and she was telling me about all the trials and tribulations in her life. Her grandma having dementia, so when her mom died, the grandma was unaware and like couldn't remember her. Then the grandma died and left everything to her and her husband. And then her husband died, and then her daughter got diabetes and lost her leg and all the toes on her left foot. All through all of that, just sad story to sad story. She goes, but you know, I'm a strong believer. I said, oh, I could tell. She was like, praise Jesus. I was like, That's crazy that you think that I'm also one of you. That's insane. I was like a very nice little woman, don't get me wrong, but when she tried to bring Jesus into it, I was just like, man, you got enough going on right now. If you think I'm trying to get brought down with the shit you got going on, the Jesus that's supposed to be loving your ass, taking care of you, and he letting everybody around you drop like flies, I don't know. I don't know, man.
He ain't bring you no fish sandwiches, no snack pack. Don't y'all get scared now. Y'all was ready to talk earlier. I think y'all be waiting for there to be other people on the stage so y'all don't have to come up here by yourself.
That's what it is. That's why. That's why old creamy teeth didn't want to stay up here.
Yeah, the last thing they ever want to do is be accountable for the words that they use. So they can throw out fucking pot shots from the comments for somebody else on stage.
Why do people do that? Why do people just tag my name? Why do y'all do that? What am I supposed to do when y'all do that? Like, help me. I don't know what that means. Like, if y'all come in the live and y'all just tag my name, what is that? What does that mean? And anybody know? And then why do people say said hi? Well,
Is that a
where did
TikTok
that come
thing?
from? Huh?
I said, is that a TikTok thing?
No, they do it on TikTok. They do it on YouTube. Like they just like they'll come in the chat at the beginning when I go live, and they'll just start typing said hi, said hi. Like what does that mean?
Because like you read the username and then the message.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, and then so what's the just tagging my name in my own chat? What is that? Why do they do that?
Where I'm from, that means they want to give you a little kiss on the cheek.
Oh, shut up, Oso.
What would you ask Kanichi Wagwan? Fine.
That's a very valid question, Lawrence. Kanichiwa Gon is not going to give you the answer you need, thinker.
I get it now, insulted. So now I can read it as a sentence. Oso was finally good for something on stage.
Once per 4 months, baby. That's my quota.
Yeah. You think it means that I can't ground necessary preconditions? Dr. B had that guest yesterday, hot. The Neverland guy. He said I thought Joshua was bad.
Whose live was that?
Mama Bashes.
Oh, yesterday morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was pissed.
He did exactly what you said he would do too. Dr. B.
I hope Dr. B is practicing his piano so that by the time Christmas comes, he can play All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Every time Dr. B be at that piano, I swear he looked like AI. His hair don't ever move. I don't know how the hell Dr. B get his hair to stay so still. The first time I saw him, I was like, that is not Dr. B. That is AI. No, it's not. No, I mean, you had it perfect. Like it didn't look like a real person. Like there was no movement whatsoever. I'm like, is that? I'm like, that's AI. His hair was trained. Yeah, he got it trained well.
You know, speaking of AI, I watch these like little Chinese shorts on YouTube, and it's funny because they use real people but give them AI clothes. So like they'll be doing something and their buttons disappear.
Wow.
This shit is hilarious. One sleeve will be shorter. It is funny. It's hilarious.
Somebody named the donkey coat jeans jorts yesterday in the chat.
What
And
kind of jeans?
the yesterday uh I mean not yesterday, Saturday when I was on the line for the fundraiser, one of the games we played was we had to think of a product that Jesus would be selling. And I came up with donkey coat jeans since Jesus' ass was wide enough to ride two animals at the same time in Matthew 21. And we had to sell them, or we had to write a script to sell them. And somebody in the
Huh?
comments said jorts. And I was like, there's got to be somebody that
Jorts.
know the story of Lords. Like, they got to know Lord's story for them to call them jorts.
Jorts, listen. Donkey coat jeans. Somebody wants to know if they're 100% cotton. Are they
I got.
100% cotton or are they linen?
forgot what I said yesterday. Somebody asked me that yesterday, and I answered. I forgot what the fuck I said yesterday, but it was funny as hell. Like I could barely,
Imagine,
I could barely do the commercial. I was laughing so fucking hard.
did you do it like the Sydney Sweeney joint with
I
the
don't know.
American
I
Eagle
don't
or
know who
whatever?
that is.
The one that said, I
The
have good genes.
I've never seen that.
What was it, a Gap commercial?
I think it was American Eagle, but basically
America's.
they did the play on words with
Oh, you talking about
genes
that
and
racist ass
genetics.
commercial? Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus would go off on that one.
Mm-mm. I did see somebody in the chat with the name "All My Jeans Be Cotton," and I kept asking them if it was a reference to the song, but they never answered.
They just live that life for real.
Hmm.
I said they just live that life for real.
All right, y'all. Y'all must want me to end early today. I'm trying to stay at least until 8 since I won't be back until Tuesday night. Y'all gonna have to come up out of your comfortable zone and come up on stage so we can make this last to 8 o'clock. It's too quiet in here. Like how do you enter the live and enter the wait list when there's nobody in the queue? How did that happen, Maya? Can you tell me how that happened? I'm not sleepy yet. If we in right now, I probably won't go to sleep. I'll probably work on the song until I get sleepy. This always happens on Sunday? I don't get it.
The transition to the work period.
Could be. I don't know. But the silence is telling me the silence with almost 700 people watching the live and an empty guest request is telling me that y'all are done. Are y'all done? There's
Don't
no
do it.
other
Don't
conversations
do
to
it.
be had? Thank you, SG. I will. I appreciate that. You're welcome, Hex. We had a good sub only Saturday too. We went over the prophecies and Matthew's line ass. It was good.
I had to miss because of work. Was it? You said Matthew.
Yeah, we went over Matthew's prophecies and how he invented his prophecies, his parables. He has like 11 parables that he created that no other gospel has, where he got his inspiration from. Some of the shit he just made the fuck up. It ain't nowhere in the Hebrew scriptures, but he'll say, as it is written in the scripture. Or this was done to fulfill what the prophet said. And it's like that ain't nowhere in the fucking Hebrew text. AG said Matthew was on a deadline, so he just put shit together.
It sounded like he was in his duffel bag, just pulling shit. Fuck it.
And yeah, he was just throwing shit at the wall. Kathy? All right, I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. This looks like a fucking troll account. All right, y'all. I'm gonna give it to 6 a.m. If we don't get a conversation going, we're gonna call it, and then I'll be back on Tuesday night. So we have 19 minutes to get a conversation going. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. You must be 21 and up. I don't want to bring this account up. I'm sorry. Your PFP, everything just looks troll. It just looks like a troll account. Whose son?
I think it might be worse than
Greg
that too,
Locke's
though.
son dead? Greg Locke's son just died from a OD?
What?
Who is Greg Locke?
He's a preacher in Mount Juliet. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. That motherfucker lived down the street from me. Holy
And of
shit.
course, he says the devil will pay hundredfold for his son's death.
What you gonna do
What?
about it? Huh? Huh?
Wait,
Just be
what, but
saying
why?
shit.
Where was the God? I don't want to say that. That's bad because he just lost a son. But why for him to say some shit like that? Like, why doesn't he? Why doesn't he like ask why the God didn't protect him? Like, I hate when they do shit like that. Like, god damn, just grieve your son. Like, that's sad. That's fucking like I don't like Greg Locke's ass, but his son like I'm pretty sure. Let me shut up. I'm just gonna keep my thoughts to myself. That is crazy. He was young. How old was he? How old was his son? He was in his
20,
20s.
20.
He was
He was 20.
20. Oh my gosh. Damn. Well, they always say stuff. Nope. Nope. Like, it's just crazy how they never think, oh my gosh. Like, he's not thinking about why his son was doing those things. And maybe it was his behavior. Like, he just go to the devil. This is the devil doing, like, dude, your son obviously was not happy. He was like, something was going on. Oh my gosh. Exactly. You're gonna blame everything but reality.
Experience. Master types. They be knowing the exact cause of that shit, but they just use the devil to like skirt accountability. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fee, you wanna start this one out?
Yeah. Eddie.
Yes.
I think we talked to Eddie the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, this will be the third time.
Oh, okay. What topic did you want to choose this morning?
Let me get my glasses.
I just wanna say, you notice how, as an atheist, I know how to like keep my mouth when somebody who I don't necessarily agree with has a loved one that passes away. Like, the thing that believers don't do, uh, most believers, is when a loved one passes away, they will say fuck shit like, "See, God trying to get your attention,"
Yeah.
The
or you know
first
what I'm
one.
saying, or like, it's because you don't believe. But a whole ass atheist knows how to not do shit like that, and without supernatural power. I think that's interesting. You said number 4. Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah,
No, I
I
said
was just
number
gonna.
one. I'm not a black Israelite.
Oh, you said number 1.
Yeah, number one.
Right. What are your thoughts?
Well, I was came into knowing about God at a young age. And so I used to at 9 years old I would reveal something, and then 19 years old I studied about everything that I had been taught when I was a child, and found out some of the things I was taught wasn't actually true.
Right. You told us this yesterday.
Okay.
Did you have any additional thoughts to add about the fact that it's harmful to humanity? to indoctrinate with Christianity, not your 9 to 19 revelation story?
I was in something deep, but I never did. I always thought the why, but I never did, get angry with God about it. I knew, you know, I knew what I had to do to order to. I knew how it happened, in order to get out of it, I had to come to Him.
How is that an answer to the question that I just asked you, Eddie? And can you move away from the smoke detector or out of it, because it's extremely loud and it's like messing my ear up?
I don't even have batteries in it.
I know. That's why it's chirping. If you put a battery in it, it'll stop making that noise.
Okay. I'm not real. I don't realize it. Is that better?
Not at all. But I don't know if it's going to get better until you get a 9 volt. But
Yeah.
how did
He said not at all.
Fuck, I got an earbud in, y'all. He's fucking my eardrum up. I'm trying to figure out, how was your response and answer to the question, the indoctrination of Christian belief has been one of the most harmful things to happen to humanity. How is what you just said a response to that prompt?
The indoctrination of Christian belief had been one of the most harmful things to happen. I can say the one that don't add up to the Bible, because I don't believe in everything that is out there. That's what I say to it.
When you say doesn't add up to the Bible, what do you mean? A lot of people who believe different things can point to verses in the Bible to substantiate those beliefs. So they do add up. I think that's part of the reason why it is harmful.
Well, it's harmful to believe in an everlasting burning or everlasting hell, and I don't believe in anybody is going to heaven.
Yeah, again, you said that yesterday, but I don't want to go back into that cul-de-sac, because it's just your experience. You don't believe that people are going to heaven. You don't believe that people are going to hell. Ironically, I didn't grow up in a Christian religion that taught either of those things either. But hold on a second.
I didn't say, excuse me, I didn't say not going to hell. I believe in Guyana fire, but when people die,
I'm sorry, you believe in what?
Guyana fire, what we call it, because the fire is not created yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with the topic. Like, can you zoom out a little bit and look at like the indoctrination of Christianity? Like, you do realize that the indoctrination of Christianity is why you believe you're able to switch up what you believe about this book, and now you are perfectly right. Indoctrinated minds are the only minds that allow you to adjust, but never recognize that if you were wrong before, you could be wrong again. That's a result of indoctrination.
Well, I believe there's a stopping point. I believe when he said in the Bible that he would
Hold on,
build a
y'all.
church.
Hold on, y'all. I was trying to figure out what the hell he was talking about when he said Guyana. He's talking, and I'm like, wait, I know that
You
there
ever
is
heard?
another. It's Gehenna.
Yeah,
Oh
it
yeah.
is.
Gehenna.
I
Like,
am not well versed like y'all.
no,
You
I
know.
could. Man, I'm just saying, like that.
Yeah. Well, give
It.
me. I'm not a well thinker. I'm listening to some of your thing. You all
No,
really got the.
yeah. I'm saying, all I'm saying is,
Yeah.
like, it erased it. It erased the correct thing out of my head for so long. I had to look it up because I in
Yeah.
my mind, like, no
Yeah.
matter how I tried to get past that, I couldn't even think of Gehenna. I'm like, wait, I know what he's trying to say, but I couldn't even find it because what
Yeah.
you had said had erased it out of my mind. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's funny.
I think it was bothering
Yeah,
me too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Um. To me, I'm not indoctrinated. You know, and I don't see it that way. Is it all right for me to say it that way? Because I don't believe I'm indoctrinated.
What's
Like I said,
indoctrinated? What would indicate that you were indoctrinated?
um,
Well, actually,
cause
let's start with this. What does indoctrination mean?
meaning you've been taught something that uh it can't be proven. Is that correct?
No, that's not what indoctrination means.
Yeah.
Indoctrination means to be delivered a truth claim before you have the cognitive ability to critically assess it. It's the same thing that happens with children who are taught that Santa Claus is real and brings gifts on December 24th every day. It's the
So
same. It's the same information mechanism that produces nationalistic mindsets in people, i.e., America is the best. Everywhere else, any other person born in another country is below us. That's indoctrination. So if you were taught a religion from birth, you absolutely were indoctrinated. That is the
yeah,
definition of it.
yeah, you're right. I was born in the Pentecost, and I found out that wasn't the right way to go. Yeah, you're correct.
Right,
I
but
proved everything that they were teaching me was not actually true.
right, but the reality is if you just switch to another brand of the same thing, you didn't get away from indoctrination. You just changed its jacket. You're just indoctrinated into another belief. Because if you critically assess a claim and determine whether what makes it true, you won't usually land at religion because religion is faith-based. It's unfalsifiable. You have to just accept something is true because someone said it or it's written in a book or you feel it in your spirit or something like that.
Well, God actually revealed Himself to me, and that's for me. I'm not. It's not my job trying to open somebody else's mind.
Well, I'm not talking to you about opening anybody else's mind. I'm talking to you about investigating your own. How many different
Well,
ways can
I
God? Hang on a second. How many different ways can God reveal Himself to people?
one way. It's one way.
What's that?
Uh, it's got to be uh the thing that Jesus said. He say He been in the earth uh 3 days and 3 nights, and I don't believe He was resurrected on Sunday like everybody like to come and believe. He was crucified on a Wednesday and died
Eddie,
on
Eddie,
Saturday.
Eddie, Eddie, hang on a second. We don't need to get into the specifics of what you believe and what you don't believe from the Bible, because what you are saying is going to be no different than any other denomination that lands at a different conclusion than you. It is irrelevant. What we are talking about is the method that you use to arrive at truth. And if you are saying it's been revealed to me, you don't have a method. You have no way to falsify something that you think has been revealed to you. That is not a system of inquiry. It never can be.
So what are you trying to say, that God don't exist? I've been taught a lie.
That is not what I said at all. What did you hear me say?
That's what
Recap.
I'm getting at. Maybe I'm hearing you wrong.
But I didn't say God, nor did I say don't, nor did I say exist in any of what I said to you. So
Yeah.
how did you land at that conclusion based on what I said?
I don't know. I don't know. But I'm a thinker too. I think. I mean I think about a lot of things. That's what my name means, a thinker. I mean, I'm a thinker too, but I don't get so wrapped up in, reading so many books.
Well, how do you know that what you're thinking is correct or not if you don't have anything to measure it against? That would be like me saying, "Oh, I think this board is about 7 inches long." Yep, it's 7 inches long, and I never measure it. If you are thinking through things, which kudos to you for that, I think more people should start practicing that. But if you're doing that, but you have no external method to determine if what you landed at is actually true or not, then what's the point of the thought? It's like a rocking chair. Gives you something to do, but it does not get you anywhere.
Well, um, all I can say, I know, I know what I'm in is the truth. I know, and I get on some live. I just sit there and watch, like on Christian live. I just sit there and watch.
Wait a minute. When you
And
say you know what you're in is the truth, what do you mean by the truth? What do you
I
mean by that?
believe, I believe I'm in the church that Jesus Christ founded.
Right, but I didn't. I don't know why you answer things I'm not asking you. My
Okay.
question to you is, what do you mean by truth when you say that you are in the truth? What do you mean by that?
The truth of the Bible.
You're going to tell me what that is?
No, I'm
Because
not going to tell you what it is because you told me not to say that. So I'm not going to do it.
I didn't tell you not to say that, Eddie. I asked you to answer the question that I asked.
You told me you didn't want to hear anything that what
About
I
the
believe in.
church, about the United Church of what you call it earlier? The United.
Not a church of God.
Yeah, she not want to hear about the United Church of God. But what's the truth of the Bible? Is it? Are you still talking about the Europeans or Israelites? Are you
I
talking about that?
was changed that to what you said. They were olive skin. They are olive skin. They
Yeah.
are not. They are not like the white tea in America.
Wait, who
So
told you that? That God told you
I
that,
would
or
just
I
say
did?
I was just saying something, but I searched that out in the Bible, and you can track where they migrated from,
Mm-hmm.
where they went to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But God didn't tell you that. That was me.
Well, I actually knew that
Nuh-uh,
because
because you were calling them white. You were calling them
yeah,
European.
I was calling them white. Those over there in Palestine now, they are Caucasian, but it's like an olive skin Caucasian.
They're from the Caucasus Mountains, but they're not Caucasian like white people are. The word Caucasian for Europeans today is not because these Europeans are from the Caucasus Mountains, but the people in the Bible migrated down up by the Caucasus Mountains. The Israelites did. So, but you were calling them white. You were not calling them Caucasian. You were saying it was the Europeans. And so that's what you said your God revealed to you.
Yeah,
Right. So
some
you
of
can't
the
give your God credit for what I
some
gave, what
of
I showed you.
yeah, some of the God used anybody.
Your
God.
God used me to tell you that. Who did he
Hmm.
use to tell you that they were white?
It was a misconception.
But who did he use? Himself? He misconceived himself? And he had to use me to correct himself?
It's a people that teach false. They can't teach more just false thing. All they got to have some truth in it. So
Wait, are you saying that I teach false?
no, I didn't say that. I
What
said that it's a lot of people. I can look at it like on the panel. Some people can say something, and I can pick up on the truth that they got.
but are you saying that they teach falsities and then some of what they teach is true?
Yeah, they have to teach some truth in order to
Wait, but
it's the truth that
you're
get.
saying that what mostly what they teach is false?
Well, they may error in like the Hebrew Israelites. They teach some truth, but they error in when they start getting people to say that Jesus only came for them. That's false.
No, Jesus says in the Bible he only came for the lost sheep of Israel. That isn't false.
Well, when he it's another verse. Oh, why are we getting into the Bible? It's another verse that says other. I mean, you can't take one scripture and run with it.
Oh, give me the other verse where Jesus says he came for the whole entire world.
He uh first not first John 3:16.
That's not Jesus talking. You do realize that is for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever shall believe in him shall not perish. That's not Jesus talking, that's the narrator talking. What I asked you for was
But
a verse where your Jesus says, I came for the whole entire world. He said he came for the lost sheep. He did say that there was a remnant of other people that he had to get. He did not call them Gentiles. I actually think he was talking about the Samaritans. But he said that there was a remnant of people outside of the Jews that he came for too. But he didn't say he
Yeah.
came for the whole world. There ain't nowhere where that person, that character, Jesus is that. The authors assert that, John and Paul, but the character Jesus never says those words. The words Jesus says is, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel.
Well, yeah, he's going to be king of them. I mean, Judah and Israel supposed to come back together when he come back on the earth. Maybe he would. It was not maybe. He was talking about that he is the king of the lost sheep. He's the king of the Israelites because he.
Why would you insert that? He didn't say that. He said, I only came for the lost sheep of Israel. He didn't say, I came to be the king of the lost sheep of Israel. Why are you adding to what he said so that it fit what you wanted to
I'm
say?
talking about. I'm talking about the prophecy.
What
The Christian.
prophecy? The
The
prophecy says
the
that
the Christian nativity story.
the what?
Unto us a child is given. Unto us
The
a child is born.
you gonna wipe out
And the
every word I
government
know in my mind.
and the
The
government
what?
shall
The
be upon his
nativity.
shoulder.
Nativity. You talking about Jesus' immaculate birth? It's
Yeah.
his birthday. Um, the hold on. I'm talking the prophecy of the Messiah said that the Jewish Messiah would come and unite the two kingdoms, and he would sit on the throne of David. And that throne was not a metaphysical throne. That throne wasn't a spiritual throne. And it does not say that he would do it at the end of all time. Like Jesus does not fit the criteria to be the Jewish Messiah, no more than anybody that tried to claim that they were Jesus returned today. Would y'all accept their claim? Because that
Uh,
person, you would be looking for that person to do the things that you are waiting on Jesus to do. That's
We
what the
actually
that's
have
what the
somebody doing it.
that's what the Israelites were doing. They didn't accept Jesus as their promised Messiah because he didn't fit any of the prophecies.
Well, the prophecy has been open to me, and that's what I'm looking for.
The
I
same
know
way
where.
that it was open to you that the Israelites were European.
Well, you can error here and there. My pastor told me.
But I'm asking you, was the prophecy open to you the same way it was open to you that the biblical Israelites were European by the same
I had
by
a
the same
little
God?
error. I had a little error. We
You
error
had
a
a little
little
error,
in there. Mhm.
or the entity that told you that you believe told you that.
Well, they are to me. They are well, I wouldn't say to me. They are a Caucasian mix. They got reason their skin is so dark. They have Canaanite in their beginning. Like I
What?
think
What?
Rahab.
What are you
Rahab was
talking about?
Rahab was a Canaanite in his bloodline, and so you know
What are you talking
Canaanite
about
was
right now,
brown people.
Eddie? Why are you going down that we were not even talking about that. We're talking about you making a claim that a God told you that the biblical Israelites were Europeans. That was wrong. And so I'm asking if that same God opened this prophecy up to you about Jesus.
Where actually, I believe that um, the English speaking people that started this country were Israelites. I believe that Shem is the white tea race, not the black race. So
I,
I'm giving you credit that you made me see the light about uh,
I
The
don't want.
color of their
I ain't
skin.
never told you nothing about no Europeans being the children of
No,
Shem.
no, you're not saying, you're not following me. I say, I
I
or
don't care
you.
about no credit. I'm asking who told you this prophecy about Jesus? Is it the same God that told you that the biblical Israelites were European?
Yeah, I've been revealed that the one that got
So that God
the
was
one that
wrong.
excuse me
Hold on.
the one that got
So hold on. So your God can be wrong and you still believe what it says.
no, I was wrong in my era. I was
But you
wrong in
said
my
it,
era.
you told us God revealed that to you. So now you want to take that back and take the blame because it was
Well,
wrong?
I said it. I said it. Uh, an error.
You thought it was God because at first, but until you realized it was wrong, now it's not your God that told you that?
Well, I was close, but I
Edit,
wasn't close
edit.
enough.
And did you
No,
just
the
flush the
fuck.
toilet on stage?
I'm sorry. I had something that I pulled out in my sink in the toilet. It was not anything gross.
Um, so because what you thought your God said to you is wrong, now your God didn't say it to you. Now you said you told yourself and you were wrong. Is that what you're telling me now?
Something of that nature. Don't you have the ability to think something and you can be corrected?
I think you just showed everybody how believers do post hoc rationalizations when they're crediting these supernatural claims to your God. When you all say that your God is talking to you, and we keep telling you all that these are your own thoughts that you're crediting to a God. And the very fact that you can say, oops, nope, that wasn't God, that was me all along, and I was wrong. God's never wrong. Like you're just being a good example of what we've been saying all along.
So God is wrong. If he exists, he's wrong.
I did not say that. What? I did not say
I,
if he
I,
exists, he's wrong.
What Eddie hears.
I you know, I'm not like other people. I'm not getting upset that I'm gonna start the cussing or everything, but sometimes I have problems. I get issues. I don't know what you actually saying. I don't. That's
Yeah,
all.
it's okay. I'm very patient. I think it's interesting that you are changing the uh the credit. Like you're giving yourself credit for the incorrect information when you originally credit your God for that information.
You could say so. Maybe he used you to bring me into the light. But I do know that the light Israelites are not the people. I do know that because, like you said, they don't fit the blessing. It's not the slavery part. That's what they focus on, but they don't fit the blessing. There's not one black nation that have the blessing of the what they said, what they was talking about in Deuteronomy 28. I do know that.
But that wasn't my point.
Yeah.
That's not the point that I was making when I was talking to OMG. The point that I was making with him is that if his reasoning for why he is claiming black people are Israelites is because he believes that the black community matches the curses in Deuteronomy 28, then my question for him was, why don't you think Europeans are Israelites if we can read the blessings in Deuteronomy 28 and say, okay, this community matches the blessings because they did what the God commanded the Israelites to do. They went throughout, they pillaged, they enslaved, they conquered, they robbed, they did everything that God told them to do. And because of that, they gained land, power, wealth, control. I didn't say white people were Israelites. I asked him if he's going to use that type of reasoning to identify black people in Deuteronomy 28, why is he leaving out the group of people on earth who match just the blessings in Deuteronomy 28?
Yeah, I get you. Excuse me, I get you now. Hmm.
Do you really?
Yeah, I get that part.
You don't see a problem with you just willy-nilly saying, God told me, and then said, nope, never mind, I was wrong. That wasn't God, that was myself. And but God told me something else, and I know this to be true. Like, do you think that we don't already know that if you find out that what you believe God told you now about this prophecy about Jesus, when you learn something else and say, oh, never mind, that wasn't God either, that was me.
Um, what you thinking? If I really think that I'm gonna be just like you, if I really think that's what you're trying to tell me.
No, I'm asking the fact that you are asserting that you are talking to a God, but at any moment you change it. One moment a God told you something, the next moment it wasn't a God, it was you.
I can follow you.
I don't think I'm saying it to where it lands. Maybe you need some theology. I don't know.
I think, I think he's getting it. Can you recap what she just asked you, Eddie?
I'm getting this is what I'm getting through your message now, whether you know it or not. That if I really think, and really think that how I'm thinking, I'm gonna come to the conclusion that you are thinking. That's what I'm getting. And and if you don't see it, that's what I'm getting. That's
That's
what
not
I'm
what she said, though.
well.
That's not what she said. What she's asking you is, how do you tell the difference between your thoughts and a revelation from God?
Well,
Because you do realize, hold on a second, because you do realize you told us on this stage and in previous conversations that God revealed things to you that Thinker pointed out to you and showed you were not true. And when you found out that they were not true, you're like, oh, that was just me.
yeah,
Sometimes we err.
you got to compare the if it don't match the Bible, and I looked and saw that uh they were olive skinned, so they're not really, you know, they have some Caucasian in them, but they are olive skinned. So maybe I was saying it wrong, and I was trying to,
I don't think it's so much about what you were saying. I think it's about the methodology that you use to land at what you consider truth or revelation from a God. Because in the same way that you said this was revealed to me, so I know it's the truth. You know that you're at the right church because this has been revealed to you. But you also claim that something was revealed to you that you later learned was wrong. And instead of saying, oh, God revealed something to me that was wrong, I got a revelation with incorrect information, you said, oh, that was me because we all err sometimes. There's no way to tell your revelations from your thoughts. None of y'all can identify that. That's what we're talking about. Not about olive skin, not about Caucasian people. It's about
so
the method that we use, a consistent method that we use to arrive at what's true.
so the same method you telling me that's how you do things.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I get it now.
What's the method that we're talking about?
The method that you saying that I should do, that's the method you use.
No, I'm asking you, what based on this conversation, what is that method?
That you search things out or you get the evidence. Is that correct?
I don't know that you're not incorrect, but I think the biggest piece is not starting with your conclusion. I think a lot of y'all start with the conclusion. You already start your evidence or research quest already knowing what the answer needs to be. It needs to be God is good. It needs to be this is the right church. So everything that you read from this Bible is going to be interpreted through that conclusion that you already have. That's not research. That is confirmation bias. That's probably a term you should look up. Confirmation bias I think it's critical when we start talking about how to know what is true and how to engage in research. Because if you don't know how to avoid, and that's for everybody, I don't care what side of the issue you are on or what issue we're talking about. If you don't have a system to make sure your own biases are not getting in the way when you're researching, you are not engaging in research. None of us are. If
Oh,
I start looking into some scientific claim, okay, I'm gonna find all the evidence to prove that this is true. I'm not researching. I'm engaging in confirmation bias in the same way religious people do that. You cannot start with your conclusion. You have to start with a blank slate, and you have to be willing to go where the evidence leads. And there's no evidence that leads to Black people being Israelites or any of the olive skinned people just because a person has a specific hue of or melanin content in their skin. That means they're genetically related to other. That's just not how any of that works.
yeah. You actually right. Uh, See, I always been humble from a little child, and I use that. I use that to pick up on knowledge.
I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, Eddie, because I think a major hallmark of humility is always being in the quest of where you are wrong, not trying to prove that you are right. Humility doesn't seek to establish itself in truth. It constantly seeks to try to find out where it could be wrong and where it could improve. That's where religions don't. That's why there's a major issue with religion being a holder of all truth claims. You can't put that alongside humility, not in this context.
Yeah, but I would say ever since that one time I was digging a hole to China using a sport from KFC. So yeah,
Black also immediately sense of work. Does that make sense, Eddie?
It's been nice talking to you. And I got to get ready for work.
Oh, okay.
All right, have
All
a good
right.
day, Eddie.
Thanks for
All right.
coming up.
Mhm.
Um, he has like he sounds like my brother Pete, so that's why I was being patient with him. Like, yeah, like my brother Pete is autistic. He's also a Christian. And he sounds just like Pete.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's the heartbreaking part of this, in my opinion, because I think you have people that are very well intentioned. They are
Mm-hmm.
completely convinced that they have the truth, right? That this church, I was in the wrong church before, but I'm in the right one now because it's been revealed to me. And they have these charismatic preachers telling them, just pray and God's going to tell you the right thing. He's not. You're going to think of something and you're going to convince yourself that that thing you thought of is the right thing and that it came from God, but that does not mean that it did.
Yeah. Pete would call me and be like, Jesus said Jesus loved you. You need to get back in church. And I'm like, okay, Peter, no. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you're a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. The guest box is open, 21 and up. There was somebody in the comments that was asking, are we saying that blacks are not Jews? Don't tell the Ethiopians that. It's almost like y'all don't know that there's a such thing as conversion or converts. Like you think Because there were Ethiopian Jews, that means that the biblical Israelites were Ethiopian? QN? Oh, I thought that was a C. Did I see that wrong?
It was Cuban, was it not?
Yeah, it was a C. It wasn't an S.
Yeah, I thought so.
I,
That's what
I
I
mean,
read.
I know how an S sounds. Like, why y'all be doing that? Like, I know when I fuck up names. Like, I know when I fuck up a name. Trust me, I know before y'all start typing about it. But I know I saw a C on the front of that.
And you know what that C stand for.
Christ,
Gosh.
Correct.
crisp, cream, cashews, everything around me. Crip.
Correct.
You sound like the opposite of that guy that came up here and would say incorrect.
Did his arrogant ass ever come back?
No, he ain't gonna come back in here.
He sounded like he was on the edge of fucking psychosis too.
He was on Quan's live.
Oh, really? I bet
Yeah.
that was interesting. On Terrence Hansen?
Huh? Oh, I didn't get
I
to
said, did
hear all
Quan
of it.
Terrence? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was insane.
I do think that I think for a lot of them, this is the first time hearing anybody discuss their belief system through a critical lens. And they literally lose their shits. It's almost like they get frantic. Like, how dare you say anything other than what I believe to be true?
Aw, Emmanuel Stewart is scared to talk to me because I treated him like shit the last time he was on stage. Why are you back in here, Emmanuel? You want me to treat you like shit from the chat? Is that why you back? I can still treat you like shit from the chat. Emmanuel Stewart.
How was he treated like shit? I don't remember him.
I don't know.
What's his
I'm
issue?
gonna treat him like shit
Oh, he
now.
said not me, everyone.
I'm gonna treat him like shit now. Aw, poor baby. Emmanuel is scared to come up on stage because he gets treated like shit. Poor thing. I mean, that's kind of y'all's fucking fault, right? Like, it's 700 of you in here. Like, if you scared to come up and talk to me because I treat everybody like shit, then it's your fucking fault that you doing some dumb shit, sitting here listening to me treat everybody like shit. Cause you still here, motherfucker. What you come back for? To marvel? What you come back for, Emmanuel? Did Emmanuel run because I treated him like shit? Kamari, I think you in the shower. Mm. I swear I'm like the TikTok bully. I'm like the school bully. Y'all see those high school movies where everybody be looking around the corner talking about here come Debo.
Yep.
But it's different, right? Because they go to Debo. They come to Debo. Y'all weird. Y'all weird as hell. Don't scroll away now. Like you've been sitting here all motherfucking night, marveling. Don't scroll away. You already here. Emmanuel told on y'all that y'all was sitting in here. Y'all could have been sitting here quiet, just marveling.
Did that Reginald guy ever come in?
What guy?
The guy that was making the video. Wasn't it Reginald?
No, all he gonna do is whine. That's all they want to do. I'm telling you, they don't want to debunk their fairy tale they've told themselves about me. I'm their devil in their head. They don't want their devil debunked. They don't want their God debunked. Somebody said that they was saying that I hate Christians. Like they've made themselves a victim of mine. I don't like believers. I have to be honest about that. Fifi, are you in the box on purpose? But I don't hate y'all asses. Y'all are most of you are insufferable. I don't give a flying fuck, motherfucker. Y'all still here? Y'all still here. I still get gifts. Y'all still gonna comment and you still gonna fucking like the live. And motherfucker still gonna share it. Like it's literally 700 people in here. I don't give a fuck if y'all sit in here and don't say shit. When I get tired and I get ready to shut this motherfucker down, that's what the fuck I'ma do. And then you gonna be right the fuck back when I go live again, complaining a fucking again. I ain't finna change who the fuck I am just because you scared to come up here and talk to me, motherfucker.
And out of control and simple speech is one of the most diabolical things I've read in a long time. What makes you, I don't know, authorized to control another adult's speech? I say this all the time. Y'all don't get to tell us how to talk. You don't get to choose our words for us. You simply don't. You get to listen and decide if you want to continue doing so and whether you want to participate. But your condemnation of our vernacular does not mean that we are required to change it for your preference. Your comfort is not our compass. Look at what we're saying. Listen to what we're saying. Y'all are so accustomed to things being adjusted for your comfort as a Christian in your make believe beliefs that no one can validate, no one even agrees upon. That when somebody speaks truth in reality, it seems harsh. It's not a us problem. That's a you problem.
That's why I said these motherfuckers. Okay, somebody just said one of these. Look at this. Look at this. Look how cute this is. I said one to Rhea yesterday, and I was like, God damn, that motherfucker is cute. Um, the
Remind you of nobody.
who? No, it
It don't
doesn't.
remind you of nobody.
That's not you. That's not you.
Oh,
No.
fuck you too. Then.
What was I getting ready to say? Oh my God, what was I getting ready to say? Fee, what was the last thing you said?
We were talking to Emmanuel about him not being able to control what the
Look,
fuck he
look,
said.
look at that. Look at that.
Oh, that's adorable.
Ain't it?
It is super
It's a
cute.
mirror on this now.
Is that what it
That is
is?
not you. That is not you. Yours need to look like a well, like the one that says "Go home, Oso." The one in your emote. You are not sweet. You are not sweet. Ain't no fucking way. Yours need to be yeah, that's you right there. It needs to look like that.
No, Oso is a
Man,
Sour
that's so
Patch Kid.
funny.
Oso is a Sour Patch Kid, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I listen. The Christian's scared to talk to me. I'm fucking scared of Oso's ass.
You don't know what you're gonna get from Oso.
Uh-uh.
Like that. For real. I think
Also
also
and
should
do
be.
that.
Also in Lawrence. Also in Lawrence. Yeah, do that is gonna like yeah, do
I
that
can
gonna snatch
handle
you up like a
Lawrence.
ponytail.
I can handle Lawrence. Lawrence and me
Dude,
are alike. I can handle Lawrence.
Lawrence told
Do
that man his
that.
teeth were creamy.
Right. I would say some shit like that. I would have told this motherfucking ass his teeth look like Cheetos. Oh, that is cute. But also and Dudette's ass, ain't no telling what come out of their mouths. I'm scared of both of them.
Also said Kanichi Mawagwan.
Exactly.
Man,
Yeah. Exactly.
Konnichiwa. It's
Hey,
insane.
as soon as he comes off mute, like also with his fucking memes, as soon as he come up, and then do that will come up, do that will like, ain't no telling what the fuck do that gonna say when she come on stage. I'm scared of both of them.
Jeanette don't even have to snatch you up from the stage. She'll snatch you up from the comments. Like equal opportunity snatching.
Exactly. Nope. I don't play with neither one of y'all. I literally be trying to protect the Christians from Oso's ass, but they think I'm mean. Like y'all just don't understand who your savior is. Because Oso does not give a fuck. And neither does Dudette. They don't give two flying fucks. Y'all think I'm shit. Ain't that right, Oso?
Very much so. In
Mm.
fact, you might even be underselling it.
You say what? What you say?
So you might even be underselling it.
I might be underselling it. Yes. Like y'all do not play at all. At all. I'll be over here sweating bullets when do that come up. I'll be like, oh my God, what is she finna say? Like, what she finna do? Ah, shut the fuck up, Emmanuel. God damn.
Emmanuel,
He's
but
ridiculous.
you're here though. It's crazy. You are still here, right? You are still here. Who cares how you feel about us when you are here? We wouldn't know how you felt if you didn't come here. We don't care.
Oh, I gotta tell you about yourselves because I'm too scared you don't
Yes.
make me shit my pants too many motherfucking times. How many times you shit your pants, Emmanuel? Every time we say fuck you shit.
Okay, you're telling us about ourselves, and so what, Emmanuel? Who cares? You're a nobody. Who cares?
He's also just going based off of the conversations we have in here. That's another thing. Like religious people need for non-believers to be miserable. You live unhappy lives. You live unsatisfied lives. No, the fuck we don't. Y'all need us to because that's how you justify the need for your God. Y'all get mad at the fact that we can live productive and happy and empathetic and full lives without this deity. That's y'all's issue. You can't tell us about ourselves. You don't even know us.
And the
Y'all are
thing
weak.
is, that's not the problem, Emmanuel. I do not have to care about you. I do not have to care about how you feel, what you think. That is not a requirement.
Like, since when? Like, yo, Jesus got you fucking pleading with the fucking devil? Go sit your motherfucking ass down. Jesus freak. Jesus freak.
Hi there.
Hi. What do you think about a Christian scared to talk to an atheist? Like, didn't Jesus
Scared?
say, yeah, didn't Jesus say that the demons would tremble at his name?
Yeah. Christians shouldn't be fearful of anything. They shouldn't have fear if they have Christ.
I mean, but they are fucking terrified of my ass.
Who?
Christians.
Well, I'm a Christian and I'm not, so you're gonna have to be a little more specific. That's a broad generalization.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Have you ever seen a TikTok influencer sit with 900 people in her live, but nobody coming up? Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen 900 people watching a TikTok live, but nobody requesting?
Yeah.
A
I've
TikTok
seen it
live
more than
full
once.
of
It's
Christians.
rare, but it
It's
happens.
very rare. This happens to me on a daily. 900 people filled with Christians and nobody coming up. Now that tells me that Christians are afraid to talk. And then Jesus freak, I'm gonna tell you what they do. They go and they make videos and they talk to me through their videos. Or they go on their own panels and they talk about me on their own panels. But then they come in here and they sit in my chat and they watch and they marvel at me because they think I'm Jezebel.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's not very Christian-like behavior to not confront
The
your
devil.
adversaries.
Exactly. I be
Well, you're
telling
not the
them.
devil. You're not the
They
devil.
said I was. They think I am. They think I'm Jezebel. They
So I
think
thought
I'm
you said they
modern
were
day
too scared to
Jezebel.
talk to you and tell
They
you
are.
that,
Oh,
or are you just saying
they
they make
say in
videos
the
about you?
they say listen again. They make videos about me. They don't
Yeah, that's
talk
what I
to
asked.
me.
So yeah.
Yes, they don't talk to me, and they talk about me on their panels. They think I'm modern day Jezebel. And then they
Yeah, they
come in
should
the
be.
chat.
They're
They come,
fearful to confront you. That's dumb.
hold on. They come in the chat and they type Jezebel. You gonna die a Jezebel death. God's gonna get you. You lost. You a devil. You a demon. They type that shit in the chat, but they don't come up on the stage and they don't talk to me often. There's one in the chat right now who hates that I say the word fuck and motherfucker, and hate that I will cuss a
Oh well,
motherfucker
they can
out.
shut the fuck up because cussing isn't actually a sin.
Oh, oh.
they'll pussyfoot around like the actual meaning behind verses like you shouldn't use abrasive language towards people, or don't use the Lord's name in vain, things like this. Okay, and so when it comes to the verse that says that you ought not to use abrasive language, it's actually meaning that you shouldn't be speaking down towards people in a harsh way, but to just say fuck, shit, this sort of thing, that's actually not harmful.
Oh wow. Let me ask you a question. Is it more harmful to say God's gonna rape your kids than for me to say fuck? Which one is more harmful, Jesus freak?
Well, neither are harmful. Those are just speech.
Oh, I'm
You know,
sorry.
it's
It's not harmful for a Christian to tell me that God's gonna have my kids raped. That's not harmful, Jesus freak.
who what kind of
Christians
Christian would tell you that
that
God is going to
but
do
they
that to your
do,
kids?
and they
That
name
they're
it.
not Christians then if
But
they
they hold on. You can't say they're not Christian because they
I can
identify.
because
Hold on,
Christians are
Jesus freak,
against grape.
Jesus freak. No, no, Jesus freak. Your Bible, your God commands rape in His Bible. But Jesus freak.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
What
does.
verse
Yes, it does.
commands that?
We'll get in that in just a second. Don't
Is
talk
it the
over me.
Exodus?
Don't. No, it's not. Don't talk over me. Okay. We can do this banter back and forth, and we can do it civilly.
At least I'm not pussy enough to avoid talking to
Okay,
you
cool. But
directly.
did you hear
So,
what I just said?
well, I heard that you said
But
that
I said,
Christians
don't
in
talk
general
over
are
me.
afraid to talk
I
to you.
said, don't talk over me. We can do this banter back and forth and we can do it civilly. This is my stage, okay?
Yeah, and
All
so
right.
you can
Okay. So
you can
you
even
don't
kick me
talk
off if
over
you
me.
want to,
Oh,
but
so
at
you
that point,
gonna act just like them. You're gonna act just like them and you just gonna cross boundaries, right? But you are a Christian. You are a Christian. And you're gonna
yeah.
cross boundaries. Doesn't Jesus say, do unto others as you will have others do unto you? And love your neighbor as you would love yourself. Is this loving, Jesus freak? Is to talk over the host in her own space and to ignore the rules of a host in her own space. Is that loving? Is that what Jesus would have you to do?
Well, I couldn't care less if you kick me out. Yeah, it's your space. You can kick me out. It is your rules. Like,
No. What I'm
I love you
asking
enough
you
to
is,
let you do what you please. I'm not going to force anything on you.
is this what Jesus says? Is to go into other people's space and not honor their rules and make them kick you out because you refuse to respect
Actually,
their
yeah.
rules. That's what you're absolutely right. And that's why I don't fucking worship your Jesus, because your Jesus doesn't respect autonomy. Your Jesus commands rape. Your Jesus commands slavery. Your Jesus commands genocide. Your Jesus allows liars. As a matter of fact, your Jesus died for liars. And Jesus died for murderers. He died for rapists. He died for pedophiles. He died for all of you people who like to excuse your filthy, nasty sins and say
Yours
that you
too.
are the one that is going to heaven, while everybody else that don't accept your lying ass Jesus as their Christ is going to hell. I don't want your Jesus because it created you, and it created Emmanuel, and it created every last scary ass Christian that's sitting in my comments right now that's marveling at my motherfucking ass.
But but
Ladies
but
and gentlemen,
the
Sylvan
the the
Shoemaker.
thing is, Jesus freak. What I don't understand is how are you able to decipher if not just you, but how can I decipher if someone is a Christian or not?
Well, the Orthodox view, and I'm not like Eastern Orthodox, I'm actually Protestant, but I hold to the core doctrine, believing in the Trinity, that Jesus is in fact divine and God, having faith that Jesus is the Savior of all mankind and has paid the price for all of mankind's sin to be restored into the glory with which we would have had with the Father back in the Garden of Eden, if not for the original sin of Adam and Eve.
So
And
that's
that's
all it
like
takes.
sorry, just one last thing. And so, because I'm a Protestant, I
Is that
believe
what
in
you asked
what's
him?
called original sin. Orthodox believe in spiritual sickness. It's like it's just a weird.
Sorry. Is that what you
No, so
asked
isn't
him? I don't think so. I don't think we
no.
asked for a
I'm just
sermon, did
asking,
we?
how would I know if someone is a Christian? How would I know
If they
that?
believe that, I was telling you, if they
Okay,
believe
so
that
that's all
Jesus is
it takes. So
Lord
when
and they
you
believe in
say
that
it,
core doctrine.
oh yes. So when you say it, a Christian
Post, do I?
Oh,
wouldn't
he's a
say,
Christian. He's fighting the mute button.
yeah. When you say it, a Christian wouldn't say that God is going to rape thinkers' children. When you say that, then you are wrong, right? Because all according to what you just said just now, the only way that the way for me to tell that someone is a Christian is if they believe what you just said, right? That's what makes someone a Christian.
Where's the verse about the grape that you were asserting?
I'm not talking about no, you're talking to someone different
Where's the
now.
belief come from,
So,
dude?
Jesus freak, do you notice that you're talking to someone different, or are you talking so much you can't tell?
You notice you're talking to a Christian, so I
No,
would know what
listen,
the Christian doctrine is, and you're
Jesus freak,
lying.
do you realize that you're talking to someone different? I didn't talk to you about a verse. Do you know you're talking to someone different, or do you talk so much you just can't tell? I
So are
wasn't
you
the person.
asserting
I
that I
wasn't the
believe
host.
in grape?
No, I didn't say you believed in grace. I didn't say that. What?
Can you repeat what your position is, please? Apparently I misunderstood.
I know, because you keep fucking talking over
You actually
people. That's why
interrupted
you
me
don't know shit,
first. I
because you
was
keep fucking
explaining.
talking over people. I asked you, right? How would I know that someone is a Christian?
I was telling you, and then you interrupted me and started going off on a tangent.
I know I didn't start going off on a tangent. I'm asking you this because you said something, and I'm trying to go down your line of thinking.
Okay,
Right?
well, do you know what doctrine is?
Yes, but
I'm just
how would
telling
I
you the
know? Let's
doctrine.
say
And
I'm walking down the street, right? And I start talking to someone, right? And they tell me a Christian, they're a Christian. How could I verify that?
ask what the core doctrine is, and if they tell you the core doctrine about the Trinity, Jesus being divine, the only begotten Son of God sent to redeem all of mankind's sin, things like that, that's a pretty good indication.
Okay,
And
so
But
that
but
is
Lord,
the
said
but
that
Lord,
same
didn't
exact.
he
Stop
just
interrupting,
say?
please.
Didn't he just
I was in the
say?
middle of saying
We
that, and then you
didn't
just
ask about that person's doctrine when I told him that person said that God would have
right.
my kids raped. Did he?
No, he didn't. But
No.
that's why I'm asking. So if believing in this doctrine is the only thing that makes you a Christian, right? If the only thing you need to do to be a Christian is believe in this doctrine, then a Christian most certainly would tell you, someone that believes in the doctrine could most certainly tell you that God would have your kids raped. Because the only thing that one needs to be a Christian, according to Jesus Freak, is to believe in this doctrine.
You're adding things that I never said, so because the doctrine doesn't include affirming rape behavior, it actually is firmly against that. If you believe in Jesus and what he teaches, and you believe he's God, then you obey God. Jesus came to set the captives free, to end suffering, these sorts of things. Especially, slavery was a huge thing that Jesus was against.
Jesus never ended
That's the
slavery.
awkward thing.
He never
He
spoke.
said he came to do these things. Yes, there were
He
slaves
didn't.
when he
He
was
did not.
around, but he said he's sent to do
He
these
never
things.
said, to set aside what my father said about slavery. He never said that. Jesus never said that. Jesus never said, you've heard it say that my daddy say you can own slaves. I'm here to tell you that's not true. He never said that.
Yeah, and God the Father, well, Jesus is in the Old Testament too. God never gave a prescription for slavery. I'll just
Yes,
say
he
that. There's
did.
legislation. That doesn't mean that he was for slavery. Do you
No,
know
he
the
was.
difference
If you
between
legislate
legislation
something,
and
you're for it.
moral
Listen, he
prescriptions?
said,
I
I
asked you a
don't want.
question.
He said, I
You
don't want
interrupted
you
me
to
while I was
be
asking.
He
slaves.
gave
He
a
said, I
legal
don't want you to
imperative.
be slaves, right? But as for the slaves you may have, you can get them from the nations around you and from the people of those nations living in your land. You can
Uh-huh.
pass them on to your children as an inheritance. You can
Mm-hmm.
keep them for life. You can't be a slave, but you can make whomever else you want that is not in your nation, that is not of your nation, a slave.
He
Yeah,
actually
that
said, you
You
where's the
shall.
can
moral
beat your
prescription?
slaves,
I'm asking where the
and if they don't
prescription
die
is.
within a couple of days, nothing will happen to you
Okay.
because the slave is your property.
He said, you shall get your slaves from the nations
Yeah.
around you. That is a
Like I
legal
shall go get a
imperative.
cup of
That
water.
is a
That
legal imperative. That's what he gave them.
that's not a imperative. It's not a command.
Shall is an imperative. Yes, it
It's
is.
not.
Yes,
Not in
it
the way
is.
that it's used there.
Yes,
You
it
shall
is.
like
He
yeah,
said,
he's saying
you
Jesus freak, shut up,
shall
Russell. Stop.
get your slaves from the nations around you.
yeah, that
And even in Deuteronomy, when he's telling them about going up and fighting these people, oh, if they offer you terms of peace,
Hold on, are you
then
muting
you
him?
shall take them.
and if the
I'm
slaves
sorry.
run away, did you know the slave owners weren't allowed to go get them actually? Did you know that slave owners actually were told to set them free if they had children that were in another nation? If the
That's
slaves
not
No,
even
true.
tried to run away, they had to let them go free. They weren't allowed to go get
no,
They
them
were not.
back like
They
people
were
did in
not.
young
They
America.
were not to
Jesus
go
freak, stop it.
after. They were not to go after a runaway Israelite slave. That is correct. But there is a passage in this Bible where an Israelite chases after one of his foreign slaves and goes and gets him, and David kills him because David told him not to leave the land. And his slave ran away, and he went to go get his slave, and David said, "Didn't I tell you not to leave?" It was, I mean, not David, I think it was Solomon. It was one of the priests, I think. I mean, one of the sons of Shechem, I think it was, who went to go and get his runaway slave. And Solomon said, "Didn't I tell you that I would let you live as long as you never left the land?" He's, "I had to go get my slave." And Solomon was like, "I don't give a fuck. I told you not to leave." And Solomon had him killed. But
Yeah, because
where is this law that says if
Solomon
they
was the
have where is this law that says if they have children you have to let them go free?
you totally misrepresented.
Where is the
Sir, can,
law that says if they have children you have to let them go free? Where is that? Where can I read that law?
I don't have my Bible on me right now, but you did totally misrepresent that entire story because
sir,
Solomon
can
is
you
the
tell us where
character
this
that's
law
under the.
is? If you're
Why are
not
you
prepared,
interrupting me?
why
I'm
did you
trying
come up
to
here?
correct you
Why
when
did
you
you
lied
come up
about
here
what
if you're
about this
not
story.
prepared?
Hey,
Why did you
motherfucker,
come up here if you're
I'm
not
trying to
prepared?
correct you about
all
Solomon.
black. I know we're all black on this stage, but we don't fucking sound alike. You are talking to more than one person.
I'm referring to the person that was talking about Solomon, which I believe was
She was just
distinction.
talking. I talked to you about Solomon. She just talked to you about something else, and you called her a liar. You need to have more self awareness and realize that you are talking to multiple people.
I'm sorry, I'm just not looking at my screen all the time to
But
see
I
the
know,
things
but you
turn
can't
blue.
tell the difference between our voices.
Are you
I know
upset
in
that I'm just
Whitelandia,
a
all
little
y'all
bit
sound the
confused
same,
by
but we
people that
don't.
I hardly met?
But if you,
I'm
but
not.
this is the
I didn't
thing,
even
Jesus
claim that
freak.
you're.
This is the thing. If you shut up and follow the conversations instead of always trying to talk over people,
There's three.
maybe you would know who you're talking to.
You made it
I
obvious.
know
There's
you got to
three
hurry up and talk
conversations.
with the breaths that you can get, bitch. But if you shut up and follow the conversation, maybe you would know who you were talking to instead of fighting the fucking mute button. You must be looking at your phone, bitch, because you're fighting the fucking mute button. You got to be looking at your phone, ho, because you fighting the fucking mute button. So tell that motherfucking lie to a bitch who think you telling the truth.
Nah.
And then
You
let me
must be looking at your phone, bitch, because you fighting the mute button.
let me
I can have
read
my
let me
finger in the
read
same
let me read
position.
2 Kings verse 39. But it happened at the end of 3 years that two of Shimei's slaves ran away to King Achish, son of Maachah of Gath. When it was told Shimei, your slaves are in Gath, Shimei arose and saddled a donkey and went to Achish and Gath to search for his slaves. Shimei went and brought his slaves from Gath. When Solomon was told that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and returned, the king sent and summoned Shimei and said to him, did I not make you swear by the Lord and solemnly adjure you, saying, know for certain that on the day you go out and go to any place where whatever you shall die, and you said to me, the sentence is fair, I accept. Why then have you not kept your oath to the Lord and the commandment in which I charge you? The king also said to Shimei, you know in your own heart all the evil that you did to my father David, so the Lord will bring back your evil on your own head. But King Solomon shall be blessed, and the throne of David shall be established before the Lord forever. Then the king commanded Benai, son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck him down, and he died.
So he got his slaves back.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
He
he
got his
did.
you
What's
you
it
slaves
should
say
back.
about
apologize
God?
because you fucking called me a liar, you Jesus freak.
What's it say about God?
That he saves liars.
Yeah, that's literally the point of Jesus, is to save all the people that have sinned.
Exactly. That's why a
Yeah, that's a
Christian
good
would
thing.
tell that's
That's the
why a
good news.
Christian would tell me that your God would have my children raped. Because Jesus
So who
died,
tell? I'm
Jesus
gonna
Stop
name you.
died,
Who
interrupting
told you
her.
Jesus
What
that?
is wrong
died for
with
the
you?
motherfuckers
What is
that
wrong with
would
you?
say that shit and do that shit just like you.
Yeah, you know what repentance is, right?
You niggas got a tick. Something is wrong with y'all. Something is wrong with all of God's
No, he
children.
saves also
Something
the
is wrong with
victims
all of
too.
God's children because y'all, I don't know if it's because when y'all was kids, motherfuckers used to tell you children should be seen and not heard. I
It's
don't
a
know.
Jewish
And
thing.
now that you're a fucking adult, you bitches just blab, 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 blab. I don't fucking know. I really don't. But God's kids have a problem.
What's my problem?
You talk over people. You're a rude motherfucker. That's your problem. You're a rude bastard. That's your problem. That's your fucking problem. You're a rude motherfucker. And you're a liar.
To be fair, when I was in the middle of explaining doctrine, I've been interrupted multiple times. So
I
I
don't
think
give
that
a fuck.
interruption
You've been
is actually.
interrupting thinker since you came up here. You've been interrupting thinker since you came up here. She had to tell you about it before we even started talking about the fucking doctrine. You're just rude. That's it.
Well, I apologize. I'm sorry. I hope you might forgive me in the future.
I don't forgive you. That's God's job. That ain't my motherfucking job. I didn't promise that shit to you.
I never said that you had to.
Yeah. Well, why are you hoping I forgive you? Oh,
Exactly.
that ain't.
Mind you, I'm the one who said that
Because
he
it's
owed me
nice.
an apology, but he told me fuck off.
Well, I apologize for you too. I
Fuck
mean,
off.
that's what people do. People make mistakes towards people,
Fuck
and we
It's
off.
have to
not a
ask for
Fuck off.
mistake.
forgiveness.
You excuse your bullshit. Jesus
Yeah.
already forgave you. You don't need my motherfucking forgiveness.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well then,
So
are you saying that
so
I can just
so
be an
so
asshole?
so it's a mistake that you kept coming off mute to talk over Thinker. Mina, how did he do it unintentionally? How did he keep coming off mute? How did he keep coming off mute to talk over Thinker, Mina? Can you tell me how he did it unintentionally? You think he fell on his phone and he kept coming off mute, Mina?
I never said that I
I'm,
wasn't
I'm talking to
intentionally
Mina. Is your
unmuting.
She's
fucking
not
name
talking to
Mina?
you.
Is your name Mina, bitch? Now you done took over somebody else's name. Is your name Mina, Jesus freak? I specifically said Mina. You even talk when the motherfucker ain't talking to you.
You're lying about me,
Mina. No, Mina says you did it unintentionally.
and that's a
How do
lie.
you unintentionally come off mute to interrupt people, Mina? I want Mina to tell me how that happens. Is he rolling on his phone? No, there ain't no LOL damn bitch. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me
Loris, they
how that
got
happened.
you again. Like
Uh oh,
what
why'd
y'all
you go?
These bots, bro.
all of
Be
y'all are
quiet,
like this.
Jesus freaks.
All of y'all are like this. Like it's impossible to have a scholarly or biblical conversation, a historical conversation with you all. Like actually when I looked at your bio and it said that you were an apologist, I got excited because I thought maybe we could have a intellectual conversation. But you are just an insufferable as a Christian who excuses their own bullshit, just like the other ones who don't read their fucking Bible. And it makes me wonder if you just threw apologist in your fucking name and if you just call yourself a Jesus freak because you think that shit is cool.
Anyway, if you want to have a
No, I
discussion
don't
about the
like you.
doctrine, we sure
Nope,
can.
I don't like you.
Well, then you're not the one that wants to have the.
I don't give a fuck.
She said no.
I don't give a fuck. I'd rather just talk shit to you. You are a piece of shit.
I think that's been your whole point since the start, is just to troll on me, to be honest.
Sure.
No, that's what you did. You came up here and told us about what Christians don't do, and Christians do it all the fucking time. When you just told us the only thing that a Christian needs to do is believe in Jesus. Basically. That's
I
that's
didn't say
that's what he
that.
has to do.
What did
Yeah,
I
that's all they
say?
have to do is believe in Jesus.
What did
That's
I
it.
say?
That's it.
What did I say makes you able to identify a Christian?
I remember. I got you. Y'all know how like little kids will go in like a sandbox and they'll be like looking for dinosaur bones. Like honestly, it feel like every single one of these people that come up here are like the sandbox archaeologists. You know what I mean? Like they really feel like they ask the questions to get to the truth, and whole time they just digging up roly polies in the bottom of a like box of sand. Like y'all ever get tired of that shit? Y'all don't want to like go to school and figure it out, or no? Oh, okay.
I think they come in here for a persecution kink. I ought to be getting paid to motherfucking get these motherfuckers off.
So, anyways, I asked what I said that makes you able to identify a Christian. It wasn't just believe in Jesus. Even Muslims
So
believe in
so so
Jesus.
G, so Jesus freak. What did Jesus say that uh makes you a believer? How did Jesus say that I will be able to identify a believer?
Well, I will answer your question, but I hope that you will answer mine that I've been waiting for you
Uh-uh.
to answer after I
Uh-uh.
answer.
What how did Jesus say
Well,
I
I
should
don't
be
need to
able
answer
to
if you're not going to be good
identify?
faith and answer my
Okay, well
question.
don't. You can drop.
I think I already told him she don't want to
God
talk to
bless
him
y'all.
no more.
Peace be with you.
So
Good day.
yep, shut up.
Just like the rest of them.
Satan surround you.
Like they excuse their own bullshit. That's why they worship this God. It allows them to be horrible people and still think that they're good. They are the good on the earth. That the earth needs them because they make the earth so good. Like that's why they worship this Jesus. The passage was First Kings chapter 2, verse 39 through 46.
Are you in the box, Dylan?
He was, but then he canceled his fucking request. Dylan requested, and then as soon as I accepted it, he canceled the request. It's almost like they want to say, "I requested up on Thinkers Live." Like you just hit the button and then you hurry up and hit request. That shit is crazy. Got more guts than y'all asses, and he just come up here and say, "We all gonna go to heaven."
He really does. Like as frustrating as he is, and his, I don't know, lollipop guild version of Christianity, it's less frustrating. And I really do think like the Christian starter pack has to come with the most annoying voice ever, because they all have the most annoying voices, and they never ever actually engage in conversation. It's so fucking frustrating.
I agree with that a lot, actually.
Rachel, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing your belief, or an atheist?
Well, I believe in the Bible, but I don't believe in all of the Bible, if that makes sense.
I mean, that none of the Christians we talk to believe in all of the Bible, but the God that you believe in, is it the God in the Bible, though?
It is, yes.
All right, there are 3 topics on the board that you can choose from: topic 1, 2, and 3. Which one did you come up to discuss?
Um, Probably 2.
All right, I'm gonna go over some rules with you right quick, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that I would have to do this with grown ass adults, but I am gonna have to start doing this again. This is a discussion, not a debate. All right. Everybody on stage, except for Selena, are atheists. Selena is a minister who is deconstructing. All of them are co hosts, and they may ask a question. They will not talk while you are talking, but they do have the right to interrupt you if they ask a question and you're not answering the question that they ask. Okay. We are going to show you some civility, and we ask that you do the same. If you do not, if you start fighting the mute button, if you start being rude, we do match energy. I would rather not do that. I would rather have a discussion with you, but I do not have a problem with matching energy,
That's
okay?
no problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Go ahead and begin. And Loris, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, go ahead. So pick a topic.
Oh,
Yeah,
he picked
so
topic 2.
2, yeah.
Okay. Belief that justifies unjust and immoral atrocities because of a sovereign God claim is dangerous to humans. What are your thoughts on that?
I personally don't believe in that statement. I think that, well, I think it's not dangerous, I guess, because I think everyone's God is different, and I think we all have different views on that. And I don't think it's right to say that it's dangerous, because I know friends of mine that are atheists that don't believe in God, and that's completely fine because they don't believe in that. And for me, I believe in that because I've been grown up to believe in that. So I agree with that. And I think that. Oh, do you guys have any questions for me?
Do you think? Let me ask you a question. What do you think that is anything that a person could do to justify uh, their slavery?
No, I don't. I don't think. I think if someone there's no justification for slavery. I think if someone says that God told them that it's okay, then I don't. I don't. That's simply not true. And I know a lot of people take God's message and twist it a lot, and I think we see that a lot in, especially in America, for example. Um, it happens way too often, and Trump, for example, will say something. He's like, "God said this." It's simply not true. God never said anything, and exactly like a photo of him when he said, when
Well,
he
wait a
put it.
minute. Can we talk about what God did say about slavery?
God, God said that we should treat everyone how we would like to be treated. So
No, no. God said that uh, that everyone could be a slave except the Israelites. That's what God said. He said the Israelites can get slaves from the nations around them and make slaves of the people of those nations that live in their land.
right, but
Yes.
God, and I think that is true. And there's a lot of things in the Bible that do say stuff like that, and I think it's the way we interpret them as people, because there's things in the Bible that say, um, like, you should not lay in a bed with another man, stuff like that. So it's it's
So how would you interpret as for the slaves you may have, you shall get them
well,
from
I
other.
don't believe in that. I think that's not right. And think
No, I
ethically.
understand you don't believe in it, but your
Mhm.
God does, right?
Well, I think my God, I don't think in modern times, if he was still here, I don't think that statement would hold true, because I think
So
I
so so how? Because when did God uh, uh, repudiate that? When was that ever repudiated? When was it ever said, you know what, that is not right? No one
well, I
should
think
be a slave.
our pastors, for example, would say, if God said, if he actually, this is a topic that came up on last Sunday's church, and it was about God and slavery and all that, and the people of Israel and all that. It's you. If you took everything in the Bible and my God, if you took it all very literally, then then it's simply not true, and there's no justification why he would have said this, but he tells us that if we want to be closer to him, we have to follow these rules. But for every individual person, I think my God never reputed this statement. He never said anything about it. But it comes down to what other people interpret about the Bible.
Well, no,
And
remember, these were the laws, statutes, and commandments that he gave to his people. These were laws that they had to follow,
but
right?
this
Genesis,
was
Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers. These were laws that his people had to follow.
but the Christians were also enslaved by the Romans at this time.
Well, what?
So enslaved by the Romans,
No, this
and
was
then
after they got out of slavery. They didn't have slaves at this time.
yeah, no, they did.
Who?
Actually, they didn't. Like, do you know what verse she's talking about? Because they didn't. You're just saying they did, but in this story, they clearly did not.
In Leviticus 25,
Oh, Leviticus. Sorry, I'm sorry. I interpreted that completely wrong. I'm so sorry.
yeah, I'm talking about Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, right? You believe that slavery is wrong. Your God does not,
Correct. Can I
right?
just get my Bible up quickly? Give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got it up now. So the reason, I guess, he said this, and I think what many Christians get confused by it is because the Bible doesn't talk about. Oh shit. He's
That's
talking about.
just gift noise.
Oh, sorry. A few things I think to separate from is that the ancient Bible of slavery was often different from modern race-based slavery.
No, it's the
So
same. It's chattel slavery.
some forms were closer to debits. Oh, I think I'm losing connection, guys.
No,
And I think
it's the same. It's the same slavery. It's chattel slavery. That's the same kind of slavery.
well, many Christians believe that God was working within an ancient culture, like broader message of the Bible moved towards human dignity and like freedom and all that.
No, but
So,
it didn't though, because Jesus never said unslave your slaves.
well, he also said love your neighbor and free the oppressed. So
Did
he
he?
kind of did come. He did. He said love your neighbor and free the oppressed.
Are you
Said
under the
he?
impression that we're unable to type into ChatGPT?
What?
Well, you're clearly reading. You didn't know
Do you
anything
want me
about this
to?
topic 3
Do you,
minutes ago,
do you
and now
want me to
you're
give you
reading to
quotes?
us from ChatGPT or some search engine.
No, I'm reading from the Bible.
You are. You just said they had a tape of debit slavery.
Because I
It's
study
okay to just be
religion.
honest and say you don't know something, but it's very
No, I
offensive to
do.
people that know the topic well for you to come up here and
Girl,
pretend like you know
I
something
study
about it.
religion. I study Judaism,
Well, you haven't
Islam.
studied this,
I don't
right?
think so. Maybe not. Maybe not this
Okay,
topic.
so just
But
say that.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Are you a believer in Christ? Oh, my bad. Maybe I'm
Mm-mm.
not really well informed with this.
What did you ask
Yeah,
that
but
question
but
for?
go ahead, thinker.
I just want to know, like, why did you ask Dr. B if he was a believer in Christ?
Just to get to know someone.
I think the better thing for you to do here, for someone that's just sort of listening, is have a bit of humility, right? It's okay, particularly men, it's okay to say, I don't know, right? It's okay to say that.
Oh, he left.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he was the most southern Australian British person I ever heard.
Dr. B, do you have
Hello.
time to do one?
Yeah, I'll probably have
Hello.
to.
Oh, sorry.
Quias? Quios? How do you pronounce your name?
Coes. It's
Coes?
okay.
How old are you?
Coes.
Coes.
Yeah. I'm 23.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God
Yeah.
of the Bible? Are you there?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
Okay. There's topic 1, 2, or 3. Go ahead and pick one, and you'll be talking with Dr. B. Damn, that rhymed.
Am I? So how that do run? Am I allowed to pick number 4? Because
No,
that's
that's for African Americans. Are you
for what?
African American?
African Americans.
Yeah, topic 4 is for black
No,
people.
but I did have like a point on it.
Why would you have a point on something
Okay, let's see
that's
then.
asking about black people?
Because I agreed with it, but it's
But
okay.
I'm not asking. How do you
Um,
agree with me asking why do
let's
black people?
see.
That's a why question. How do you agree with a why question? Can you pick topic 1, 2, or
Because
3?
I agree that people, not just black people.
That doesn't say
Okay,
why
yeah,
do
we'll
people.
choose. Let's see. I know.
Hold on, don't mute him. That
I'm gonna
doesn't
go with
say that
1.
that. Okay, Dr. B, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So you say you're going to pick number 1?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead.
So I would just like to start by saying that I was wondering if you agreed or disagreed with this topic. So you believe that it is harmful?
Well, I mean, I think the question would be probably better if you tell me what you think.
Well, I don't think that it's harmful to humanity.
Okay. Why?
Well, I just think that Christian beliefs being like implemented into humanity doesn't make it harmful for all of humanity, just by the fact that some people believe in different like beliefs like the oneness of God, stating that there is one God, which gives them direction and sense of hope instead of it being harmful.
Okay. What about things like owning people as property?
Burning people's property.
Owning slavery?
Is that a Christian belief? Oh, owning
Certainly.
people's property. Slavery. So I actually don't believe that that is a belief, a core Christian belief.
Sorry, does it have to be a
What
core
belief does that
Christian
come under?
belief? I
Well,
don't know what that
it
means.
does
Is marriage
say
it?
Christian beliefs,
Okay. So where does it say core?
marriage, the oneness of God, the Trinity.
Sorry, where does that prompt say
So you
core?
think that, yeah, it doesn't. So I'm
Oh,
wondering, so you think that slavery is a Christian belief?
it certainly was. Yeah, for a very long time.
So it was, but it isn't now. So obviously that was harmful, like very harmful. Slavery was not a good thing, but now it's been changed and we're talking about humanity. Humanity is now.
So I know that these prompts can be confusing. The indoctrination of Christian beliefs has been one of the most harmful things to happen to humanity.
Yes.
So do you
Right.
think that
Okay.
that belief was harmful to humanity?
I do think that that specific belief of slavery was definitely harmful to humanity, but I don't believe that the indoctrination, which includes all beliefs, because indoctrination isn't just one belief, because it says beliefs, not belief.
Sure. How many beliefs would it take for it to be harmful to humanity?
Depends on the extent of the belief, which slavery is quite harmful, I will agree. But I don't think that it has, well, yeah, it kind of has. You know what? I agree with this, and maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think anybody's making the argument that every Christian belief
Well, it does say
is
beliefs.
right. So, see if I can give a parallel here. Like, do you think that all, beliefs of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, their
Sorry,
religious,
what?
the Neo-Assyrian Empire or the Neo-Babylonian Empire, like, do you think in Mesopotamia, do you think that those?
It's so laggy. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of another ancient belief system from the period that I suspect that you would say there are a lot of really bad things in
Okay.
that belief system, but yet we wouldn't say that all of the beliefs were bad.
Okay. I'm sorry, my connection is so bad and I can't hear a word you're saying. Could you please, just one more time repeat it?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
sure,
move my
sure.
phone.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I don't think it's, I think, or you can correct me if I'm wrong about how I'm interpreting this, but I don't think that the prompt requires that every belief be bad. I think it's just saying maybe as a system, maybe the way that those beliefs are formed and held. You know, let me see if I, and again, think or jump in if I'm going the wrong way with this, but I think about the way that I engage with Christian apologists all the time. I remember in a debate that I had with Stuart and Cliff Connectley several years ago, it just became very, very, and this happened also with Gavin Ortland and Trent Horn. Like, they're very intelligent people, but they're starting with their conclusions. And that's what I think indoctrination does. You get to a point where you say, okay, this is what I believe. And then when new data comes up or data is presented, you begin with the conclusion. You begin with the belief. And then you back into the data and try to make it make sense, make it align with your belief. And I think that's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it certainly can be dangerous, but I'm not talking about my specific beliefs now. I'm talking about Christian beliefs. And I think that we can all agree that, especially one, slavery was definitely harmful in ways, but I don't think it has been harmful to humanity as a whole.
In ways. Okay.
What? But are you missing that Dr. B is telling you that this was something that was laid out by the God in this Bible? That this God gave his
Yeah,
chosen people
I
permission
definitely
to have
understood that.
slaves.
I understood that he said that when we, and when we go back to what we were saying, he definitely said that we come back to the conclusion of what my beliefs are, and if my beliefs are harmful, when I'm actually, the question asked about Christian beliefs, not just my beliefs.
Right, because the thing that I was pointing out just now was that the beliefs themselves, I don't know how they can be separated from the methodology that's used in the application of those beliefs, right? And what I'm pointing out here is that obviously we all have to fight with this, but scientists, the scientific method, or in the humanities, any field, the way that this should be done, and I think most of the time is done, is that people say, all right, we've drawn tentative conclusions based on the data that we have. Those data could be, we could increase our data set, and in doing so, we may have to modify, or most likely we'll have to modify our beliefs about, right, our conclusions about that data. And if in fact, like I wrote my dissertation on a particular topic, and then a couple years later, the data set widened, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, if I'm going to write again on this topic, I'm going to have to take all of that new data into account. Whereas if I were coming at this from an indoctrination, from a belief system, I would have to say, all right, here is what I believe. Now new data comes. I still have to maintain this belief. So how do I incorporate this new data to make it align with my belief?
You're asking me that.
I think I'm just pointing that out as the methodological issue. Sorry, I'll give one example very, very quickly, one that's very, very popular. The dating of the book of Daniel, right? Daniel's such an important book for many Christians from a prophetic standpoint. But it became clear that the book of Daniel had its final, compilation and editing process in the 2nd century BCE, long after the things that Daniel, prophesies about. And that became a real problem. And so if you look at many evangelicals today, they're beginning with the belief that Daniel has to be written in the 6th century. And so whatever new data comes in that seems to counter that, they hold fast to the belief that it has to be written in the 6th century because it's prophecy. And then they just kind of find a way to make that data possibly fit into that belief. And that's just not good, right? That's a bad way to handle data. And I think it leads to a lot of harm.
He ran, Dr. B.
Oh gosh, I need to look at the screen more frequently.
This is like what, number 3 in a row. I mean, damn. Nobody even said fuck. Nobody said damn. Nobody said motherfucker. But they still running. The one, again, are you in the box on purpose? Supreme Tory, are you in the box on purpose on accident? All right. Those of you that are asking in the chat, if you can come up, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible. If you are deconstructing your belief in the God of the Bible, or if you are an atheist and you are 21 and up. No worries, the one. Y'all can't be using excuses of, think I got a foul ass mouth. Like, y'all running even when you're talking to Dr. B. So it ain't me saying fuck. Yeah, he ran. I think Rachel ran when he was talking to Dr. B too. Dr. B just like knocking him off.
I mean, I showered. I don't know, I feel like it's not that.
Don't be scared. It's just a conversation. And like I said, the rules of the life are simple. If you act like you got some sense, so will we. If you come up here and you are disrespectful like Jesus freak was, we gonna match your energy. And ain't no sense in y'all clutching your pearls. Like y'all like to clutch your pearls when atheists don't behave according to how Christians behave, but you don't say shit when Christians don't behave how Christians supposed to behave. It's interesting. Dr. B, yesterday, a Christian came up on Mama Bash Live and said Jesus died to free them from sin. But what this means, Dr. B, is that only non-believers are sinners and that you are not allowed to call a Christian a sinner because even when they do bad, it is wrong to make a Christian feel bad about the wrong that they do. It's wrong to condemn a Christian. So Christians are not sinners. Only those that have not accepted Jesus Christ can be called a sinner.
Oh, That's probably not one of those examples of starting with your conclusion and backing into the data. That's probably not one of those. I swear to God, they are incredibly creative.
Yes.
That is so creative.
Bash said, "What's an actor? What's a painter? What's a runner?" He said, "A person who acts, a person who paints, a person who runs." Bash said, "Right, the person that's doing the thing." He said, "How in the hell did you turn it around?" like, oh my
Gosh.
God.
I see our good friend, I'd forgotten his name until about 30 seconds ago, EJ Champion. I think that was him, right? From yesterday.
Yeah, I
Was it
just saw him
yesterday?
in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he might be
I
scared of both of us. I
I
don't know.
I, I do want to say I am sorry if I was too forceful in that. There's something I'm trying to be sensitive to it now and to pay attention, I guess, to when my ire, I get my, I kind of get worked up, and I really do think it's when what I perceive to be arrogant people telling arrogant people in general, but especially those that clearly don't know what they're talking about, telling people that are friends of mine that I know very well what they're talking about, how they don't. That was a very confusing set of sentences there, but yeah, that really gets me going.
But I think their victimization of themselves makes people who actually do care about how their actions land and how they treat people. It makes you second guess yourself. So you feel like maybe I was a little harsh on the arrogant person that kept interrupting me while I was speaking, that, kept trying to belittle me in my knowledge. Maybe I was a little too harsh on them. I don't think you were. And the way he behaved yesterday when I came up there, like he kept coming off of mute, fighting the mute button, talking over us, deflecting. Like uh, he deserved everything he got yesterday because that was the energy that he was giving out. And they, I am noticing like uh, a few atheists who have these conversations starting to feel like sorry for the believers, but I feel like they come up here with these very bad attitudes and they just disrespect people and they're not used to people giving them back what they put out, and so they make themselves a victim. You don't owe anybody an apology for responding the way you respond to disrespect, because it's not like you just out the blue just started disrespecting him, and I've never seen you do that to anybody.
I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Wh- where was it? I lose track of where we are in these lives. But I think it was last night. Yeah, it must have been last night when it was Mac and I were talking. Well, I mean, we were all talking to him, but
It was yesterday morning on Mama Bash.
oh, okay.
EJ.
Hi, I just wanted to say good morning again to everybody, and I know I won't take too much of you guys' time, but I do
Hold on,
appreciate.
EJ is muted and he's muted in
It's okay.
chat.
I want him to talk to Dr. B. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
okay,
Go ahead, EJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Joshua for what he said just now, and I just wanted to say that yesterday I wasn't disrespectful first to anybody, and I'm not trying to justify myself. I just do think that it is important that if you guys have a valid point and a good argument, then a good argument can go forward without insult, without degrading the other person, being mean spirited. And it's not just a Christian that should
I'm
honor that.
sorry,
It's
EJ.
other
You were
people should
you
honor
were.
that.
I'm sorry because I'm not gonna let you misrepresent the situation yesterday. You might not have used curse words, and you might not have degraded anyone with insults, but you were very disrespectful. Every time one of us would speak, you kept interrupting us. You were fighting the mute button. You were raising your voice. You were dismissive and deflective. You were very rude yesterday. So I don't think Dr. B owes you an apology, and I sure as hell aren't going to apologize for responding to your disrespect. Even Fee had to cuss you out, and Fee doesn't even do that. So everybody in here knows that if Fee calls you a motherfucker, you were acting like a motherfucker, and that's not Fee.
One thing I would only say is that I think it's also important to know, okay, you guys have a platform, and I have to honor the regulations and how you guys have things. If I didn't insult nobody or degrade anybody, but I was being insulted, cursed at, and kind of scoffed at,
Again,
then
you
of
aren't
course,
listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. The reason you were cursed at was because of your behavior. You continued to interrupt us yesterday when we were speaking. You continued to fight the mute button when we were asking you to allow us to finish. Your behavior got you cursed out, not the things that you were saying. You aren't listening.
right. So just now when I was talking, you cut me off again.
Because I can, and I am the host, and I
Right.
cut you
That's my.
off.
That was
I
my
cut
point.
you off. I cut you off because, again, you did not listen to what I said.
Yeah. So I wasn't even finished speaking. I definitely listened to what you said, and I was gonna clarify what I
You
meant. I
started
wasn't.
talking again about I didn't degrade anybody. I didn't do. Nobody said you did.
Yeah. No. I wasn't gonna
I
end there.
very specifically said you did not do those things. I very specifically said it was your behavior.
Right, I understand. I certainly understand, and I wasn't mentioning that I didn't do those things because you said anything otherwise. I was only mentioning those things because if it's your platform, like for example, now if I say a sentence that you don't like, you can cut me off, and it's not cutting me off. It's that you're the host. You're just taking over the mic, and it's not considered. But if we were just having a regular conversation on a platform that is kind of neutral, you would be cutting me off and you guys would be cutting me off more than I was and blocking me from finishing my statements much more than I was with you guys. So yes, I also can be aware, but also just understand that as a host, just because you're cutting somebody off because you're the host, in a regular conversation, the host doesn't have control and this and that. There'd be a moderator where a discussion, I should say, where a moderator would say, okay, now hold back, Faye, let him finish. Okay, you can get him afterwards. And then Emmanuel, hold back and then talk afterwards. But because I'm talking to a host, a lot of times when I was talking, I was being interrupted, but it's not classed as interruption because you're a host. But I would suggest that type of conversation would definitely rile up most situations because a person has to get their thoughts across, each person before finishing.
EJ, yesterday I was not a host. I was a moderator yesterday. You are on a different live today. I am the
Okay.
host today. Mama Bash was the host yesterday. And EJ, I interrupted you just now because you said something I had already addressed.
Yeah, I feel like you're saying something I've already addressed, but I
No,
can't
no,
cut
I'm
you off.
not. No, I'm not. You don't listen. And Dr. B told me yesterday when I came on stage that you do not listen. You just address whatever the hell you want to address. And then you sat there and lied and said that we cut you off just because you say something that we don't like. That is not true. I told you that I cut you off because you were not listening and you were addressing something that I had already said you did not do. You still had not addressed your behavior. You are making excuses for the way you behaved yesterday and the disrespect that you showed every moderator and the host, Mama Bash, on yesterday. That's what y'all do. Y'all excuse your behavior in the name of your Jesus Christ instead of correcting it.
Yeah, right now, while we're talking, I'm definitely being quiet and correcting it. And yesterday, I can admit that I was unmuting and kind of having a back and forth that was kind of clashing. I can admit that. And that's why I chimed in today, because I also think that what Joshua said is also commendable. As much as somebody could say, well, no, you didn't. Yeah, no, he's just watching his own self and being more meticulous about himself. And that's a beautiful thing. I should do the same thing with myself. So I do appreciate what Joshua said, even though others may feel like he didn't. It's always wise to look in the mirror and say and really criticize ourselves more than others. So yes, I did not do everything right according to God, nor according to the standard of the platform I was on, nor according to what I believe a human being should uphold. So yes, I can admit that, and I also want to commend Joshua for admitting the same thing. We're men, and we did cross the line. And for you, Faye, and for Thinker yesterday, I think that
Fee.
Fee, I'm so sorry. For you, Fee, and for Thinker yesterday, I do think that sometimes the aggressive, abrupt cursing and stuff like that is unnecessary.
I
It
don't.
really,
Let me stop
truly
you right
is.
there.
For
Hold on.
you.
Hold on. Let me stop you right there. I don't give two flying fucks about what you think about how
I
I
know.
speak. I don't. You are not my husband. You are not my father. You are not my brother. You are not my friend. I don't care about what you think about how I speak. If you don't like it, then you should not come in here.
Fair. I didn't know what I was
Yes,
coming
you
into
did.
as
You
my
spoke
first.
to us yesterday, and here you are again. Yes, you
No,
did
I,
know.
I'm just
That
I'm
is
just
not.
finishing that
That is not.
sentence.
Look how you're talking right now while I'm talking.
I was
You
I was
did
saying a
know.
sentence.
You did know what you did know the way that way that we spoke, because you spoke to us yesterday and you are back today, and you are not taking accountability for your actions yesterday, nor have you apologized to me, Fee, Selena, or Mama Bash. You came up here to glaze on Dr. B because you think that you and Dr. B are men. And then what you said was you didn't do everything right according to God. No, you didn't do everything right according to us. Fuck your
Yeah,
God. Fuck your God. And that's why you don't know how to apologize, because all you care about is what your God sees and what your God excuses. You disrespected me. You disrespected Fee. You disrespected Selena. And you disrespected Mama Bash
I,
over and over yesterday. You did not only fight the mute button. Every time we spoke, you interrupted us. You raised your voice over and over and over again and started whining when we did it. So
well,
your this whatever it is that you're doing right now, Dr. B may accept it, but I do not. I do not care about your need to look clean for your God. I'm not
yeah.
giving you a fucking spirit check.
Yeah, so I admitted that to my God because of my religion, but I also admitted to you guys I did wrong. Host, right, to the platform I was on, and I said to my own
No,
standards. So
what
three.
what you did not
If I
say,
if
what
I
you
could just
said was
if I could
no,
just say that
no,
the
no,
sentence
no,
thinker.
because what you said was you fought the mute button. You did not
No, I
admit what
didn't.
you yes you did. What you did not admit that you kept interrupting us every time we spoke. You did not admit that you kept raising your voice and talking over us. You did not admit that, and you
Can I
did not,
can I reiterate that?
and you did not apologize to us. I don't even care for an apology now because you came up here, like I said, to glaze on Dr. B.
You didn't lead with "I was wrong." Like if I'm coming up here to say I was wrong for what I did yesterday, I'm leading with that.
And then they never know that when there is a long silence, that's when they're supposed to speak. But they always want to speak when a woman's voice is speaking.
I definitely don't mean to disrespect any females. I
We're
think
not
females should be
females, we're
carried.
women.
And you just disrespected us.
Oh, how? By saying female? I'm sorry about that. If I did, and I don't mean to, is what I'm saying. Not that I won't or I can't. I'm human. I'm gonna fail.
I mean, it's
So I don't
interesting that
mean
you
to.
didn't say Dr. B and I are both males,
No, I said
EJ,
no. I talked to Dr. B because as
but you
he's
called
just
you and
being
Dr. B
logical.
men. You did not address you and Dr. B by your genitalia.
I don't get into that. I only think there's male men. You know what I'm saying? Female women.
You humanized you and Dr. B as men. And when addressing me, Feast, and Selena and Mama Bash, you called us females just now.
Oh, I would say women. I think it's the same thing to me. There's no disrespect
It
by
is
saying
not
any
the
other.
same thing. If
Oh,
it was the same thing,
to
you
me,
would have
my
called, if
motive.
it was, you would have addressed you and Dr. B as males. If it was the
Yeah,
same
I
thing.
could do the same thing. I would do
But you
that.
don't. But you don't because you
Oh, I
humanize
do.
yourself. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, no, I
EJ,
understand. Hey,
EJ,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Doc.
no, let me ask. So I'm asking this because I was an evangelical Christian for 26 years. So like
Okay.
I know, I guess I understand the context of what I'm getting ready to ask.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible or likely that you have, as I did, some very ingrained, very deeply ingrained misogynistic thoughts and behaviors that you don't realize are there?
Uh, I would say, I would say because the Bible is set up as a patriarchal hierarchy, I would say according to outside of that, yeah, that may look like that, but I would say that it's not intended to be that. It's intended to be a biblical structure of hierarchy, men being leaders, headship, things of that nature. So yes, it would be misogynistic to many elements of society and many ideologies and philosophies of way to think. Yes, for sure.
Okay. Um, and I understand your response. Um, and to be honest, it's one of the ones, but I would have given that same response probably whatever it is now, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So I this isn't the place to do this.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure, but I think it's very important, in my opinion, here to recognize that when you said we are men,
Mhm.
that there was implicit in that, whether you intended it or not, implicit in that is that because we're men, we're of a higher caliber, right? We're going to be above these other behaviors that maybe women aren't going to be. And then to immediately turn around and say, essentially, you're all being emotional, like, and aggressive. Those are very, again, even if you didn't intend it that way, those are highly misogynistic, not just terms, but like ideas that are being expressed. And my opinion here, having gone through this aspect of the deconstruction process, because I was very fortunate to be surrounded by people that would call me out on it. This is, I think this is a good time to just think about why it is that people are responding to you about these things in this way, because it is incredibly demeaning, and it's not something that I recognized immediately. I had to be shown it. Anyway, I don't mean to. I'm certainly not trying to like infantilize or to speak down or something, but I do think it's very, very important to listen very carefully as a man in this society, to listen to what this panel of women is saying to you, because there's a lot there that I didn't realize, and that when I did realize it was mortifying, the things that
Yeah.
I was doing and saying. I don't know. Did anybody think, or like, do you guys disagree with that, or like, was that
Can I agree with
fair?
that? Can I just agree with that in
Oh,
a few
please.
sentences?
But the
Yeah.
interesting thing is that he just asked the women and you just like
Yep.
like that's insane.
Just jumped right in.
And then I find it interesting that the entire time Dr. B was talking, you didn't say but the same way you were doing me as the host. You give Dr. B way more respect than you do me, and you're in my motherfucking space. That's insane.
I
Dr.
still
B, I do agree with you. Um, Thank you for saying that. Like I've heard you say it multiple times. I highly doubt that will resonate with EJ. But thank you for saying that.
I would just say that what Joshua said definitely resonates with me, and I do get, what um, um, you guys women are saying to me as well. I'm even watching my words even now because it's important to me not to offend. And one thing I would like to highlight about what Joshua said in our interaction just now is that as much as we were back and forth yesterday, me and Joshua, we're kind of being cordial now purposefully. And I think that that is what I was kind of emphasizing is like we should be able to do that too, Thinker and Fee. We should really be able to do that,
I'm
especially when
sorry,
I'm
you've not
coming
given
this
me a
way.
reason to.
What?
I don't respect people who do
Well, I'm
not
coming
respect me.
kindly to you
You have
today.
no, you're not.
Stop it. See, look,
No, you're not. You
you
have
didn't.
not.
Okay.
You have not given me a reason to be cordial with you. How you treat Dr. B has no bearing on how you have treated me, and I do not love my fucking enemies.
And he just did exactly what you said. Quiet the whole time. Quiet as a church mouse on Sunday while Dr. B was talking. And then tried to jump all over your words. I had to mute him. That's freaking ridiculous. But we should be able to be cordial. You can be cordial with Dr. B because you have the same thing dangling between your legs. That's why you are able to be cordial with Dr. B.
To be honest,
Because you give him the respect.
I think the only reason why he wants to be cordial with Dr. B, because yesterday he said he said that he thought Dr. B was bad. But the only reason why he wants to be cordial with Dr. B is because he heard Dr. B uh, semi apologize about maybe being too harsh on believers when they are arrogant. And so EJ saw that as an opportunity to come up and be like, oh, okay, now I can be cordial with him. But you didn't apologize to Dr. B yesterday. You didn't see a reason to be cordial yesterday. And I find it interesting that you struggled to find the word to address us as who we are. That the first thing that came to your mind was guys, and you still struggled to find the word women.
Yeah, all I can say, if somebody's looking for a reason to not, like what I'm saying or like me, then you're gonna find it, and that's what I feel like, Fee and Thinker is doing. But it's okay.
Fee's
I don't
not even
mind.
talking to you.
Oh,
Fee's not
sorry.
even
Even I'm
talking to you.
Sorry.
sorry.
Sorry. I thought Fee was
What
Fee's
is he
been
talking to
doing?
quiet
me.
this
What am
entire
I doing?
time.
Okay. I apologize. I thought it was
Yeah,
Fee
like
that
I
was
haven't even
talking.
said anything since you've been up. Well,
I apologize. I thought it was Fee. I thought
But
Selena,
why would you
her
think it
voice
was
was
fee?
Fee.
She never said anything to you. Why would you
She did
think it was
earlier.
her?
She did earlier. I
He
mispronounced her
didn't say a
name.
word to you. No, that was
I
me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I'm sorry.
corrected
I
you.
apologize. Oh, okay. I thought that was Fee. I am so
And then
No,
sorry.
the
no, but
simple
why would you
fact,
think it was fee?
Oh, because I thought she
because
was
we black
correcting me
women.
by her name.
But
No, not because you're a black
it's
woman. I'm
it's
black. My
the
sisters are
simple fact.
black.
Be quiet. Be quiet. It's the simple fact that you still are talking over the women. It's the simple fact that you feel entitled to niceties. It's the simple fact that that you came up here to call us aggressive and you're still doing the same stupid crap that you did yesterday. It's the simple
But,
fact that you think someone is going to kowtow to you because you have a dick. It's the simple
but
fact that you think you're owed something. You're not.
I also
Okay.
want to
Thanks
know,
for
do
you
you
guys'
think this is
time. I
the way a
appreciate
man
it.
should treat your sisters?
No, yeah, no. I think
Okay,
it should
why
be
not?
kind.
Why not? Why not? I don't want to hear anything else. You said no. Why not?
From yesterday, I don't think that men should
No,
have to get into
yesterday,
quarrels.
today, period. Why
Oh,
not? Why
today.
don't you think your sisters should get the same treatment that you give
Oh,
everybody else?
oh, sorry. I didn't know that that was a question that you asked. I believe that a man should be treated by a man differently than a woman. Not, I believe that because we think different, because we're of different biology. We have hormonal differences,
So
emotional
what
differences,
makes you
societal
think,
differences.
when you say think differently, what does that mean?
Meaning, like, I feel like when two men speak, we know, like, when we get up to a certain level, there could be fights. But when two women and a man and male and a woman speak, a woman could kind of keep going, and
So you're saying that
a
men are
man can't
inherently
fight.
dangerous? You're saying that men are
Not
inherently. Wait a minute. Stop. over talking people. This is why you don't know what a motherfucker asking you, because you won't shut up long enough for them to ask the question. So are you saying that men are inherently dangerous and that everybody should be afraid of them? Because when they get to a certain point, it's going to be violence?
Not violence. It's just simply saying that we should set boundaries and limits and
No, you
respect those
said
things.
fight. Did you or did you not say when you get to a certain level there will be a fight? Is that not violence?
Well, I've never fought somebody in my life. I
No,
never
but
had
that's what you
fought
said,
anybody.
sir.
But
That
Lords,
is what
I'm just
you
explaining.
said.
Lords, what he's actually
You talk
saying,
so much, you don't know
what he's
what you're
actually
saying.
I'm just
saying,
explaining what
I'm
I said,
sorry,
but I'm getting
hello,
cut off.
is my mic out?
Yeah, you guys are cutting me off.
Lords, what he's actually, you still haven't learned. What he's actually saying is that men have self-control and set boundaries and women don't. He's saying women are emotional and can keep going and don't know
You
when
got
to
it.
stop and don't know when to stop. That's
You
what
got
he's
it.
No,
saying.
but he
Yeah,
said
he
men
just
get to a
said, but
certain
he just
point.
said I got it. He just said I got
Yeah.
it. He's
That's
saying
what I
men are
meant.
more
And,
Oh,
and right
so
logical.
here's a good
so
And
example.
he thinks that
so
this is good, Lords. He thinks that
It's
what
not
he
so
good,
he
but
so
hold on,
here's
he
a
so
thinks
when
that
you
he
example.
so
thinks
so let me
hold
ask
on,
you a
hello,
question.
hello. He thinks that what he is saying is not misogynistic. He is literally saying that men are more logical than women and women are emotional. That is what he's saying, and that's what he wants us to kowtow to.
I know, but I've been listening this whole time, and you the motherfucker that can't keep your emotions in check, EJ. You're the one that keeps talking over people, and you're the one that can't keep your emotions in check.
I think
It's not
the
us.
entire template. I think the entire template that you use to assess men versus women is flawed from the beginning. You assign limitations to us without knowing anything about us, and you also assign freedoms to Dr. B without knowing anything about Dr. B, just based on the fact that he's a man. This is not a biological difference. The society conditions us and socializes us very different, but that doesn't mean that those socializing tendencies are innate to who we are. Setting a boundary and telling you, whether you are a man or woman or anything in between, that this is my boundary, you do not cross it, is not rude. But you are so accustomed to looking at women through a very particular lens that we are then expected to perform based on your expectations. And when we say to you, I'm not doing that, I don't owe that to you. If you want to get respect, give it. That is very simple. If you don't like the way a person speaks, don't engage with them. That's also very simple. But you do not, under any circumstances, get to police how another adult speaks. That's not your role. That's not your right. If you were communicating with me, and I've done this on a live before, somebody said something out of pocket. And from that point forward, I did not say anything else to them because you don't get to maintain access to me if you crossed a boundary. If by the way we communicate, we cross your boundary, then stop coming in here. But you don't get to come in here and tell us who to be. You don't have that right.
I completely agree with that. And that's why I came and I directed my attention towards Joshua, and then I tried to be as cordial as
No,
possible
but
when the
why do you
women
keep
spoke.
coming at all is what
And
we're
every time I
asking.
speak, the
Why,
women cut me
if
off
this space,
like
no, but
this.
this is
A clear
dumb, sir.
example.
Listen, this is dumb, EJ. If this space gives you so much anxiety, why come at all? You can send Dr. B a DM. Why come to this space at all? This is not Dr. B's space. It is thinker space. And if women bother you so much, why do you keep coming to where the fucking women are?
It's definitely disrespectful
Why?
as fuck to say I came into
Well,
Thinkers
hella
Live
disrespect.
to address Dr. B, to point my attention to Dr. B and just ignore Thinker and ignore the
Like,
women.
why do you do this? You bitches are gluttons for punishment. That's it. You have a fucking humiliation kink because this is Thinkers Live. It's not Dr. B's live. If you want to talk to him, you know his handle. Go get that motherfucker a DM. Why would you come here, a place that makes you uncomfortable? Why do y'all keep doing that?
Well, I was
It
coming
doesn't
hope.
make any sense. Isn't that stupid? Let me ask you a question. If I told you that every time I went to her friend's house, her dog bites me every time I go over there, don't you think it would be dumb if I kept going over there?
Yeah, I do.
Wouldn't that be stupid of me?
Yeah.
So then why the fuck you keep coming getting bit?
Yeah, this is the second time I got bit. I won't come back again to talk to you
Okay,
ladies.
goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah.
I bet that's
Bye.
what you
Goodbye,
do.
EJ.
Bye.
Thank you,
Goodbye.
Josh.
Shut up.
Thank you.
Shut up.
Goodbye.
Shut up.
Don't thank us, bitch. Goodbye.
Thanks,
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Cujo.
Joshua. Thanks.
Bye.
Goodbye, Cujo.
Notice how he's gonna sit here and
Thanks,
keep
Josh.
fighting the mute
Yeah.
button.
Yeah. And
Like,
try
Yes,
to
yeah,
say
cause
he's
he's
thank
never
you
stupid.
to
gonna
Dr.
change.
B.
But please be cordial.
Yes, we don't owe you cordiality at all. You already said that men are violent and we should be afraid of them, right? We don't owe you anything. You're a violent man that I should be afraid of and I should stay away from.
Aggressive,
And
evil,
I don't even understand. Don't answer
evil,
me, bitch. I'm not telling you nothing I'm not
evil,
asking you shit. I'm not
aggressive,
asking you nothing,
evil,
bitch. I'm not asking you. Go talk
women.
to your fucking sisters. Ho, you want to talk to some hoes
Aggressive,
that don't tell you nothing. Go talk to them hoes. I didn't
aggressive,
tell you nothing, bitch. Go talk to them
aggressive,
hoes. You want to talk to some hoes? Go
evil
talk to them.
women.
Go
Thanks, Josh.
talk to them. You are dangerous. And you probably not because you sound short. You sound like you got a short neck. You know, your voice is not,
Here's
my voice is deeper than yours. You sound like you got a short neck,
here's the
right? So I think you short. I think you want them short men that jump out of big trucks.
mean spirited.
Like Lord
No, I am. I'm
Farquaad.
very mean spirited, but I'm doing this on purpose. I'm
Love you.
very mean spirited. I'm very mean spirited because I
You
want
are.
to be so mean that you never come your dumb ass back here again. You fighting the fucking mute button short. That's the only thing you can reach is the mute button. You short motherfucker. That's the only thing you can reach.
That ain't
You
gonna.
need a
He a
stool for you
rapist.
need a
He's a
stool for
rapist.
everything else. The mute
I'm
button is the only thing you
convinced.
can reach.
Y'all ain't mad.
He's a
I
rapist.
can tell.
You're a rapist. You're a rapist. You're a
You're not gonna.
Wait, what
rapist.
he say?
We don't
I
consent to
can.
this. We
I can
don't
tell.
consent to
What
this. You're a rapist.
Of course you know he said the incel thing. Y'all ain't married. He's a
Yeah,
fucking
he
incel.
did.
yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
cool.
Yeah, he's an
listen, your
incel.
sister's probably not
That's
either.
cool.
You can't
That's
be.
cool.
You
Yeah.
said you
That's
black,
cool.
your sister's
Hold
black.
on.
That means
Hold on.
statistically they probably
Ho-
not married either.
Hold on. Do y'all know how many women he's probably fooled with that fake nicety bullshit? How many
Mm-hmm.
times he's probably gone to women and fake apologized and then turned right
Yep.
back into this? And he's mad because we didn't fall for that shit.
Yep.
I had two women my whole.
But you know what's funny? He says we're not married, but bitch, if you black, that mean your sister's black. They statistically them hoes ain't married either. Them single hoes ain't married either.
My
Them
sister ain't like
single
me.
bitches can't find a
Shut
man
up.
either.
My mom ain't
I
like
mean,
me.
if
My
that's
sister,
the road you want to go, them
my
single
cousin,
lonely bitches can't find no man either. You want to talk about
mom,
statistics? We can apply them to your trash
mom,
sisters too.
nasty mouth.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Black.
ask about your sisters too. Them hoes too.
They don't talk like.
No, they don't talk to you like that, bitch, because they're probably scared of you. I don't know why, because you short,
She just called her.
but they might be shorter than you.
She called my.
I guess I'm curious. Well, EJ, why are you still here? If we're so unpleasant to be around, why are you remaining on the stage?
Because he's a rapist.
He's
He
asserting
likes
his
to do
male
things without
Can I,
people's
dominance.
consent.
can I say
He's
what?
asserting his male dominance because women told him to leave. He's not going to leave when a woman says leave. I bet you if
Love.
Dr. B suggested that he leave because this is what men would do, EJ would hightail his ass up out of here.
Yes, because he's a
Mm-hmm.
black man. He's scared of white men, so he's gonna do anything that white man asks him to do. Right? That's why he defers so much respect to him because he's white, and this nigga is gonna do anything that white man asks him to do. Right? That's what you came up here to do. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for your time.
Mm-hmm. That's what you came up here to do.
Boy, leave.
You don't get to glaze your boss enough. I say, boss, that's a nice tie you got on this morning.
I think it's going to be
Them
an
some nice
immediate red
pants. I
flag
wish I got
anytime
paid
Pat.
enough to buy them pants, boss.
What were you saying, Fee?
Oh, I was just saying, I think it's going to be an immediate red flag for anybody who goes into a space expecting that space to adjust for them, expecting
Mm-hmm.
people to adjust for them, and for people to act in a way that's preferable for them. That's why this belief creates nothing but narcissistic people. Because because we are women, we can't be outspoken. Because we are women, we can't establish boundaries. Because we are women, we have to do our womanhood in a way that EJ approves of, or a way that this God approves of. And to Thinker's point, EJ, you are nothing to us. I do not owe you that expectation. I don't owe you anything. I owe myself authenticity. And part of that authenticity is calling out BS when I hear it. And your patriarchal perspective is not doing you any good at all. It never will. Because as women, we are not going back to being under the thumbs of men or under the expectations of men. Y'all's expectations have thoroughly fucked this world up. And what we are saying now is no. You may not like how we say it. You may not even like why we say it, but you will hear us say it.
And the interesting thing is that he thinks he's doing something. Like, they don't know that the reason why we allow them to stay on stage and show their whole entire ass is so that women can see in 3D why we say no and why we say choose the fucking bear. Because you're going to show your ass because that's who the fuck you are. And a fucking incel.
I hope you men. Hope the men
Here
see
come that
fit.
short throat. Here come that short voice coming out that short throat. What you wanted to say, EJ? Open up
He
that
sounds
short
just
throat
like
and let
me.
us see.
He
Hope the men.
sounds just like me. He sounds
Hope the
just
men
like
see
me.
fit.
Listen, listen.
Open up
We
that
sound just
short throat,
alike.
EJ, and let us hear that short voice coming out that short throat.
And so is
Passing through that
Nope.
short
Nope.
epiglottis.
Nope. 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 Nope.
and
Nope.
so
Nope. 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 Nope.
is
Nope. 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 Nope.
no.
Nope. 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 Nope.
Again,
Nope. Nope.
why is he
Yeah.
here?
It
Because
Because
he,
women
because
want him to
his
leave.
together.
ego.
Mind you, he put a goodbye letter in the chat. He put a goodbye
Not
letter in the
goodbye
chat,
letter.
told Dr. B to be careful, and never left the fucking stage. He don't want to leave. This is
Mm-hmm.
probably the most attention he's gotten from women in a long motherfucking time on that motherfucking Neverland.
And I love y'all.
Dang, that's tough.
Yeah. But
No, you
he's not
don't.
worth my life getting suspended because they just took Lawrence down for the third time. And I think if Lawrence gets violated one more time, my ass is going to get violated.
Oh yeah, we done. We
Yeah.
done.
Lawrence done been violated 3
I
damn
think Mama
times.
Bash is live, right?
No, he was on Mama Bash Live.
No,
Yeah,
he was
Mama
on Mama
Bash is
Bash
live.
Live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lawrence done been violated 3
Yeah, oh,
times
I
in
was just
the
telling. I was
live.
just saying.
3
That's
times.
crazy. No, I was telling. I didn't know if you were about. I didn't know if you were about. Is this her backup of her backup?
Of the backup?
No, I don't know who this is.
No.
Is this?
That he
Okay.
is? That he
Oh,
is?
sorry.
Did you come up on accident?
Accident, sorry.
Okay. What's up, Phil? Phil?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hi, guys. How we all doing? Wow. Mm. This the guy just proved number two. Boy, indoctrination is really harmful.
Yeah. I
He
agree.
just proved that, and I hope other Christians are watching. Watch carefully. Yeah, he's harmful. I've been observing. I was planning if he was up here, I was going to say, "Oh, Saul, you need to get down," and see how he respond, thinking that I am a woman. I was but no, that behavior is uncalled for, and I am coming to the realization that they don't really believe their Bible. They just say, but they don't, because First Peter 3:15-16 says, "Be always ready to give a good reason for the hope that's within, but do it with gentleness and kindness." And they do opposite. They always do opposite. This is the harm, the serious harm. They don't follow. Of course, they like their God, who is a misogynist and narcissistic. And as you correctly said, because a woman women told him, get the hell off the stage. He feels, oh, I know, I have to stand here now. Because he said he was leaving. But then you all said, okay, bye. He's now trying to stay. The hypocrisy. Number two, sir, you prove number two. The guy before too, it was the guy before or the guy before that. Proof number two. You all keep showing that these things are true. You come up and say, but your actions show Christians, especially a lot of Christian men. What? You're so disrespectful And then want to call, when you're corrected, being corrected, if you came up here to apologize, you don't talk about yourself and about what the others did, because they had all rights to. Because, yeah, Lords had all rights to too. And you Christians, you all love to call out people when they're calling out your rascal behind. Oh, you don't know that word, huh? It's Beijing. When they're calling you out, y'all are so dishonest. Your God can't do one shite. You prove it. Your God can't do one shite. I was supposed to be on a live how many years ago? 3 years ago, along with Oatsman, a man who prayed. We put him to the test. We put the God to the test. We're still walking tall. Your God can't do nothing. And you all do harmful things and say, oh, we're not harming. Yes, you are. You're causing trauma, unnecessary trauma to people. That's what you are. And then inserting yourself and think that you have privilege. You prove number two all the time. Even here in Barbados, they think they have privilege. Privilege. And the government succumbing to your all crap. No. We are going to call you out. And I'm going to give two flying fucks what you think, Christians. I was a Christian for nearly 40 years. And when I was a Christian and deconstructing, I got very angry and peeved with my fellow Christians for that sort of behavior that you all are doing. And 1 Peter 3:15-16 was always my latest paying verse. Y'all are jokes. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Have a good one, okay?
We know. Thank you.
All
Good.
right.
Bye, Phil.
Delicia, are you in the request on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. It is 8:11. I do have to go. I have to get some sleep. I will be back on Tuesday night. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, the gifts. Thank you to YouTube for the likes and the gifts. I think there was one super chat. Thank you, J Mass Calabria says, love you all, love you back. Appreciate y'all. If you're not following us on YouTube, make sure you go and do that. We are almost at 8,400 subscribers over there. The goal is to get to 10,000 subscribers. And we're almost there. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all have a beautiful next couple of days. I'll be back Tuesday night at 11 p.m. Central. Bye, y'all.
Bye. See y'all later.
Bye.
Much love.
Thank y'all.